Stage 1, community teams get one last shot to qualify. The top 2 teams will advance to Stage 2. In Stage 2, they'll face off against the 4 teams relegated from the Challenger stage in a best-of-1 single elimination bracket. Only one team will survive and claim the final playoff spot.
To summarize, in the MPL Singapore Season 9 format, there will be 5 MPL Singapore teams and 4 community teams qualifying through the Challenger Qualifiers. Based on regular season performance, the top 4 MPL Singapore teams will advance directly to the playoffs, while the 5th-ranked team is relegated to the Challenger stage rankings. In the Challenger stage, the 5th-ranked MPL Singapore team and the 4 community teams will be ranked based on their Challenger stage results. The top-ranked team from this stage will secure a spot in the playoffs, while the remaining 4 teams move into Last Chance Qualifier Stage 2. They will be joined by 2 additional community teams who advance through Last Chance Qualifier Stage 1, which serves as the final entry point for community teams. The winner of the Last Chance Qualifier Stage 2 bracket will secure the final playoff spot.
And then it all comes down to the playoffs. 6 teams, only 1 champion. Who will rise and claim the MPL SG Season 9 championship?
見せてやるよ。シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずや 相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせで行くわよ。
よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
ここは俺に任せてもらった。4代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
みんな、渦巻ナルトが帰ってきたぞ。力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
守るために私はもっと強くなる。やっしゃなら今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。MPL Singapore Season 8 ended with Flash securing a three-peat. But this season, everything changes. With a brand new format, new challenges await. The regular season journey has 4 key stages: seeded stage, challenger qualifiers, challenger stage, and last chance qualifiers, all leading up to the playoffs.
In the seeded stage, 5 MPL Singapore teams from last season will compete in a best-of-3 round-robin format. Meanwhile, the challenger qualifiers give community teams a shot at the big stage. Over 2 weeks, the top 2 teams from each qualifier will advance to the challenger stage. The challenger stage will feature the 5 MPL Singapore teams from the seeded stage and the 4 community teams from the challenger qualifiers.
It's another week, ladies and gentlemen, for MPL Singapore Season 9. I can't believe we are almost 1 season away from that solid 10. But today, I believe, is one of the few chances left for our teams, especially in the seeded stage, to be able to get some points. Hi, my name is Jay. Joining me right here this time around is going to be Dead. We will be your casters for the next 3 series that we'll be bringing you. It's going to be hot bangers because, man, the level of competition, I'm not sure whether you saw it, Dead.
I saw it firsthand, Jay.
But it's truly astonishing.
Exactly. Astonishing-wise, when it means that Team Flash just lost in the first week, the first day. Just very surprising, especially when we compare it in the previous seasons. Now you mentioned, of course, competition. We have now witnessed, of course, last week 2 challenger teams go up against MPLSG's teams as well. And you know what? Absolute Zero. It's banger games.
Yeah, technically speaking, you know, as much as, you know, Absolute Zero wants to call themselves Absolute Zeros, but they're not Absolute Zeros
Exactly,
anymore.
man.
You've seen these names before. Nan and also Bougie. They were XRSG. Nan actually had, like, dealings all the way since Season 4 at the same time. And it's really amazing to be able to have this kind of format, to be able to bring back, you know, community players like this, but we also get to see some new bloods as well.
New bloods as well. Speaking of which, Rapidot. Also, I was surprised he was in that roster as well. And speaking of new, we are now going to witness, of course, 3 new MPL matches here in the second day of our seeded stage. So we're still going to continue that bracket on. And now first game we're going to witness later on is going to be KGV, or King's Vanguard versus RSG. Now it's going to be the next match of Kingdom Esports against Team Flash. And the last match for today is going to be Team Evil versus RSG.
Yeah, relatively short today, but man, tomorrow is going to be a long one because, you know, today at the same time, concurrently off-site, you'll be able to watch also, apart from the seeded teams, there's also community teams that are going to be battling down. We're going to find out 2 more community teams to be able to fight with these seeded teams tomorrow on Sunday. You don't want to miss that out because you never know what kind of truly hidden gems can be found in the MPL Singapore.
Yeah, speaking of which, we have just witnessed that one last week and looking forward for the next challenger team qualifiers as well. And now here, Jays, we're going to talk about, of course, our first match here, KGV versus the side of RSG, man. I'm looking forward, of course, RSG's lineup, because on the first week, they have been performing very well. And I do believe their roster, the only change is their Rome, which is, before it was, if I'm not mistaken, for RSG, it was, no. It was... who carried them last season, Season 8?
We can check it out later.
Gear. Sorry, it was Gear last season.
Yeah, but do take note that Gear, that was an off role for him, right? So this time around it's going to be Jay. Actually, Jay, you know, also had dealings since, also held from Team Flash as well for a period of time, but after that switch over. So there's a lot of like rotations around in MPL Singapore. But like what you mentioned, the 4 mainstays from RSG Singapore, namely Yon on your screen right now, Yon, Roy, CS, Closer. These are the names that you've seen before from RSG Singapore, and this is also the roster that kind of got them all the way to like almost like a grand final level in one of the seasons as well. So of course I feel like there's still some fans that are secretly still cheering for them in RSG Singapore, but hey, this is a roster not to be scoffed at.
And speaking of this is roster as well, I think the only change of Jay here, it solidifies their chemistry already. Season 8, this is the time, and now Jay joining in did perform very well.
Yep, and I'd like to put some spotlight on Jay, right? Jay Churros like to call him the architect or Dr. J.
Dr. J.
Yeah, because of how complex and how the way that he thinks about the game, how he's very flexible. He can bring, because of his experience in other roles, he's able to merge, roam roles with other roles. Like he could even pull a Velia role for something. So for something because of his experience, his flexibility. And I remember there's this one time in an MPL Singapore where he pulled out a Faramis in order to go back to base. Try to defend the base because he was being base rushed, right? Instead of going to recall, he actually went into the turret, killed himself, and then used the passive to basically get back to base so that he can defend his base even faster.
Man, Dr. J, the architect, only high IQ players can pull it that one off.
Yep.
And of course, RSG is going to be one team here right now is going to witness a battle in the Land of Dawn in the first match. They are up against now KGV or King's Vanguard. So I'm going to highlight this lineup. Nandez on the jungle, Bao here on the roam, Walker Knuckle in the mid, Stain on the gold, and Super Ryan and the EXP. Last week's performance, Nandez and Walker Knuckle, both Indonesian players, if I'm not mistaken, have been performing very well. I think they've been stepping up here.
Yeah, you can definitely see the improvement, right? From the side of King's Vanguard, of course, a bit of a collaboration with Kings. And Vanguard Esports as well.
Yes.
Last season, the mainstays you're seeing it, of course, from the Vanguard side, which is Luxian Stain. No more Nick Stain this time around. Will be replaced with Bao. Bao has also been in the competitive scene, but not a lot of information about him because he's mostly the sub. Finally, he's given this opportunity to shine on MPL Singapore stage. You already start to see a little bit of a showing as well, especially when they're able to beat Team Flash in one game.
And I was worried actually with this kind of lineup because as you have mentioned, the original player from this team is Luxian Stain alone, and we are used to the Stain brothers, right?
Double Stain
brothers, but surprisingly, I mean, Luxian Stain also doing pretty well in the gold lane.
Stain, Luxian Stain. I know I cracked this joke before. If you guys off-site, this is also a segue to remind you guys we also have an offline event. If you want to go check it out, go to our Instagram to find out more. And that's a reminder for you that I had to create an Instagram. So I was talking to Luxian Stain, and I was literally telling him in the face, Luxian Stain, you are the 0.01% stain that Detto cannot remove. Because Nick is not here. Get it. Okay,
Yeah,
I'm ready to admit, I'm ready to be a dad. All right, I'm ready to be a dad.
Oh man.
The dad is actually taken off guard by my joke. You're not on Vanguard at all. Get it? Okay. I gotta stop. But let's talk about this roster. You mentioned you want to talk about the two players from Indonesia.
Yeah, Nandez and Walker Knuckle. Okay. We have seen the performance of Nandez as a jungler there. So he used specifically Lucas on the jungle.
Yep.
We've seen the current meta right now. It's one of the best. So usually Lucas started on the EXP, now slowly transitioning, performing very well in the jungle, and now Nandez, using that hero, did incredibly good, being aggressive. And I think this lineup, which helps Luxian Stain, because compared to the last season, Luxian Stain was a safe player.
He is.
He's a very safe player.
Yep.
But now he's very aggressive. I'm not sure on how this chemistry is, but looking at last week's, this aggressiveness coming in from the jungle really affects Luxian Stain game style as well.
Definitely, right? Like, remember the Vanguard playstyle. The Vanguard signature is everybody tried Vanguard. Luxian Stain Luxian Stain needs to be protected. He needs to have a Vanguard. But now, this time around, he inserted the King's kind of flavor into it. Now, the attention of the whole team gets taken away. You mentioned about Nandez. Now they have to watch out for Nandez, right? Not only just Luxian Stain. So Luxian Stain, his role, technically speaking, gets to have a bit of step back into the background, but then it allows him to output the damage. Silent but deadly. Like a fart in the lift. Silent fart in the lift.
I like how you describe it, but not the fart thing. But yeah, I think this is great for King's Vanguard, right?
Definitely.
So on the other side, the matchup though, CS, we've seen him one of the consistent players when it comes to the gold lane, and now I think this is a great matchup. We are going to look at the gold, and now this second game, this first game rather, from the side of King's Vanguard, will solidify if really Nandez will be pretty good at jungle here, because again, this is RSG we are looking out for. So RSG, same players, same team, except for, of course, for Dr. J that we have highlighted a while ago. Will this be a great matchup as well?
I think definitely, right? I think this is you get to see like very experienced veteran players, and at the same time, I think RSG there's nothing left for them to lose, right? Whereas other regions doesn't really have RSG anymore. RSG is the only one that is currently surviving in MPL regions at all. So they're literally carrying this RSG flag. They're the last remnants of RSG. Really try to push as hard as they can to make RSG fans proud.
And I think they're doing pretty good on the first week, and RSG fans really is indeed wowed on their performance there. And like, of course, again, on the Season 8, they have been a slow starter here on the Season 8, but Season 9 here, different beast. I think I can going to highlight as well that the same lineup can really affect the performance of the team. I mean, the chemistry. We will not going to overlook on this kind of factor and how the team really performs in the tournament.
Yeah, definitely. You talk about chemistry, right? I always firmly believe that the Rome is the one that dictates the team, right?
Yes, that's true.
A good team must have a good roamer, and usually a team will succeed or fail because of that roamer. You change the roamer, the whole team identity changes. You mentioned about it, the change between Gear and J.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
That is something that we are also kind of putting a magnifying glass on it just a little bit, just to look at how RSG adapt to their play style just a little bit. But I feel like they still managed to hold on their own because they have very experienced side laners, right? CS, when his first debut, he finally given a player role instead of a sub role. He actually was horrible. I will have to say that. I am harsh. He is horrible. But then again, you start to see his growth, and that's amazing, right? His growth was so rapid, and it only happened in the start of the season. It's like, he's gone through a Shippuden arc in one season instead of 3 years.
This is why I would like to highlight the gold lane matchup here. Liechtenstein and CS both have grown into their role here. Looking forward for that, guys. And now, speaking of the Rome you've mentioned a while ago, let's talk about the hero that has been used last week in the Rome. Usually we see the Matilda frequently being banned here just because of the save of the Guiding Wind and the shields that have been given for this one. And also, we have seen the Rome being aggressive in the early stage of the game. So, do you think, of course, the Matilda will be the top most contested Rome hero here?
Definitely, right? In fact, if you look at Matilda in terms of the stats, right, Matilda has quite a lot of bans as well. He is standing around like what? Hold on a second. That would be I'm pulling out my Excel sheet. Like almost like a 10 bans as of now, and it's like quite a lot actually, right? And don't forget, we don't really have a lot of games as well as of now, but 10 bans in like what? The second week alone is a lot because people start to identify the value of Matilda. The fact that you can be basically super aggressive and then after that suddenly pull back and save, and you do a lot of damage early game as well because of the nutty numbers. And you mentioned about, you start to see MPL Singapore, they like to clash at level 1 and level 2. And sometimes the Rome is like, hey, I haven't even got my pulse spike yet. I only got one skill. Why are we fighting here? Why are we fighting here?
But then again, let's go.
But it's okay. Gladly join the fight.
Yeah, speaking of fight, Clea also been showing up here in this game. Kimi as well. I'm pretty sure this heroes we're going to expect most likely getting banned or first priority pick here. Now, of course, Kimi mid lane. This was also one of the highlights we have seen last week. One of the heroes who have the highest performance as well. Not only in MPL Singapore, but overall and all across the regions, Kimi has been showing up in the games.
And this is pretty interesting, right? In the current state of the meta right now, Kimi reminds me of the old Paquito, right?
Okay.
Remember back then when Paquito when you pick a Paquito, it's like, okay, are you gonna go into jungle? Or are you going to EXP? The power that you can put a Kimi in the mid lane and the gold lane is just way too invaluable. You're basically picking something that's really meta, really powerful, at the same time not showing everything in your cards. It's like playing a King's card, but not showing the King's card at the same time.
Same thing as Clea, right? Clea has been having that kind of aura as well. So, speaking of which, Kimi, usually we see a mid laner who has great burst, great scale, and especially great rotations there. for me, I really had a doubt. I told Abstract last week I had doubted the Kimi picks, to be honest.
What?
Yeah, I doubted it one.
Sorry, hold on.
Because
What role are you?
I'm a Rome.
Exactly. You don't understand the Kimi. How dare you? You're a roamer. I'm a goat laner. But yes. Okay, tell me.
Yeah. Got
Okay,
your point.
okay, why
But
do you doubt
yes.
the Kimi? Why do you
Because
press F doubting? Huh?
It's mostly. I mean, it has range, yeah,
has
but
good
it's
range.
not the most range compared to other
Yes,
mage
yes.
there, and the burst as well. So
Okay.
Kimi is a scaling hero, right? You have a traditional marksman,
Mm-hmm.
you have now a mage slash marksman type,
Yes.
but with of course with that. New ultimate Kimi can now be a valuable member when it comes to a team fight there with that traction pulse. But then again, it needs the scale.
Yep.
And that's why I'm surprised.
Oh.
Team's pulling it off. It's pretty good.
It is pretty good, and speaking of pretty good, we should be going to the draft picks very, very soon, ladies and gentlemen. Our first game of day number 3, technically speaking. If you're following weeks, this is week 2, day number 1. I am very bad with math, and it's amazing, right? We talk about a few heroes right here we
Yeah.
highlighted. Like we talk about Kalia, we talk about Kimi, we talk about the Lucas and the Mathilda as well. These are the picks that you are definitely going to have to look out for being picked by or contested by these two teams.
Yeah, and now looking forward for this one on who is going to be the first pick here, because whoever gets to be the first pick usually opens up this hero pool for those heroes. Usually we see first pick Kimi.
Yep.
Usually we see first pick Matilda, and also Zushin. Also, I forgot about that hero. So
course, of
Zushin,
course.
you, Zushin or Kimi?
Definitely Kimi, because I'm a
Yeah.
goat laner.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, but apart from the fact that, Kimi being a goat laner,
Ah.
Kimi has that flexibility. You pick a Jushin, you know where she's going. You're not going to bring Jushin to the goat lane or the roam as well. So you kind of know the play style, right?
Correct.
So I think, especially right now in this particular draft or particular meta, the main goal right here is to pick these kind of heroes that you cannot really tell. Same idea and mythology could be applied over to Lucas as well. And now we have to go into the picks right here. King's Vanguard going to be goes first pick. RSG going second. The coaches right here. Joe H from King's Vanguard decided to take away the Fanny. A bit of respect over
Yep.
to Yon. Yon is a very aggressive jungler.
Okay. So Chip, Fanny still gonna be the bands here. On the other side, of course, is it Harris, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. Lucas, sorry. Yeah, it is Lucas there. And yeah, speaking of Harith, there you go. Matilda has been banned. Harith also is considered as one of the priority picks when it comes to
Definitely.
the gold lane there. So, okay. Still,
Right now, they're
You
just
open-
they're just taking common suspects, right?
Yep.
Like they're basically going up to, they're going through their watch list, right? These are the heroes that we don't want to meet. That's what Joe H and Amux is doing. They're basically trading, right? So I think right now, based on what I'm seeing, based on this draft, the only respect I'm seeing coming in from King's Vanguard is Joe H banning Yon's Fanny, but at the same time, RSG is just going, you know what? Gonna remove all the annoying things, right? And apart from being annoying, Mathilda, being also apart from the fact we kind of established that Mathilda is a very annoying hero.
Correct.
That's also one of Bao's comforts.
I see. As well as we have mentioned, of course, Nanda's Lucas as well. So there you go. That's gonna be the comfort picks here. Okay, there you go. The Harriet has been banned. On the other side, Phobias is pretty much open as well. Here
Phobias.
we've seen the Zushin pretty much open as well. So it could be also considered here with the side of RSG.
Yep, definitely. RSG needs to try to pick the points in right here, ladies and gents. There's so many things that are open. You mentioned the juice, and don't forget about the Kimi as well, right? So now Amux ban the
Correct.
Kimi, just don't want to meet about it because Kimi is so strong right here.
Oh.
Unless RSG has a way to deal with this Kimi, right? Ban something else, force King's Vanguard to pick the Kimi, and RSG, because they've got 2 picks after they're on the red side, right? They are able to basically react to how King's Vanguard wants to play the game.
Okay. Oh, Lilia. That's
Yeah.
the first time I think we've seen a Lilia ban here.
Hasn't been pick ban at all
Okay.
in this season.
Yeah, I'm not sure it is going to be a Lilia ban there, but I haven't seen any players for the side of KGB using the Lilia in that situation. But it opens up Kimi pick here for the side of KGV. We've seen Walker Knuckle also play this hero. Good positioning from this guy, actually. We have seen the combo coming in from this team fight, and Kimi with a Destruction Pulse could actually be a better way to go for that advantage for crowd controls and surprises attacks.
Yeah, King's Vanguard definitely has to pick up this Kimi, right?
Ooh,
so
yeah.
too important, too invaluable to basically leak out the way. But now RSG, I want to see how they deal with this Kimi. Is it going to be an assassin like a Hayabusa to sneak in, abuse the iframes, get out, or to a certain extent, there you go.
There you go. You call it.
Yon just goes snapping the Hayabusa right away.
Actually, it's one of the weaknesses of those mages who love to have a good positioning. So you want someone to go deep down there or go for a flank maneuver. Hayabusa is one of the best assassins to do that one. In Moscow as well, wow, they have so many mobility coming in from the side of RSG.
RSG, like, I think they're just basically just trying to knock this give this wombo combo over to King's Vanguard. Now imagine if you already have Pierce coming out from that Kimi. You don't want to give more Pierce in the form of Moscow, because what King's Vanguard could potentially do is, abuse the fact that Liechtenstein can also use the Moskov to push the side lanes, after that join the fight by Spear of Destruction, and then after that, all of a sudden, King's Vanguard has so much AoE that RSG don't want to handle. So a really smart choice coming out from Amux right here.
So right now for Amux here as their coach, actually this is one of the duos, the Hayabusa and the Moskov, who loves to play sides. So they now have the advantage here when it comes to the map control here. And KGV, they are still going into the team fight composition. And Kimi, Hylos, this is pretty good. You have now forward, okay, both of actually do have really a great vanguard here with the Phobius as well as the Hylos. Then you have a artillery on the back line that is going to be the Kimi as well.
Yeah, King's Vanguard is literally doing exactly what we kind of expect them to do. Number one, we're going to protect our carries, namely in the form of Liechtenstein. We need a strong wall. We need somebody to distract. The Phobius is that distraction. The Hylos is the distraction and wall as well.
Well, pretty good. Now, I think RSG here, they need something to save these heroes, though. I mean, when it comes to team fights.
All right.
Okay, still, mobility is there. I think this is the priority coming in from the side of RSG. It's going to be easy for them to scatter around when the team fight brawls out here. Yeah. Imagine Glorious Pathway being laid in, then we scram. Yeah, we scram. That's the thing.
We scram. Basically, they're like, the way they're doing it is they're rats in a ship that senses danger. Immediately when King's Vanguard 4 members shows up, all of them from the side of RSG was able to just scramble out of wings by wings, Quad Shadow out of the way. Moskov would never be there because he's on the side like pushing so hard.
But then again, I still kind of worry when it comes to KGV. Yes, they do have pretty good team fight, but then they need something to catch these heroes here. So mobility-wise, yes, Glorious Pathway, you can run down there, but hard CC, you need something like this one. I mean, okay, you do have also the Hylos, Phobius here, the EXP. Now the lacking here is the jungle itself.
Well, there's definitely quite a few junglers that I can propose. The Lancelot, Kyrie brought it back up. If you want to go back into the Onyx, yes, I am a Kyrie fanboy at the same time, apart from Diablo. But there's also, the other junglers like the Link, which was also shown by Nan as well. Not Nandes, but Nan from Absolute Zero. There's also still the Grandeur that's kind of left open for both these two sides. Now, King's Vanguard, if they really want to go for that one, they can also go for that. Suyo as well. You mentioned that. That's also a very invaluable jungler, something that can hit the power spikes very quickly and snowball out of control. Yeah,
I just worry that KGV right now, with this first phase of their picks, they really lack the crowd control when it comes to the lineup. Yeah, you do have the truck and pulse, but it has a certain timer.
Need to land it.
Yeah, you need to land it perfectly, and there's a timer before it roots you there. And of course, Hylos, you need to be near at the hero to deal the stun there. Then again, okay, team fight wise, they can really pull it through. But RSG for now, for me, Jace, this is a better pick here, countering the lineup here on the side of KGV.
I think it's just RSG understanding how King's Vanguard wants to play. King's Vanguard wants to stack up with 5. RSG, on the other hand, I'm not even going to handshake these team fights, right? So if RSG handshake these team fights, it's going to go into the favor of King's Vanguard. So RSG is deciding, okay, you know what? I'm just going to out-rotate you. I'm going to have mobility heroes. What's coming up next? I don't know. I'm just throwing out ideas, even though RSG has selected a Farsa, even a Loi or a Gato Kacha coming out from the side of RSG will be solid because you got your globals, you got your stunts. You mentioned how RSG is lacking the CCs. There you go. The Gato Kacha deals everything, and he is a brick wall.
I think this is... Oh, there you go. The Suyu has been banned as well here for the side of RSG. Oh, yeah, you predicted it. Zervi got a Kacha here for the side of RSG. Pretty solid lineup here. Pretty good scaling as well. The only thing here, RSG, they mustn't be... get caught off guard here by the side of KGV. Once KGV really force you into team fights there, it's going to be their advantage here. That's the thing. How could KGV force team fights here against RSG?
Yeah, I think that's one way to do it, right? King's Vanguard can force the team fights either using what you mentioned, the traction pull, the implosion from Timu, but albeit good range. So I'm not too sure whether it's from Timu. It's actually kind of decent, mind you. And there you go. There's more CCs, even more lockdowns. Because looking at how RSG is playing, they've already got the Gato Kacha to kind of disengage. They've also got people that could just fly away, literally on the form of Farsa. They need even more lockdowns to basically end the contract right there and there. There you go. The Alpha, the Ultimate coming in to lock him down. There's also, more CCs on top of that. And now you can see that Kimi is definitely going into the mid lane. Bruno joining the roster coming up from King's Vanguard.
Now at least King's Vanguard has the insurance here when it comes to the late stages of the game. Now I can really see here for the players.
Yeah. Guinevere, okay.
EXP, right?
Okay.
EXP, Guinevere.
Definitely, Guinevere going to EXP. You can also, technically speaking, bring the Guinevere into the jungle, but seems like because they've already got the Hayabusa, and I like it, right? Right now, RSG is identifying, yes, we've got a roster that could just scatter. Like, the whole plan is to scram. Just in case anything happens, I need more disengage. How to disengage? I've got the Gato Kacha with the AOG, basically just try to zone you out, try to block you from coming over to my side. There's also a Guinevere, very flexible, very mobile to get on the way as well.
And they do have the team fight capability as well.
Yes.
If they're forced into that situation, I think pretty good. Nice picks coming in from the side of RSG. But I'm now looking forward for this match, ladies and gentlemen. This is our first match here in the secondary seeded stage. KGV versus the side of RSG.
Right now, ladies and gents, this is the first game. Excited for this particular matchup. We've already set the stage so many times. King's Vanguard, nothing to lose, technically speaking, because Wakanako and Nandez trying to make a name for themselves in MPL Singapore, but RSG Singapore holding the last vestiges, literally holding the flag that's almost rotten already for the side of RSG, in a good way,
In a good way. And they're growing.
They are growing, and they're basically defending the honor of RSG fans.
Exactly. This is the top 3 we have in the Season 8 here. And with this kind of lineup, man, they do have the advantage when countering here when it comes to team fight.
Interesting. Jay is actually a Guinevere on the EXP. On the roam. First blood. Like what I mentioned, this is the growth that I was talking about. CS is so... It's getting really good. The Shippuden arc, no, he's already adult Naruto at this point.
No way, that's gonna be a pin down there. Nandez been taken down, and Roy? Jay on the Guinevere roam.
Yeah, so
didn't expect that one.
Exactly, like this is what I was talking about, right? Dr. J being so flexible in his hero picks. He's played so many different heroes in very competitive matches. He's also been in MPL Singapore since Season 1 itself, heading all the way to Kingsman.
Oh, look at the damage here. Bao will be falling down once again. And I think RSG is on the right track here.
Definitely. This is really not good if you're an RSG fan, but now there's also going to be a little bit of scuffle happening between at the bottom lane. I'm loving what RSG is doing right now.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm not expecting as well that it's going to be RSG actually being the aggressors here in the early stage of game. We have highlighted, of course, KGV with this lineup. You have an Alpha. You have here incredible Kimi Walker Knuckle here as well as Bao. They could have done more here, but RSG is there.
Yep, right here. The turtle being contested right here. Yon already setting up, trying to pull the turtle over to his side. Bao's setting a stage. This is the brick wall that King's Vanguard is trying to throw against RSG right here. But off the side of the screen, CS will be able to pick up Liechtenstein by Walker Knuckle, picking up J. SOD will be able to miss. And now King's Vanguard has solid control around the turtle. It's a trade. But which one has the better value?
Oh man, with this turtle buff on the side, from the here of King's Vanguard, they're very incredible here.
Yep, CS, you know, like, I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure how, you know, how they're going to transition over to this one, because you're expecting King's Vanguard to be a little bit more mid-game heavy, right?
Yes.
You've got level 4 power spikes coming in. Walker Nako, Nandes, Super Ryan, technically everybody from the side of King's Vanguard super strong in this mid part of the game. That's why they're able to secure the turtle for themselves.
All right, we are going to be witnessing here how KGV will be able to go forward from this on. This is really surprising. Oh, Jay.
Jay, that's going to be a knockup as well. Phobius in a lot of trouble. No way for him to basically escape.
Wow.
This is the power of mobility that RSG is showing against King's Vanguard.
I think experience is now kicking off here, Jay.
Yeah, definitely.
I think RSG is really well prepared for this one.
Right now here, they're trying to basically gang up on CS on this one. There's no way for him to escape. Glorious Panther being sent down here. But then again, what is the value here? Being able to slow down CS.
That's the thing. I think KGV's strength here is to be on together, but that is a 4-man gank on the bottom side.
Definitely.
So many resources has been expended just to get that kill. But then again, it's KGV's strength. They need to have the space for the side of Liechtenstein to have that late game insurance. And now KGV looking for opportunities here as well. And as we have mentioned, the lineup here coming in from RSG, so very mobile.
Yep, you start to notice that they're actually trying to stack S4 or 5 right here. RSG is not going to handshake this fight. Look at CS, what his role is. He's actually already dominating in the lane against a Bruno. Bruno is not really very strong in the early game portion, right? You used to be able to outpoke CS, but CS solidifies that. He's a very strong foothold down the bottom side, but now he senses a bit of danger. I love this rotation coming out from CS. Turtle's going down, but he's not going to deal with it. He's going up top.
Yeah, exactly. And high level play in terms of the map awareness coming in. And remember, he has the SOD just in case they need reinforcements here on the turtle takedown. Now KGV, again, they must initiate this team fight. They must force this way against RSG.
Yep.
They have the kit, they have the sustain, they have the ultimates very ready, and we'll see some action here.
Closer, looking for a point of entrance. Roy will start the fight with a feather airstrike. Nandes right here, using the spell of Alpha as well. Try to survive just a little bit longer. He won't be doing that. So now Bao goes down the Glorious pathway, and now the members from the side of RSG down low, a little bit low. Liechtenstein trying to output the damage. Walker Knuckles pierce down Jay right where he stands, but he's down a little bit low. That's a very massive fight for RSG, but look at what they're doing in the side lanes.
Yeah, indeed. Look at this one. As mentioned, the suicide lane pressure here and the full commitment coming in from KGV. Yes, indeed. They have the turtle. Yes, they had a kill, but at what cost? 2 side lanes for that trade.
Yep.
And RSG really is playing very well to their strength, and they know the weaknesses of KGV.
Like what Leo likes to say, right? Permanent damage. There you go. It's 2 side lanes, permanent damage. The turtle comes back, respawns. People, the heroes, your players comes back. They respawn. But King RSG is literally trying to control the mid parts of the game really well by trying to force King's Vanguard to go back to play on a little bit more defense.
Oh, you don't want that one though for the side of King's Vanguard. You need to dictate the tempo here. And as we've seen, there's a force ultimate here coming in from Bao on the bottom lane, just to provide the space needed here for Liechtenstein. But look at this one. This is a concealed play.
Concealed play looking for some form of experience. Bao will be the main person. Also trying to get close over to Liechtenstein. Actually zoning the rest of the member out where RSG deals with Bao. And now the AC will be committed. It's going to be Liechtenstein getting caught out as of now. Closer will be able to jump, but SOD jumps all the way to the backline. Finishes off Liechtenstein at the same time. CS just outputting so much damage. Roy onto Super Ryan at the same time. RSG, the out rotation is actually hurting King's Vanguard.
Wow, beautiful call there for RSG to force the team fight. And look at the split push once again coming in from Yon and Hayabusa.
It's not even the 5v5.
Oh, exactly, and now it opens up the map here for RSG. It is going to be really, really difficult here for King's Vanguard to recover. Again, their insurance here is Liechtenstein, but look at his stats here. He has 3 deaths already.
Yeah, the worst point is King's Vanguard wants to be a death ball, but they are not death, they're just ball. RSG is literally playing ball, bouncing King's Vanguard around top lane, mid lane, and bottom lane, and King's Vanguard has no answer. Yes, RSG, you know, you can take, RSG is saying, yes, you can take the turtle, but King's Vanguard, it's like, okay, I can take turtle, but what's next? There's no plan.
Permanent damage on the side lanes, yeah.
It's gonna be Victor Walker Knuckle takes up the turtle at the same time. Closer, you will be able to use AOG. Turns out Nandez just a little bit more. Bao dropping out the Glorious Power Wage all the way, but he's all alone. The rest of the members will be able to do it, Bao, but at the same time, the Shadow Kill goes! Shuts down the Kimmy, and Yon picks up a double kill. This is the way that RSG will be able to deal with their first pick Kimmy.
Wow, that was a beautiful exchange though. We have seen Bao doing his best to provide the zone of control on the back lines against RSG. Meanwhile, Yon, in the perfect timing, goes for the flank and goes for the kills as well. And look at this replay here in the turtle. As you can see, it is now going to be closer, going to go for the zone control, but Bao doing the same thing here.
Yeah.
We have a split decision here, but look at Yon. This is the great decision making coming in from this assassin, doing his part. And Luxenstein did the same thing. I think this is what we are seeing, high level of a team play execution on the turtle.
Yeah, this is exactly what I was kind of afraid about, right? King's Vanguard, you know, they have to try to protect Luxenstein, but Luxenstein, you know, you've got an assassin, you got literally somebody can ignore your wall, jump over your wall, face through your wall, and that's in the form of Yon. And King's Vanguard cannot protect their carries.
Oh, man, King's Vanguard. You still have a Kimi here for the side of King's Vanguard. These are literally two marksmen coming in from KGV. Will this be enough for the scaling momentum though? Remember, we still have our hearts here surviving for the side of King's Vanguard. It's not yet over for KGV, but RSG, with the pacing of this game, they are controlling actually the momentum here.
They're controlling the map entirely, Deadeye, because, you know, top side, bot side, mid side, RSG has decided to go to trade, but this trade is not in the favor from the side of King's Vanguard. But then Yon springs a trap. King's Vanguard activating a trap card right there.
Okay, that's change CC for you, and Yon has been caught on surprise. Okay, again, at what cost? A tower on the bottom. Every time King's Vanguard going for a forced team fight here, there's always a trade coming in from RSG.
Yeah, and that's the markings of a very experienced team, right? Don't forget, RSG has been playing together very well. Bao now stepping a little bit far from the rest of the members, closer right here, trying to get close. Glorious Pathway already, but then again, Bao is playing his own game. Wow. He goes on Glorious Pathway, trying to zone it out. Being a very beautiful knocker coming out from Jay. Two members are looking, stays skies back just a little bit more. AOG will not be able to commit right here, and now he's going to be King's Vanguard trying to overturn. They take the Lord, and they also take some members right here. Jay got to continue to fight just a little bit longer. CS outputting damage at the backline. You can see the shadow kill going in from the side of RSG, but Roy picking up a double kill. And King's Vanguard, you thought they had something, but no, they squandered it away.
What a trade, what a turn of events there. But then again, it's still KGV who took the Lord into their side. But what a sweet exchange, what a great opening game we are having here, Jay. Yeah. So much action from both teams.
Yeah, this is like a blue pill, red pill moment. This is like like pick a trade. RSG literally gave up a lot of objectives. They don't really secure any form of lords in any turtles at all, giving over to King's Vanguard. But what they get back map control. But now King's Vanguard, if they want to make something work, Deadeye, they have to abuse this lord.
Yeah, I think they need to take advantage of pushing the lanes at least here. Now the lord is pushing through on the top side here. They mass concentrate here in the mid as well, as we are now seeing a convergence here in the middle lane. Yep. They're forcing their way through.
Yeah, Monkey together strong, literally. That's what the play of King's Vanguard. There's also going to be an SOD kind of being landed down from the side of the background. Shadow Kill will be committed by the side of King RSG already, trying to push them away and out to push King's Vanguard away.
Okay, the Lord has been expended already there. But then again, when it comes to a team fight, this for the Lord fights, I think this is the time where RSG must really contest here. They cannot give an involved Lord the next time around. If they ever going to sacrifice that one, they must pick the right targets.
They must pick not only just the right target, the right macro decision, the right trade. And now Luxenstein already kicking down this turret. The members of Bao actually over descending this time around. Really nice play coming up from Bao, trying to pull the attention away. Roy goes into the fair, the airstrike, zoning the members of King's Vanguard away for now.
Little by little, they're now going to objectives here. And now KGV, they pretty much very tanky, right? I mean, it's not anymore that RSG can easily pick off here the back lines. We have seen how sustainable this lineup right now here in the 12-minute mark. But 40 seconds soon, it's going to be now the Evolved Lord. Oh, man. The split pushing still continues. RSG, SG making its way here through those pressure in the lanes.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're watching MPL Singapore, not Game of Thrones right here, because this is a game of trades. King's Vanguard is actually realizing what RSG is doing. They're also trying to adapt, trying to set up traps for the like of Yon. Yon you saw all the way up top, and now they need to try to catch the members of RSG one by one.
Speaking of catch, I think the target here on the top side here. And CS just poking his way through. They know. I think they know. RSG knows about this one, and the Lord is now up as well.
Wait, Nandez actually used the Spirit of Alpha just to get on the way. Yes, that's a very short cooldown. Ultimate, maybe RSG actually can make a play out of that information.
Speaking of which, now it is actually the first time we're seeing that RSG here in the pit. Usually it's King's Vanguard who is controlling this area at first, and now Bao as well. Now I'm going to highlight Bao. Bao is doing pretty good of zoning out RSG in the back lines.
He's basically the punching bag for the side of RSG, right?
Yes.
Trying to take the advantage away, and now without CS right here, Bao is almost unstoppable because the rest of the members of RSG does burst damage, and now I think RSG, when you mentioned, they cannot give up this Lord.
Oh, and there you go. Yon is here. He has the vision. And it's not gonna be easy for King's Vanguard now. Remember the push here at the top side here. CS doing his thing. I think this is the perfect opportunity for RSG.
RSG will try to make that a perfect opportunity right now. CS joining the fight as well. AOG going to land right in the Lord pit at the same time. Shadow kill at the same time. Oh, picks up the Lord as Roy picks up a mega kill. They took advantage of King's Vanguard. They're not there. The main damage not there. And RSG sprung the trap instead.
Oh, high level.
A clean wipeout right here. RSG, the out rotation, the out maneuvering. Yes, you could put a wall, but I have ways to go around it. And ladies and gentlemen, you're watching the victory march of RSG in game number 1.
Oh man, absolutely great team play we're seeing from RSG there. And as you can see, what the weakness of a team fight composition is the mobility and the split pushes. And as expected, RSG did their thing. It's very effective in the game.
I feel like this game is one of the most beautiful games I've seen.
Yeah,
so
man.
Far in this season,
True.
Right? Like, yes, it is kind of very leaning over to the side of RSG's being a leader in the pole position in terms of manipulating the map, manipulating the members of King's Vanguard. King's Vanguard as well. They realize, hey, you know what? I think I know your game. But by the time they come out with a counter, it's a little bit too late.
Yeah, speaking of counter, right? So we've seen also that Liechtenstein highlighted that he was the insurance in the late game. And you know what? RSG knows about this one. They prioritized the gold lane. 3 deaths in the early stage of the game. Liechtenstein having a difficult time to really bounce back in that kind of situation. And we have seen, of course, King's Vanguard doing their forced team fights there. It's what their team composition really shines there. But then again, split pushes.
Yeah,
it's beautiful.
Yeah, the thing is, because of the split pushes, it allows a lot more angles of attack from the side of RSG. And then apart from that, because how the positioning coming off of King's Vanguard is a little bit, I would say, Bao was not. It's not the fact that I feel Bao is overextending. I feel like the rest of the team cannot catch up with Bao. The glorious pathway, right?
True.
You're supposed to take the green carpet to success, but the rest of the members, they're like, okay, you know what? I'm not going to step on the green carpet. I will play around the sides, but that's also because there's a feather airstrike over there. There's an AOG in the way. It's very hard for King's Vanguard to basically deal with.
It is. And we have seen also, yes, there's some fights there they want to go for the pick, but it costs them 4 players just to get a 1 kill at a trade of 2 turrets, an open mid turret. It's really, really difficult there. It's still, even though the death was against the side of RSG, it's still their win.
It is, and don't forget, if you look at the stats, RSG was never interested in Turtle. The Turtle was an excuse.
Even the First Lord.
Yeah, the First Lord. And these neutral objectives were an excuse for them to basically split push on the sides.
Yeah, speaking of the split push, on that last sequence, right, I love how CS just dragged Liechtenstein on the top side. That meant a 4v5 situation on that Lord takedown. beautiful gameplay there.
And let me also rewind you back. I'm not too sure whether you guys picked this up, but CS, he's actually hiding in a bush when the members of King's Vanguard shows up at the Lord Pit. The lack of the lack of vision made King's Vanguard hesitate, and that hesitation was basically a gamble, right? That RSG was making, and RSG won that gamble. They won that gamble when, by the time when King's Vanguard is basically trying to push that Lord, CS comes in, split pushes, hard shove that lane, and then after that rotates over. Liechtenstein has no choice but to rotate over. Maybe King's Vanguard could have sent some Monday outs because right here, if you look at Bao, Nandes, Walker, Nako, and Super Ryan, maybe you can say yes, Walker, Nako can output the damage, but then again, I think they need more damage at that particular point of time.
Yeah, especially the recovery that we're looking for Liechtenstein, it hasn't been really there. And now on the other side though, the switch, I thought this is an EXP Guinevere that we
Definitely
actually expecting here, but it is actually a roam. And I do love how Jay has been very aggressive, man. Dr. J being the architect once again, trying to pin down here Liechtenstein on the gold lane time and time and time again. And RSG really played it very, very good at this this first game of our series. So remember, this is a best of 3 series here, so we are going to expect later on a bounce back here for the side of KGV.
If you guys are watching this, ladies and gents, you definitely love a lot of pointers that RSG has been sharing with us. They understand the rotations, they understand the meta, they understand their enemies as well. And literally, if you want to take the checkboxes of Sun Tzu Art of War, there you have it. RSG is basically writing their own Art of War.
Yeah, I love how the progression coming in from RSG right now. I think the side here of Jay, he's really good. I mean, he fits very well in this lineup, right? So the aggressiveness coming in from Jay, and as well as the original roster coming in from RSG, is pretty good. Now it's still another win coming in from this team. So if I'm not mistaken, right, they are actually tied with the other teams for the side of RSG. And now with this win of the series, they can actually be at the top.
Yeah, they're definitely, they're at the mid of the pack right now, technically speaking. Flash being the top, KE, Kingdom Esports, King's Vanguard, RSGSG being in the middle pack. Evil a little bit struggling just a little bit. They're not having a really good season, but we'll talk about them in just a moment. We have to focus on King's Vanguard. How are they going to deal with RSG?
Okay.
Knowing this game number 1.
Actually, during the draft alone, we can see that RSG already actually taking over that part. So on that execution-wise, it's just putting icing on a cake there. So now KGV, pretty much it is one-sided, right? I mean, we're seeing very predictable pickings coming in from the side of KGV.
Yeah, I'm most literally reading King's Vanguard like an open book, right? Like what I mentioned, ban something is totally random. It doesn't matter. Lilia gets banned. You force King's Vanguard to pick a Kimi instead. At least you know what to deal with. First pick the Hayabusa. So basically, it's big brain moves coming out from RSG. Joe H, I think he needs to do a little bit more homework on that one.
At least adapt on the first phase of the. You know already that they have so much mobility, and you lack the crowd control needed. So maybe KGV can really adapt on that kind of a situation. Pick something that can really control the game, like a
Loi.
Can. Or is it abstract here?
Huh?
Cyclops?
I really don't understand how Cyclops can actually fit into that roster, actually. I was like, well, it actually makes more sense because, you got your globals, right? But I think what is quite abstract. Bro, I'm not abstract, brother.
Cyclops literally has the longest crowd control.
Yeah.
I mean, the ultimate.
So does Savior. Infinite range.
Okay then.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Xavier has and that ultimate is basically an AoE.
We're
not a single target.
We're speaking of the mages right now, right?
Yep.
Xavier actually been buff as well. I'm looking forward also for the one with the Searing Torrent, the fire has been buff. Valier, yes.
Yeah.
I've seen Valier somehow rising in the ranks as well.
Definitely, Valier has been buffed recently, right? And now you can build more CD, so which means that his first skill is basically just almost free, and on top of that, it's a lot more forgiving, right? So that's why it's easier to play. He has very good disengage. He does well against the Avatar. The Guardian comes in. I could just purify, push him away.
Exactly.
Start throwing fireballs at you. Yeah, I cast fireball as well. If you guys are a nerd like me, you will get the reference. But
Plus with the temporal rain. Oh.
Yeah,
I'm
so
looking forward, if ever, we're going to see
and that's something that I feel that Jay can actually pull off. A Verlier Roam. He's already pulled off the Guinevere Roam. I want to see more from Dr. J.
Correct, right? Ooh, that's gonna be interesting because the iconic Jay I've been seeing him use is the Kufra.
No, not only just that. You remember there's a season where we always joke about Jay's Chow.
Oh,
Yeah.
the Cho one.
Yeah, the Chow, Jay Chow, literally Jay Chow, literally like his Chow his Cho actually, no, not Jay Chow, sorry, Jay Cho. It's confusing a little bit, but hey, I'm a massive fan of Jay Cho. That's why I call myself Jays, and Jay took my IGN from season 1. That's why I don't like him. But anyways, that's history. Yeah, so his flexibility really shines in the form of RSG, and there's also the trust. Now, what I want to see is more trust inbound from the side of King's Vanguard. They need to really work on that communication. You mentioned that at the start of the whole match, right? The two Indonesians now have to melt with the Singaporeans.
True.
The communication barrier, is that a problem going in?
Yeah, that's the thing. I think we discussed this one last week as well. And when it comes to esports, I think I'm not pretty sure if really it is a barrier there, but I think chemistry would really a factor. Communication because Lord. Fight back. It's not easy.
It's not easy, but how? You see, MOBA is a game of 5D, 4D chess, right? On top of the fact that you have to be good at your hero, you need to master macro. At the same time, you also have to take a look of the whole map. But before we actually expand on that one, here you go. The MVP of the game, Roy on that Farsa. 9-1-11 is his KDA. 10k gold. 100% kill participation. He's always there when his team is looking for the kills.
So basically everywhere. And they couldn't catch this guy with only a single death. That's the thing. With the wings by wings, it's going to be easy for him to go back as well as position himself at the right moment, at the right time. With 100% kill participation, this is big as well. Only shows here that RSG can also fight if they need to together.
Yeah, correction, that's not a flame shot Farsa, by the way. That's a purified Farsa. But he actually identifies... This is also one of his comfort heroes as well from the side of Roy. Roy has been there also. He's been through the international stage before. His experience comes in and gives wonders over the side of RSG.
Wow, RSG, game 1. And now let us see how this game will go on. KGV, though, on the other side. Lucas has been banned. So this is one of the heroes has been really showing up on the side of KGV. Now I can say rather that it's going to be a permanent respect ban here against the side of KGV. But what's next for the side of Nandez? We've seen Nandez on that alpha. And I think he's better suited to be really mobile, not a fighter one. Let's see on the Hayabusa on his Ling. I haven't seen that one yet.
Yeah, so basically it's just, I feel like Joe H did not prioritize his heroes, right? His comfort roles, and now all of a sudden he's forced into this uncomfortable position as a fighter jungle. You see how he struggled right there. Yes, I know technically speaking Lucas is a fighter, but now in this particular meta he could burst anybody like an assassin. He's like a fighter assassin, but more assassiny.
With a burst, right?
With a burst, a long range burst.
Oh man, yeah.
Yeah.
I said that's why this hero is really one of the most notable banned heroes in the game. And still, I'm going to expect that this is going to be the ban as well on the second game. They couldn't give this one for the side of KGV unless they open first pick is going to be RSG this time around.
And that's where the power of first pick and second picks comes into play. Don't forget, Onyx ID loves to go second pick, right? Especially when Coach Chip is back. They really truly shine on second picks because they are able to manipulate the draft. First pick, unfortunately, your first pick is blind. That is always the biggest problem if you go first pick. You have to make sure that you pick a very strong one. That's why you know, flex heroes comes into play.
Correct.
First pick Kimmy, first pick Lucas, your first pick Ezektra as well. So it's all about putting your best foot forward, but sometimes you're putting your best foot forward into the sea. You don't know what you're stepping into. There could be sharks right there. I don't know why we're going back to marine biology, Abstract. I really don't know, Abstract, if you're listening into this one.
Lessons, subjects, we've discussed way many things, topics last week. We've been to geography as well, Jason. There, we've been to geography as well.
Yeah, geography. Yeah, Arctic is actually on the north. Antarctica is the south. Penguins don't. There's no penguins in Arctic. There's only penguins in Antarctica. But we're going back into the draft very, very soon. With this game of chess coming out from RSG and Kings Vanguard has to start from this draft, and I feel like it's really down to the execution from the side of Kings Vanguard. There needs to be trust. Trust is a must for this particular team if Kings Vanguard wants to do something out of this match.
Exactly. Execution. So far on the first game, the execution here for KGV somehow predictable.
Matilda.
And now, okay, there you go. Matilda. They won't give this one up. And we've seen also the Lucas. For sure, Lucas will be banned here.
Definitely.
Except RSG want to use this one.
Yeah,
KGV.
but right now, if Kings Vanguard go ahead and ban Lucas right here, it's basically giving a free ban over the side of RSG, right? Like Kimi will be the first ban coming out from Drew H. Wise choice right there.
Okay, Jay though is very flexible. You've mentioned, of course, right? He has been Guinevere, and you also somehow you can also use the Valier itself. It's really unorthodox. So I'm believing, of course, Jay could pull out this one through. It's gonna be difficult indeed for KGV, not only just to ban the meta heroes here, comfort heroes as well for RSG. It's difficult to really counter this team right now.
And what I like about the side of RSG is that there you go. That's the Lucas ban that I was talking about. Not gonna give it up, not gonna let you down, gonna turn around and deserve you or something. I can't remember lyrics, but you guys get the point. Lucas gonna be not gonna be able to be played in this match at all. They're gonna deny it away from Kings Vanguard.
It's really
Sorry, I just rickrolled everybody on the internet.
KGV on the other side. Okay, Joy. Yeah.
Joy was actually kind of surprisingly forgotten in the first match, right?
Yes.
With her recent buffs as well, you start to see her being played a lot more. That AOE, that snowball potential. It wasn't being. I'm actually surprised that Joe H did not select the Joy in that particular game.
Correct.
Could basically easily counter that.
Yes.
Can basically run down Farsa.
Now that you mention it, of course, you're mentioning right. Bao was way far ahead with this Joy.
Need somebody to catch him up.
Okay then. So since this is the game 2, I think there's so many things. This is why we're going to highlight the drafting phase is really, really important as well, and how these teams are going to execute the game. And now, of course, Kalea has been taken down here with the side of RSG. First pick, though, there's so many first pick potentials here. You can go for the Zushin. Again, Zushin has been considered as one of the first picks. Phobius also actually compared to the last week. Yeah,
wow.
Last week.
What's
actually,
this? Season 8?
No, it's still one of the most picked heroes as well.
Yeah,
Phobius won.
Definitely.
And most contested. So, KGV.
KGV right here. One more ban. The Suyo also available if they really want to respect. There's also the Fanny ban that they're gonna that they might want to ban it out if they want to respect the Yawn. But now they're just gonna basically just a little bit of a knee-jerk reaction. The Hayabusa. They have no answer to it.
So Fanny.
They need to try to protect
Chip.
the
There you go.
Stain, and there you go. RSG snap picking that chip right off away, going in the hands of Jay. Now, if you give a doctor a scalpel, imagine what he could do with a saw. He'll cut your limbs away, but he'll amputate. He's gonna literally amputate King's Vanguard right there.
Okay, first time I think. This is gonna be the first time I think we are going to see a chip being considered in the draft, in the roster here.
Yeah, Chip almost like, look at that, 19 ban. Actually, he has 19 ban.
Exactly.
Bans. He has never picked at all, almost 100% ban in MPL Singapore. And there you go, RSG will take that up because his mobility, his recent buff as well, is way too annoying. And now, KGV will go to prioritize on the Moscow.
Okay.
Valentina being selected, try to take that ultimate away.
Okay then. Okay. So at least they have the counter here as well for the side of KGV and Fanny as well. Wow, so many most banned heroes that we have been seeing on last week now opens up here in this second game. This is pretty good, but they need to have somehow of the control here as well for the side of KGV. Okay, first game we've seen the lack of control from this guy, but KGV right now they have Valentina again, Liechtenstein on the Moscow. They have the split push, but Can they counter this incredible lineup here coming in from RSG?
Yeah, you talk about split pushers, right? I like how Moskov being selected to counteract against Yon's Fanny. But if you ban away Yon's Fanny in the first match, rest assured Yon is crazy on this Fanny, right? He's gonna jump onto you even before you're ready. Now your split push potential is easily countered by a split push Fanny, and on top of that, in order to overload the Valentina, you give her a lot of these ultimates. Now, which ultimate do you want to pick? You want to pick the ultimate from Badang? Do you want to pick the ultimate from the Chip? Or even potentially something else? King's Vanguard responds with a Gato Kacha, which is a very good counter against Chip's ultimate.
True.
Because every time when people congregate into somebody, you want to use your AOG to catch or basically to zone people away as your team retreats.
But this highlights right now that KGV is kind of defensive in a way. So
they're definitely on the defensive.
Yeah,
they're basically reacting to game number 1.
Again, RSG is still going to dictate this game for sure.
Fredrin,
but Fredrin, yeah, I think Fredrin.
They know something.
Mm-hmm.
They definitely know something.
Fredrin is pretty good ban for me because one ship, of course, going to for the teleport, Fredrin can really easily be the vanguard for that one for the side of KGV. Yeah. But on the other side, okay, they are taking out Mages. Their Farsa is out this time around. So Valentina, you have a Moskov, you have a Garakatcha. With the jungle here.
Oh, RSG. That Baxia ban, truly telling.
I don't know if you've seen last week's game. There's a pocket pick coming in from Absolute Zero, a Baxia, and Estes.
Yeah.
Oh, what the?
I counter your Hugh, and I have Hughes.
Oh,
yeah,
man.
So RSG, they're hinting that they kind of want to go for a lot more regen-y kind of heroes, right? Like what? But then again, your
Arlott? Oh yeah. It's a great counter as well.
Yeah.
The final slash. Ah, yeah. How can I forget? Because we really rarely see a chip on game. But then again, I would like to highlight KGV. They know how to counter this chip with the way how they pick this one.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with you now. The Arlott is really just nice coming out from Jewel H. At least you can start to feel that he's taking charge in terms of this draft in game number 2 this time around. The Arlott, truly a wonderful pick against the likes of Chip, the likes of Fanny as well. You can fly in and sweep, and then you perma lock her down. RSG needs to respond to this particular draft with these 2 remaining picks.
But don't you think Jace is the side of Moskov here, Liechtenstein, is kind of vulnerable? He's a perfect target for the Fanny, for sure.
Definitely.
Yeah, this is the only thing I want to highlight here. The KGV, they do have so plenty of counter with this chip, with this team fight, but they're vulnerable on their gold lane here. Okay, Vexana.
Yeah, Roy's Vexana, and then after that, you just have to try to counter, right? If you're already gonna get stun locked by the Gato Kacha by Arlott, now on the top of maintaining the theme of overloading that Valentina's ultimate, now I am you. Which one do you take, right? You cannot be everybody. You can only be one person. So Vexana's ultimate will do the job. The additional body for King's Vanguard to be a little bit distracted is definitely amazing, and I like this. Akai coming out from the side of Super Ryan. Man, I'm loving this draft, right? This particular game number 2 draft. There's so many amazing responses coming out of Drew H this time around.
I'm looking forward to how they execute. Okay, the draft is pretty good.
Yes.
Now execution. You mentioned this a while ago. How will KGV now execute this game? They have a perfect now, let's just say a draft. We can really go at par with this draft coming in from RSG.
Yeah, definitely. I'm putting a lot more chips right here. No pun intended for the side of RSG, but I'm putting more chips right here for the side of for King's Vanguard, right? This draft looks amazing, right? Now they've got so many ways to disengage. There's so many CCs, and now it's all about how RSG they have to play smart around this roster.
But I believe RSG going to be very aggressive here in the early stage of the game. They have to. They don't want this KGV to be complacent in this kind of draft right now. And now here we go, Jays. Looking forward, KGV versus the side of RSG. Game 2 here in our week 2.
There's so many exciting things to take note about RSGSG and King's Vanguard. 1-1 taking the stage once again. You get to see the chip almost permaban in MPL Singapore and now making a return in game number 2 for RSG. Man, there's so many things to talk about. If I can basically write a thesis out of this particular game.
But we are going to talk about this chip right now because the first moment we see RSG locking in the chip King's Vanguard ultimately just picks again those counters here. We have seen now the God Kacha being picked, the Valentina being picked here as well. But if you're Valentina, if you're Walker Knuckle, you've mentioned overload this hero, this player, which ultimates is going to prioritize here. It's going to give him the pressure as well on how this decision making will be executed here.
Yeah, speaking about pressure, you can see RSG putting a lot of pressure down in the bottom lane already. The mobility of Jay shows himself in the mid. King's Vanguard, they need to basically try to react against this crazy rotations coming out from RSG because Liechtenstein needs some help.
I agree. Liechtenstein indeed needs some help here. Look at CS as well. This is a pretty good matchup for both. Both have a great certain range as well, and I think CS is going to be very safe at this moment in time for RSG. King's Vanguard, however, here, will this defensive play be enough though?
We saw that, Yon. That's a mistake. I saw that. But yeah, you can start to see that, you know, RSG is trying to make a lot of moves around the King's Vanguard right here. King's Vanguard, on the other hand, constantly getting off, but Jay stepping forward just a little bit more. Nice disengage coming out for King's Vanguard for now.
I thought that was going to be a 4-team fight there, but of course, aggressive control from both teams. And meanwhile, the turtle is up right now. Everyone has the vision around that area. And this is going to be a convergence here. Look at this one, Nandez already going to take the turtle.
Nandez, you know, we talk about how he's a little bit uncomfortable on the fighter junglers. You see how he would do on a tank jungler instead. It's going to be first turtle given over the side of Vanguard. An excuse for RSG. They're not going to put on the excuse just yet.
Wow, I think RSG, both games we're seeing here, they're not prioritizing actually the objectives right now. They're looking for the right moment to pounce in. But so far, the chip haven't got yet the teleport. And I'm expecting here, once the teleport is activated, that's going to be the mayhem starting to here in this game.
Yep, good call coming up by RSG. They're not gonna, they're not in a position to fight. They don't have chase level 4, so they're just, okay, you know what, let's get the turtle, let's bide out time for now.
Wow, imagine if the teleport is going to be there. Usually I've seen Walker Knuckle going to, as you can see, he's stalling already the ultimate here, just in case. Oh, there you go.
AOG right on the spot at the same time. Raw gets locked down just a little bit, and now it's going to be Knuckle summoning the Goon Squad. At the same time, Chip also activating his own. It's going to be a massive brawl right in the mid lane at the same time, and okay, CS takes it to the skies. Super Ryan single dot away. CS will also pick that up. Just another picking, another dessert for the side of CS, and now Nandez getting penned right down by Closer as well. CS trying to output the damage. Nandez dashes over the wall, and RSG is a 3-man down for that scuffle.
Oh, RSG, OMJ just commented here, CS has to play very safe, but then again, he's in the middle of the team fight there, man. He's there. He got a double as well. And now Liechtenstein, again, he has the freedom to take this lane, but that was the fight that we have been expecting a while back. Remember, of course, the teleport has been committed there. Same thing, Walker Knuckle going to dictate that one with that ultimate as well. With the brawl comes in, so many defensive skill sets coming in from King's Vanguard on how to counter the team fight.
Yeah, and this roster, this matchup actually favors King's Vanguard a lot more. Remember, we talk about how, you know, King's Vanguard, they're strong with the 5v5s as long as Liechtenstein's joined the fight. Even though Liechtenstein did not join the fight, but there you go, there's a replay.
There you go. Yeah, this is going to be now the initiations coming in from King's Vanguard. As the moment the teleports come in, there's the counter coming in from King's Vanguard. The battle's been split here, but look at Yon, how he zigzagged his way just to pick the right target's backline.
Oh, hold on a second, the fight's already going on. It's going to be this time round RSG controlling the turtle pit for now with the help of the chip. A lot of ultimates being expended for the side of RSG to gain the real estate, but King's Vanguard losing one.
Okay, this is a win here for the side of RSG, but again, Liechtenstein going to go for the split push, which,
Look at Nandez right there, but that's a big fat Archive that could refuse to die. Takes a little bit long and now buys a little bit more time for the side of King and Vanguard to try to reinforce. Closer over here, gets stuck on the wall, and now will not be able to jump away.
What?
Jay coming in to reinforce, but hold on a second, King's Vanguard, that's a juicy target that they let go easily.
They survive.
I do not know how close to survive that one.
What's the damage? And look how CS managed to take the turret on the top side as well. King's Vanguard. Oh, unfortunately there for Nandez. He's been caught. And there's no retribution there we've seen coming in from King's Vanguard to take anyone from the side of RSG.
Yeah. Well, at the very least, you know, Liechtenstein was able to secure a bottom lane. You want to also talk about, you know, how the 1-1 technically doesn't need boots at all.
Yep.
So you can invest more money into your components quickly. And if you see the item, if you take a look at the items earlier, Liechtenstein and CS already secured their own corrosive scythe, but Liechtenstein has boots. So that's something that, you know, even though, yes, King's Vanguard kind of looks like in the head in terms of the lead with these objective takes and also the first turtle, RSG is getting more value out of their gold.
Yeah, don't get me wrong, Jay. I think this is a better game still for the side of Kings Vanguard compared to Game 1. I think they adjusted really well, and look at how the draft alone can change the tempo here. Now, we've seen Kings Vanguard securing objectives. They have also securing team fights that they are in favor here, but RSG, on the other side, they had plans of their own. They're still being aggressive here, and King's Vanguard still being the defensive at this moment. Look at Yon. Okay.
Will not be able to jump onto Walker Knuckle as of yet. Does have the Vexana ultimate. They need to play around that one. And Walker Knuckle right here, holding on to the Vexana ultimate as well would be invaluable going into this turtle fight.
Okay, RSG spotted. Of course, is controlling this area. Already in Bao is there. Remember, the ultimate's pretty much ready for both teams here. The question is, who is going to initiate this team fight? Now Nandez is in the turtle. Look at the positioning though, coming in from Jay. It's pretty good. I love it. He's on the flanks here. Now going to charge in.
They're going to charge in right here, but don't forget, Jay can easily summon the Goon Squad all together. But then again, you see how King's Vanguard gives a little white bread right there. Jay taking a lot of attention right here, and now King's Vanguard going to invest everything into Jay. The spin, the wall, the turtle being taken down by RSG right here. The fight still ensues though. Yon coming in, but the wall coming up from closer is actually affecting a lot in terms of the anti-synergy. Yon trying to dash, misses the cable right here. Take down Super Raya at the same time. Walker Knuckle hikes all the way back. RSG. This is a very messy fight coming out from both of these two teams.
Very messy, but the sustain is there coming in from RSG. How in the world again? King's Vanguard, they have so many kits there, but the finishing blow is not really available for the side of KGV.
Yes. Oh, he's going to tempt fate just a little bit longer, but then again, it's going to be Liechtenstein taking a chip down. CS down a little bit low, just in the nick of time. Jay sacrificing himself, make sure that CS stays alive.
Again, they need to target Liechtenstein here, but look at Yon. He did? He stole? Yeah, I believe he did.
Then there's the purple though, but he's down low. RSG is actually encroaching into the territory of King's Vanguard, and they're not comfortable with it. The mobility coming out from Yon, and Yon, they know RSG knows that this is a very tanky team coming out of King's Vanguard, right? They've got Super Ryan on the regen. They've also got Akai. They also got Bao. So now RSG, they need to rely on mostly DPS, like CS, like closer burst coming out from Roy, and also Yon doesn't work on King's Vanguard anymore.
Oh man! And now RSG here. I think we've seen right now that the King's Vanguard, yes, they are very tanky, but then again, they don't have the damage on their side here as well. They're really relying so much for Liechtenstein. As you can see in the itemizations here, okay, corrosion site is here already for Liechtenstein, but they still needs the DHS compared here with the side of CS. CS secured also the Sea Halberd. As you mentioned, very tanky. This is one of the items they need to counter this one up.
Yeah, like, look at the items. There's a lot of defensive items coming out from the side of King's Vanguard, right? Super Ryan building on the Thunderbelt needs time to stack. And the more that, you know, RSG is not showing themselves into these team fights, Super Ryan can't stack his Thunderbelt.
This is going to be difficult indeed for the side of King's Vanguard here. They must need to have that finishing blow in order for them to really win the major team fights. And look at this one. They know the target on the top side. This is the threat. The Liechtenstein is really the threat. They need to pick him off here, but I think RSG is just doing some diversion plays here.
Jay, concealed play coming in and also try to distract King's Vanguard just a little bit longer. Jay jumping onto King Anandes for now. Walker Knuckle backs off right here. You can see the hesitation coming off of King's Vanguard. At the same time, Yon just deals with Super Ryan. Spin for the win right here. The reject coming up from the War Axe as you saw. But Jay is still distracting King's Vanguard from actually taking the purple buff. So many distractions coming up from RSG. And now they're going to strike. Bao will be the victim right here. AOG all the way back to the safety as Yon and Jay just distracting King's Vanguard with everything in the book, and King's Vanguard don't know how to react to RSG.
Again, the outplay coming in from RSG here. Oh, Nandez is going to be the target.
Nandez tries to basically spin for the win right here. He has one mine and one mine only to go into the Lord Pit, but the battle of the ultimates of the Vexana not allowing King's Vanguard to basically encroach onto the Lord territory. This Lord is RSG's.
RSG again, beautiful execution. This is going to be the split push on the bot side coming from Yon. Everyone from King's Vanguard just focusing entirely in that area while they're taking out the Lord. It's really good for RSG to have this kind of macro gameplay against King's Vanguard.
Yeah, you're right. RSG is literally out macroing King's Vanguard, right? Yeah, King's Vanguard, undoubtedly they have skill because they are able to micro, they're able to win fights. But now it's just RSG just dangling carrots all across the place. Now King's Vanguard is falling apart.
Oh, the Lord is now marching through here in the bot side. All lanes are being pressured here. This is going to be a defense coming in from King's Vanguard right now. Will they be able to do so? And look at the split push to the top side here. Just Yon, just clearly just having his time of his life there. King's Vanguard cannot do anything about this.
King's Vanguard, they're anticipating a fight right there. They don't dare to split. RSG abusing that fact. Shove up top. And now there's a stun coming out from Lucian State. Trying to do all the way. Finally goes down for the count. There's also Vexana Ultimate coming out from the same time at the same time. Nandez using a defensive heavy spin. Trying to heavy spin all the way out of there. King's Vanguard still takes down Jay though.
Brian has been taken down here in Bao, trying to back away as well. Will they be able to defend though? This is just RSG again. This pressure is making King's Vanguard just this many decisions, just reacting in every way.
It's just butterfly effects coming up from RSG, right? Like Jay sacrificing himself, being able to penetrate down mid is, I think, is a good one. But now if RSG tries to take down the top side turret as well, CS gets a little bit closer, a nice wall, but he's got to Walker Knuckle punishing him for that one.
Oh, that's gonna be unfortunate here. Roy doesn't have that ultimate at that moment. He dives in. And unfortunately there for RSG, yes, they still have the upper hand here, don't get me wrong, but King's Vanguard, this is very alarming in this kind of situation right now. Both sides, all sides rather, don't have the alert hearts anymore. And Lucian Stain, it's not going to be a free lane for this guy at this moment.
Yeah, right now all trust has to be placed into Lucian Stain. He's the only one who would be capable on stunning Jay to output a damage to try to DPS RSG down. But RSG on the other hand, you know, they've done permanent damage down in the bottom lane, opening up the bottom lane for themselves.
Only one turret, Jay. Only one turret has been secured here by King's Vanguard. And this is going to be difficult here. And as mentioned, right, it's not going to be easy now for Lucian Stain to just go split push. Because again, Fanny is in the vicinity. It's going to be easy for them to just pick off a lone wolf here in this area. And now King's Vanguard. What is going to be their decision here? Will they go for the Lord? Remember, the positioning, they're just everywhere here. They're just everywhere. RSG just controlling the map.
Yeah, look at how King's Vanguard, they don't even dare to go into the river. You see how spread out RSG is, basically giving information. They have full map control, and King's Vanguard doesn't know how to react. Jay just pops a conceal, reviews Bao right there, but RSG knows this Lord is theirs. Top lane, King's Vanguard is too busy defending.
Okay, I think this is, I can say, the best decision that King's Vanguard could have. They must not force the team fight there on the Lord. But however, they must be wary of the destroyed inhibitor turret on the bot side. It could be easily be split pushed here by Yon as well. But when it comes to the defense though, again, we've mentioned on the draft, there's so plenty of kits. They have the Whirlwind Dance, they have the AOG there just to counter these incredible team fights, but they have to look out for these surprises coming in from the teleports, coming in from split push, coming in from Yon.
Yep, the Lord marching down bot at the same time. Jay showing presence. He doesn't care about King's Vanguard. He knows there's not enough damage into Mariah, Bao, and also Nandez at the same time. So he's just trying to poke, but CS takes down topside at the same time. Where is the engage coming out from King's Vanguard? I don't see it, Deadeye.
No, I don't think King's Vanguard is going to force this issue. Oi! Oi! What?
Two ultimates being burned away.
What?
Missed. RSG. Man, they're gonna take it. We take those wins.
Are my eyes are dead? Are dead eye? What did? Oh, there you go.
Okay, now it's going to be RSG time to strike at the same time. Luxionstein goes into the Wind of Nature at the same time. Yawn will be able to get out of there, and now RSG trying to crack the mid lane open, but he finds himself a little bit of trouble right here.
Oh, SOD!
Right at the same time, Luxionstein will take it anyway. CS trying to find a way to get into the air, but he doesn't really have an opportunity to jump, and now it's going to be Luxionstein, but CS outputting the damage against Luxionstein. 2 men for the side of RSG down. King's Vanguard, they will take those for now.
Minions? Okay, what is that exchange, Jay? What just happened? 2 big ultimates expanded coming in from King's Vanguard, but they managed to defend still and get the kill.
Man, I kid you not. Luck is a skill as we take a look at this replay.
Yeah, imagine this one, and now it is Nandez actually just controlling the back lines, and just like that, follow-up comes through. This was a surprise coming in from Luxionstein there with that incredible SOD, cutting off their escape in this kind of situation. But King's Vanguard, that decision just really turns the tide of the battle here, that they can still fight.
Yeah, definitely, right? But right here, yeah, they're leading with 8k goal lead, but you don't want to squander that away, obviously, right? But you can start to see Luxionstein's comfort on this Moskov, and it starts to show, right? CS wasn't able to jump into the air. Had he had the ability to do that, to use his ultimate, I think King's Vanguard would be doomed. But yeah, King's Vanguard was just lucky, and that's what I mentioned. Luck is a skill.
Skill, yes.
Luck is a superpower.
It's a superpower. But imagine if that final slash and that ultimate coming in from Vexana were available at that moment as well. Oh man, this is just an insane exchanges of fights coming in from both teams here. It only shows here King's Vanguard are not gonna is not a team that could be easily swaying through here. And look at this one, RSG with the Lord. This is now the Evolved Lord, I believe. So this is really, really strong right now for their siege later on. But King's Vanguard, I believe, Jay, they're still going to be on the defensive end here, but now they must use their ultimates at the right moment here.
Definitely, right? Luckily for Super Ryan, your final slash, the cooldown's a little bit short. So you saw that earlier sequence, he used it twice. Walker Knuckle, your the Vexana ultimate, the value is not only just the fact that you have your 6 body, right? The value is the knock-up, right? Which King's Vanguard kind of squandered it away just a little bit. But RSG on the other hand, right here, like what we mentioned, total map control, controlling the Lord Pit, taking the Lord for themselves, and then setting up top.
There you go. King's Vanguard on the verge of the upcoming siege coming in from RSG. And we've seen Nandez with this heavy spin can have a great utility here just to fend off the damage dealers, the back line. So we are going to look out for this Akai on this next move.
Jay goes into conceal. Lord already up top, and now RSG tried to work onto this turret in the mid lane at the same time. Yawn threatening to jump onto Luxionstein.
Okay.
But then again, it's going to be King's Vanguard. The AOE manages to clear off the Lord and defend with a little bit of health in the mid lane turret.
Okay, they're playing it safe for now, but Nandez is
out. He's out. It's not going to be able. He has to dash away, but nice. Super Ryan. The members of RSG getting caught off guard just a little bit more, and now at the very least, RSG manages to take away the mid lane turret, all because of Chip's ultimate to try to disengage.
Wow, little by little there, Jays. Little by little, RSG is going to take out this last inhibitor turret against King's Vanguard. If you right now, I'm seeing King's Vanguard here is trying to make a miracle play here. Will they be able to do so? I mean, they don't have that mobility to do such risky plays here. If they are going to commit on this kind of stage right now, it's going to be difficult for them to return back into the base and going to defend the throne here.
Yeah. RSG just couldn't end that game earlier just now, even with the Evolved Lord. They have to wait for another 48 seconds for the Lord to come back up. King's Vanguard, I think they had half the mind to basically set up a trap right there just a little bit.
Yeah.
As you saw, but RSG's not biting it because they have full map vision, no control, because of CS just in that bush seeing everything.
Yeah, the safe way here for the side of RSG is again to take the Lord in this kind of situation. Now we are seeing King's Vanguard as well holding their base here as much as they could. And now look at the itemizations. Yeah, you mentioned most of this one are defensive items. The only damage dealer we see here is actually a CS. And now we talk about the Thunder Belt as well, Jay. At this moment, 20 minutes at least, maybe at least 10 stacks there for the Thunder Belt. So will this be enough though? I mean, Super Ryan, he has the final slash. Final slash can initiate team fights, set the place there, follow up with bow on that AOG. Still, we are going to look out the damage. Is Liechtenstein could be able to pull this one through? Walker Knockout is the next one here for the side of King's Vanguard to at least dish out the necessary damage as well. However, RSG, they have plenty of options here. Going full all in, go for split push. They also have the Lord here in this kind of situation. And at this moment in time, the siege and the fight will come after this Lord.
No way that King's Vanguard one handshake that team fight.
Yeah.
No, giving that Lord. King's Vanguard is telling me, yep. Send in your horses, send in your lords. We will protect this particular core right here in their base. That wasn't supposed to rhyme, by the way.
Look at the immortalities has been used already. Liechtenstein doesn't have. Okay, there you go. I was about to ask, is going to have anything of a defensive item? I do believe that's a Winter's Crown being bought here by the side of Liechtenstein. So they need to hold as long as possible, or at least get some counter kills here if they want to defend this one. There you go. This is now the Lord Jays, and we're going to expect a team fight or an end game.
Spin for the win. Try to put a special there. That's the super. That's the final switch you're looking out for. And now it's also going to be the Vixen Ultimate coming up for King's Vanguard, trying to hold on just a little bit longer. But the Lord is still healthy. Yawn is going down low, and now they're trying to force it on the core instead. And RSG. That's game number 2.
Wow, that was still very hard for King's Vanguard to really defend that one. I've seen Nandez on that last sequence though. He's pushing away CS on that team fight. But, you know, the rest of the team still has the kit to do so to finish the game, unfortunately there. But look at this one, RSG still sweeping the series, still on the top, and they're looking good.
Yeah, game 2 definitely looks a lot better for King's Vanguard, mind you. But also, you know, RSG, had that team fight just went like 1 or 2 seconds longer, RSG would have been dead. Because Yon made the snap decision to try to push for that core instead. So it's a really well macro play coming out from RSG. The experience really started to show.
Yeah, and we've seen right now on this series itself, the draft is really important here. Execution-wise and how to counter also your opponent is very important as well. And KGV did some they adapted on that game there on the game 2. But then again, so I mentioned experiences there, and as well as decision making. Man, this is incredible for the side of RSG and how they pulled this one through. But man, this series, RSGSG is now on the top, if I'm not mistaken, because they do have 2 sweeps already. Wow.
So I really like, you know, what we're seeing coming up from both these 2 teams, right? Not only just RSG, definitely they're the stronger ones this time around, but King's Vanguard will have to go back to the castle to lick their wounds just a little bit longer, as, you know, I think there's a lot of learnings that King's Vanguard can definitely take back. As we talked you through about the statistics earlier just now for that particular game, you will still just see the fact that, you know, the Thunder Belt, the defensive items coming in from the side of King's Vanguard, RSG also wise itemizations coming out from Yon as well. That War Axe, that Thorn Blade Armor at the same time.
Speaking of this itemizations, right? As you can see, so many defensive items for the side of KGV. We've mentioned, of course, they are very tanky lineup, but where's the damage coming out from? So they have to rely for Liechtenstein, they have to rely for Walker Knuckle alone. But on that last sequence, even though Nandez giving so many space with that heavy spin against CS, the rest of the teams here can really still pack a punch. Roy, Closer, as well as Jan, dish out incredible damage.
Yeah, and even though you can sense the anti-synergy, because Closer you have the wall, and Yon needs that free real estate. He's a free roam chicken, right? You need to let him run, alright? Because the last thing you need is Closer setting up a wall, and the Fanny just spins right into it. And then all of a sudden the Fanny gets caught off guard, and then after that she gets busted down. That's a few instances that you see King's Vanguard using that against RSG, but RSG has managed to recover just a little bit more. You can see the sets coming out from Super Ryan. Wonderful, by the way.
Yeah.
And the follow-up from Walker Knuckle. They know what they need to do, and they try to execute that one combo but unfortunately, RSG managed to survive quite a few numbers of that.
I think there were some skirmishes that we have seen, Jay, that RSG was caught off guard, but they still managed to survive and escape. That's why I'm trying to find out where's the damage coming from here. As you can see, it's, as expected, Walker Knuckle and Liechtenstein has the most damage here in the team of KGV. Without this this three alone could not be able to finish the play. They do have so many defensive skill sets there, utilities as well. After this wombo combo, stun locks there, without the finishing blow, it's just isn't enough here for KGV.
Yep, definitely KGV. Well, congratulations to RSG. Taking that match in I would even say it's a dominating series, right?
Yep.
At least game one is it's kind of dominating. Game number two, you can start to see a bit of a fighting chance coming up side of King's Vanguard if they actually hung on a little bit longer, because Walker Knuckle, that positioning is actually quite nerdy, man.
Yeah, his performance is actually pretty good. Not only game two, game one as well. So that's why I'm looking forward for KGV here and how they're going to adopt this lineup. But Walker Knuckle, I'm going to highlight Nandez. However, we mentioned his hero pool is more of a fighter, frontliner, junglers there. I'm looking forward how he be able to use the assassin types as well, damage dealers.
Yeah, exactly right. Because we did kind of point out that Nandez is. You can clearly see that, not say clearly see, but how I'm seeing this particular game is that he's not really comfortable with fighter tanks, right? When you pick up Nakai, what I want to see more is heavy spin pin people to wall, not heavy spin to disengage for himself. Disengage for the team is okay, but I don't want to see Nakai using heavy spin to disengage for himself, and that's kind of sense that, hey, maybe I'm not really comfortable with this hero. I want to see more King's Vanguard. I want to see Nandez on an assassin. Maybe that's something that can look out for in the next series.
I think this is one of the points we as casters looking forward for KGV to adopt on their following games there, on how Nandez be revolving around his hero pool there. But we're going to talk about RSG SG now, Jays. Man, they are in a pretty good spot right now. I think they're on a roll here. And Jay, we've mentioned Dr. J. His joining in the team of RSG just completes this roster pretty good.
Yeah, definitely, and I like what I'm seeing coming up from RSG. RSG is definitely a lot stronger in this particular season, but the same could not be said over the side of Team Evo, because I feel like we started to get a lot more Team Evo fans for the past season, right? And this season, you can see they're a little bit struggling this time around. I want to see a bit of the Evil's revenge. I want to see more Evil's magic, but RSG, man, they're just basically stomping down Evil right now.
This is just total opposite compared to the previous season, man. RSG was really struggling on the first half of the regular season in Season 8, but now they're very dominating here and pretty good. But Team Evil, as you mentioned, right? So I believe Team Evil will be on the third match there later on, and the next match actually it's gonna be Team Flash and Kingdom Esports.
Yeah, I think that's something I'm definitely looking out for, because if you want to measure your skill set, you need a good yardstick, right? You need to get a good ruler, and to get that good ruler, you have to fight against Team Flash. If you can make Team Flash struggle just a little bit, you good. You're good. You pat yourself on the back as well. But then again, you got King's Vanguard kind of win that game that match earlier just now. But now it's just inconsistency, right? But there you go. That's also going to be the MVP of this game. CS on this 1-1-4-0-2. No deaths at all.
Yeah, man. This I really expected CS is gonna be just a safe gold laner here, but once that teleport pops, bam, he's just there on that right spot. His aggressiveness on this 1-1 actually just gives a great advantage for the team to control the game. I mean, Liechtenstein, yes, they provided Liechtenstein or sacrificed this lane to Liechtenstein to scale himself, but they know that they can still brawl, that they know that Liechtenstein isn't enough for the team fight win there.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, like what I mentioned, CS definitely proved himself invaluable over the side of RSG. You've seen the growth of CS. I've described it very harshly, and I love what I'm seeing. I don't care. This is how I measure success, right? I don't care whether you're successful now. I want to see how far you're grown, and CS, in my books, he definitely succeeded right there.
Wow, coming out from Jay. So
what was this, a philosophy lesson?
Another lesson. Another lesson here. But yeah. But I'm looking forward for the next game also, Jays. Now it's Kingdom Esports and Team Flash. Oh, this is going to be a banger here.
Yeah, so definitely we're looking forward to Kingdom Esports, ladies and gents. But of course, we got so much. We got games for you. We got kind of crazy storylines starting with Farm around week 2. Week 1 was an introduction arc, and now we're finally into a bit more. The problem statement being thrown right here. But ladies and gents, it is very, very exciting because coming up next is going to be Kingdom Esports going up against Team Flash. We talk about measuring against measuring a good ruler. I would say Team Flash is a good ruler, no pun intended.
Yeah, I think we're looking for that one for the next match. So, guys, I believe the site right now, if you are going to watch the games live, I think we're live in Westgate right now. So, people are there looking forward. You see the photos last week? So,
yeah, there's a lot of people.
Yeah, Bukit Panjang. So, I'm really looking forward for the site, but unfortunately this week we are going to be here, Jay.
Yeah, for now. But okay, ladies and gents, don't go away, ladies and gents. We're going to go into a short break. Don't go away because coming up next is going to be Kingdom Esports going up against Team Flash. You don't want to miss that series. And we'll return to you right after a short break.
MPL Singapore Season 8 ended with Flash securing a three-peat. But this season, everything changes. With a brand new format, new challenges await. The regular season journey has 4 key stages: seeded stage, challenger qualifiers, challenger stage, and last chance qualifiers, all leading up to the playoffs.
In the seeded stage, 5 MPL Singapore teams from last season will compete in a best-of-3 round-robin format. Meanwhile, the challenger qualifiers give community teams a shot at the big stage. Over 2 weeks, the top 2 teams from each qualifier will advance to the challenger stage. The challenger stage will feature the 5 MPL Singapore teams from the seeded stage and the 4 community teams from the challenger qualifiers.
In the first 2 weeks, MPL Singapore and community teams will compete in a best-of-1 intergroup round-robin format. In the final week, community teams will face off in a best-of-1 round-robin. The MPL Singapore teams will be ranked based on their performance in the seeded and challenger stages. The top 4 teams will move on to the playoffs, while the bottom-ranked team drops into the challenger stage rankings for one more shot. In the challenger stage, the 5 remaining teams are ranked based on their challenger stage results. The top-ranked team secures the playoff spot, while the remaining 4 will enter the last chance qualifiers.
In the last chance qualifier, one final opportunity awaits: a 2-stage battle to secure the last playoff spot. In stage 1, community teams get one last shot to qualify. The top 2 teams will advance to stage 2. In stage 2, they'll face off against the 4 teams relegated from the challenger stage in a best-of-1 single elimination bracket. Only one team will survive and claim the final playoff spot.
To summarize, in the MPL Singapore Season 9 format, there will be 5 MPL Singapore teams and 4 community teams qualifying through the challenger qualifiers. Based on regular season performance, the top 4 MPL Singapore teams will advance directly to the playoffs, while the 5th-ranked team is relegated to the challenger stage rankings. In the challenger stage, the 5th-ranked MPL Singapore team and the 4 community teams will be ranked based on their challenger stage results. The top-ranked team from this stage will secure a spot in the playoffs, while the remaining 4 teams move into last chance qualifier stage 2. They will be joined by 2 additional community teams who advance through last chance qualifier stage 1, which serves as the final entry point for community teams. The winner of the last chance qualifier stage 2 bracket will secure the final playoff spot.
And then it all comes down to the playoffs. 6 teams, only one champion. Who will rise and claim the MPL SG Season 9 championship?
せてやるよ。シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。 相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
ここは俺に任せてもらった。4代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
みんな、渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ、力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。やっしゃなら。今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
MPL Singapore Season 8 ended with Flash securing a three-peat. But this season, everything changes. With a brand new format, new challenges await. The regular season journey has 4 key stages: seeded stage, challenger qualifiers, challenger stage, and last chance qualifiers, all leading up to the playoffs.
In the seeded stage, 5 MPL Singapore teams from last season will compete in a best-of-3 round-robin format. Meanwhile, the challenger qualifiers give community teams a shot at the big stage. Over 2 weeks, the top 2 teams from each qualifier will advance to the challenger stage. The challenger stage will feature the 5 MPL Singapore teams from the seeded stage and the 4 community teams from the challenger qualifiers.
In the first 2 weeks, MPL Singapore and community teams will compete in a best-of-1 intergroup round-robin format. In the final week, community teams will face off in a best-of-1 round-robin. The MPL Singapore teams will be ranked based on their performance in the seeded and challenger stages. The top 4 teams will move on to the playoffs, while the bottom-ranked team drops into the challenger stage rankings for one more shot. In the challenger stage, the 5 remaining teams are ranked based on their challenger stage results. The top-ranked team secures the playoff spot, while the remaining 4 will enter the last chance qualifiers.
In the last chance qualifier, one final opportunity awaits: a 2-stage battle to secure the last playoff spot. In stage 1, community teams get one last shot to qualify. The top 2 teams will advance to stage 2. In stage 2, they'll face off against the 4 teams relegated from the challenger stage in a best-of-1 single elimination bracket. Only one team will survive and claim the final playoff spot.
To summarize, in the MPL Singapore Season 9 format, there will be 5 MPL Singapore teams and 4 community teams qualifying through the challenger qualifiers. Based on regular season performance, the top 4 MPL Singapore teams will advance directly to the playoffs, while the 5th-ranked team is relegated to the challenger stage rankings. In the challenger stage, the 5th-ranked MPL Singapore team and the 4 community teams will be ranked based on their challenger stage results. The top-ranked team from this stage will secure a spot in the playoffs, while the remaining 4 teams move into last chance qualifier stage 2. They will be joined by 2 additional community teams who advance through last chance qualifier stage 1, which serves as the final entry point for community teams. The winner of the last chance qualifier stage 2 bracket will secure the final playoff spot.
And then it all comes down to the playoffs. 6 teams, only one champion. Who will rise and claim the MPL SG Season 9 championship?
やかましい奴らだ。 相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
ここは俺に任せて。もらった。4代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
みんな、渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ、力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。やっしゃなら。今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
MPL Singapore Season 8 ended with Flash securing a three-peat. But this season, everything changes. With a brand new format, new challenges await. The regular season journey has 4 key stages: seeded stage, challenger qualifiers, challenger stage, and last chance qualifiers, all leading up to the playoffs.
In the seeded stage, 5 MPL Singapore teams from last season will compete in a best-of-3 round-robin format. Meanwhile, the challenger qualifiers give community teams a shot at the big stage. Over 2 weeks, the top 2 teams from each qualifier will advance to the challenger stage. The challenger stage will feature the 5 MPL Singapore teams from the seeded stage and the 4 community teams from the challenger qualifiers.
In the first 2 weeks, MPL Singapore and community teams will compete in a best-of-1 intergroup round-robin format. In the final week, community teams will face off in a best-of-1 round-robin. The MPL Singapore teams will be ranked based on their performance in the seeded and challenger stages. The top 4 teams will move on to the playoffs, while the bottom-ranked team drops into the challenger stage rankings for one more shot. In the challenger stage, the 5 remaining teams are ranked based on their challenger stage results. The top-ranked team secures the playoff spot, while the remaining 4 will enter the last chance qualifiers.
In the last chance qualifier, one final opportunity awaits: a 2-stage battle to secure the last playoff spot. In stage 1, community teams get one last shot to qualify. The top 2 teams will advance to stage 2. In stage 2, they'll face off against the 4 teams relegated from the challenger stage in a best-of-1 single elimination bracket. Only one team will survive and claim the final playoff spot.
To summarize, in the MPL Singapore Season 9 format, there will be 5 MPL Singapore teams and 4 community teams qualifying through the challenger qualifiers. Based on regular season performance, the top 4 MPL Singapore teams will advance directly to the playoffs, while the 5th-ranked team is relegated to the challenger stage rankings. In the challenger stage, the 5th-ranked MPL Singapore team and the 4 community teams will be ranked.
Ladies and gentlemen, the competition is heating up. Coming up next is going to be Kingdom Esports and Team Flash. If I would say this is the measuring ruler, this is the measuring tape. A kind of match that you want to watch, because from there you get to start to see the power rankings of Kingdom Esports. My name is Jay. Joining right here is that I will be casting for this series as well. Of course, don't forget MPL Singapore Season 9 is sponsored, powered by Muntan, Pulse Nova Entertainment, Partner Esports, Head & Shoulders, and Singapore Esports Association, also known as SGEA. And of course, huge thank you to our official venue partner, Capital Land Malls. Thank you so much to these people. If not, we would not be standing here talking to you guys and teaching you philosophy and marine biology and
geography and everything else.
And math.
And math with a problem statement.
Yeah, okay. Do you study math back then, where all of a sudden, right, instead of having numbers, yes, algebra makes sense, you know, alphabets into your math. Yes, of course, nothing to see here.
True.
One of my chapters when I was studying math, is like there's a problem statement and then there's a conclusion. Statement 1, statement 2, and then you're supposed to like join. I don't understand that whole chapter at all. Do you guys have something like that?
I do believe so. It's part of logic also. For that one.
That thing. Yeah, that
yes,
thing.
Yes.
Right. Then you're supposed to like write equations based on that, but that's English.
Basically, that's it. If you know math, you must also know English, because you need to understand the problem. That one, blah blah blah. Yeah.
Oh, true.
So that's the thing.
Okay.
So from there,
that's
the thing. So from there, you have to pinpoint what's the problem, then go for your conclusion later on how to solve the problem. And speaking of problem, Jay, we no, you're my Lottie. You're my Lottie.
I am the problem.
I'm looking at a problem right now. I mean, for our reigning champions.
It is not you, it's me. Anyways, yes, let's focus on
the reigning champions.
Anyways, yes, let's focus on the reigning champions. So are they the problem? I don't know where you're going. I don't know where you're going with this one.
Team Flash we've seen some problems brewing in because they have lost games which rarely we see in that kind of situation.
Yep.
Right? A special challenger team also have won against them.
Yep, and speaking of which, here you go. The rosters: Hades, JPL, Curtizi, Vanix, and Diablo. Of course, this is the roster, the Singaporean super team that's facing a little bit problems in their home ground.
So that's it. We need to find what's really causing this much. But yeah, everyone's known about this one, that they have a new coach, and now I don't think the draft is really the problem in this case. I think it's pretty good. And now I'm just really surprised in those team fights, those little bit of skirmishes that they haven't really converted into their win. Usually it's just one-sided there. But I mean this Team Flash right now, we're seeing some competition brewing in this tournament. And now, speaking of competition, they're up against
Kingdom Esports, right? And I always like to say it's the problem is not you, it's me. All right. Maybe Team Flash is not the problem. Maybe Kingdom Esports is the problem because they are coming in hard in terms of the competition. You got Loisa, you got FMM, Melon, Malik, TZ, and also Bear. They're not to be scoffed at, right? Bear, very experienced MPL player as well. One of the stronger EXP laners that we have in the scene. FMM, the big brains behind a lot of these drafts. He was originally a gold laner.
Exactly.
And now he's a roamer. And you know the crazy things that you had to do to convert from a gold laner to a roamer.
Exactly.
And you're a roamer.
Exactly. I'm a roamer. You're a gold laner. And I do believe this is one of this between these two roles. This is one of the biggest differences.
Yeah, it's like black and white. It's like red and blue, right? It's like you're supposed to do damage from afar, but now all of a sudden you have to change your mindset to basically front. And again, you thought that you had the damage, but no, you don't have damage. You got peanut damage.
Correct. And when it comes to gold priority as well, being a gold laner, you must be the greedy one.
Correct.
And now, for being a roam, you need to be the selfless one.
Sacrificial
the sacrificial lamb.
Yeah.
There. So it's a big difference. And now,
I just want to be lamb. I'm a greedy gold laner, right? I'm a greedy gold laner, and I totally understand that.
Which is, should be a part of being a gold laner player. And this is what I highlighted abstractly last week as well. If FMM really did play a roaming role last time,
He did.
He did. So that's the thing. He's really a multi-role, but from gold lane to roam, at least he's familiar on this role. But right now, Kingdom Esports. Again, this is the storyline we have been highlighted. Kingdom Esports taken a win against the Vanguard, King's Vanguard last time, and King's Vanguard taken down Team Flash.
No, don't go there. Don't go there.
Yeah,
don't go there. Snake eat snake. Well, no, don't go there. Don't go there. That storyline died already. I think right now it's the. I don't know. I know we always use this storyline over and over again. It feels like a free for all. Once again.
Okay.
All right.
Fair enough.
Let's take it as it's a dog eat dog world, snake eat snake world, rat eat rat world, right? But right now, let's talk about this. I want to zoom into this particular matchup, right? Between Kingdom Esports and Flash. Kingdom Esports, technically speaking, is. As of before today's first match of the day, they were running in second position, and they've shown that hey, they are actually a force to be reckoned with, right? One of the potential contestants against the likes of RSG, the likes of King's Vanguard as well, in the second place. But now, this is the foe that they have to meet. Do you think think that they're gonna have a little bit of a jitteries?
Jitters. Well, you mentioned there are some experienced players in the side of Kingdom Esports, and I strongly believe that all MPL SG teams really looking up to the Team Flash team, right? But what happened last week? Oh, there's some weaknesses that we can really take advantage of here. So they're looking out what's really the problem here on the side of Team Flash. So they're vulnerable right now. It's not that. Oh, this Team Flash.
No, exactly,
that's
right?
Team Flash? Question mark.
No, right now, Team Flash is down. Kingdom Esports is looking to kick Team Flash while they're down, literally. Right?
Oh, yeah. I think, they're in here to win right now.
Definitely. But but of course, I know that we're talking about Kingdom Esports just a little bit. We also talk about FMM. He's also one of the big brains. He also have a lot of game knowledge, because I've seen this kid. Yeah, he's a kid because we're very old. We're not gonna review our age. We're not gonna dox ourselves. But yeah, we old. All right, they're young. All right, that's why we're here. he's been showing a lot of improvement in terms of game knowledge, right? Because when you talk to him, he's like a very seasoned player at the same time, and also does have a lot of game knowledge that you wouldn't expect a gold laner to know, because gold laner just go and look at one lane.
Exactly.
But once he starts to pick up the roaming role, it feels like his game knowledge expanded, his domain expanded, everything.
Domain expansion.
Yeah.
But I think you just laid out a great point here, Jace. To be very familiar on the role that you used to, and now you are in the role that you are trying to protect the role you've used to. I mean, I think positioning now, you mentioned about game leadership. So when it comes to a team fight, many decision makings, you know who to prioritize as well. So I think it's a big advantage if you came from the gold to the roam here when it comes to team fight.
Are you trying to convert me into a roam?
And me into a gold?
No,
no, I don't think so.
Roam is my worst role.
Imagine, maybe my Beatrix is going to be on the front line.
Beatrix tank, let's go.
Beatrix tanks with a tumbling,
Beatrix Thunderbelt.
the tumbling animation for that one.
Beatrix Thunderbelt.
No, I cannot really.
Don't try this in rank.
Yeah.
But,
so we're just going to highlight that FMM here, with adjusting on that role, has now in his kit a great advantage to be used in this competition.
But would it be enough going up against Team
Great
Flash?
question,
I think that's
that's
one
right.
of the biggest questions that we have to. We'll be able to check out later on in the first game, right?
Yes,
and don't
correct.
forget, we also mentioned that Team Flash this time around brought in the powerhouse, Zaze as well. Very experienced coach, hailing all the way since EVOS times as well. Very experienced coach, very knowledgeable as well. You've probably seen his power rankings in terms of heroes as well. His understanding of heroes is really undefeated.
That's why I mentioned as well, there's nothing wrong with Team Flash's traps here.
Nope.
It's pretty typical. I mean, there's no spicy things we see except for the comeback of Diablo's Benedetta last time. I missed that one. Actually, I missed that one.
Yeah,
So,
but
are we seeing damage EXP right now?
Man, I don't think it's a matter for the damage EXP, but we shall soon find out. As ladies and gents, we're going to go into the draft for this particular matchup. It's Kingdom Esports going up against Team Flash. Kingdom Esports going in for second pick in the first game.
Okay, first pick is going to be Flash. Man, this Vanix, man, I'm going to highlight as well his performance last week. He has this clutch factor. You know this guy is a superstar in the making, man.
Exactly. That I like some players, some esports players, or some players in general. You're like, yeah, he's gonna die. 4-man's gonna jump on him. He's gonna die. But Vanix, you're like, maybe he has a chance. He is one of the real few players that I've watched that has this clutch factor.
Exactly.
And it's exciting to watch this kid play.
Correct. And the same thing with Hades as well. There's the the game-ending decision with the split pushes. Same thing.
Yeah, he's the taker of course. He's an assassin, but he could also assassinate your game.
I think this is what makes Team Flash great. Is individually these players has their own contribution to make matches win onto their favor here. Unlike, of course, their opponents, like, let's just say Kingdom Esports. This Kingdom Esports, they can win games if they are, together. They can execute well the team fights together. Unlike Team Flash individually, they can have their own comebacks in the making here.
Yeah, so Team Flash is, like I said, it's very rare we get to see a star-studded kind of team, right? Where each player basically is a star themselves, but yet still able to work together. Now, I'd like to also put a highlight on Hades and Cortese. This dynamic duo, they know how to balance aggression. When one person is getting attacked, Cortese, for example, will come in and will do the damage as Hades takes the attention. When Hades is down low, Cortese steps forward, takes the attention, and Hades does his damage. This is the chemistry of Team Flash's, this jungle and mid lane duo, this dynamic duo. It's terrible if you're facing against them.
Yeah, that's the thing. But compared to last week, though, those losses we have seen, of course, the fights being scattered all around. I'm not sure SOD's missing and the ultimates very late to being pulled off. But let's see. I think this is also a eye opener here for the side of Team Flash. They must really take through to the roof with the opening on that Kalea. So we've seen on the last match, I think Kalea was being 100% big man.
Yeah, almost 100% big man. Now, question is, usually you bring Kalea to roam. Kalea kind of reminds me of a little bit of a Cho, something that JPL can play.
I agree.
Probably a little bit. So maybe you will see JPL picking up that hero instead. Now let's take a look at Kingdom Esports going in for the Kacha and the Moskov. Still safe picks. your standard bans, right? Like, your Kimi, your Lucas is gone, the Methuda is gone, and even Coach Z is also taking away the Hayabusa and Phobius as well. So a lot of these, there's not a lot of heroes left in my opinion. There are still strong ones, but still like not super S plus tier.
Yeah, but I can see the trend of the dives as well for this composition, especially with the Clea, Flicker, of course, Tsunami Slam is a thing, isolation play. Then you can see also the Joy just cleaning up on what's after the aggression here. This is where also the rise of the tank junglers coming in, actually, like the Fredrin has been coming up. I'm not sure if this is going to be considered here for the side of Kingdom Esports, though. Because Kingdom Esports, as a team, they love team fights as well.
Now the question is whether Luisa is going to go for that one. Okay, they're going to say, no, I'm going to go for a more Assassin. That's going to be a CEO being selected by Kingdom Esports, selected by DJ. Now going up against Team Flash, they need to try to get that snowball as quickly as possible. Level 3 is the Power Spike, whereas Joy can only do serious damage at level 4.
Yeah, mobility-wise is there, pick off as well. Follow-up here coming in from TZ on the far side. Damage, Jays, they do have here for the side of Team Flash. Kingdom Esports here on the other hand, scaling is there. Mobility as well for the side of Kingdom Esports. But they need, of course, the follow-up here for coming in from that AOG. We've talked about this one time and time again, that AOG is not really the ideal skill to initiate team fights. They need someone to set it.
Hold on a second. Remember we talked about Chip in the previous game?
OMG.
Completely forgotten about both these two teams. Now, FMM loves to play the chip, right? Kingdom Esports technically can also retweak Gatakacha into a EXP lane, like what we saw earlier just now. And then after that, pick a chip for himself. Now, all of a sudden, you got two globals. And that's something that I personally feel is wonderful for Kingdom Esports. Hopefully, Team Flash picks that up. Team Flash goes ahead and Juice in, take away more mage pool as well. 1-1 being respected. Especially after you take away Vanix's Moskov as well. But don't forget, I've seen Vanix on weird things before. Right?
Yeah.
Kimi
is banned.
Yep. There's still potentially Harif that the Vanix could pick up. So if Kingdom Esports go ahead and ban Harif, what other gold laners could he pull off? And I'll tell you something weird. Leomort gold lane.
What?
Yeah, he's done that before in a community team.
Oh, no way. Vanix.
Yeah. Dear Lord Vanix did that. But okay, it seems
don't get me wrong. I think there was a time that two fighter side lanes was in the meta, and it worked pretty well when it comes to heavy aggression.
And Leomort was buff in the previous patch. I feel like I'm giving like conspiracy theories right here. Alright, Zays, okay, like what I mentioned, they're going to thin down that mage pool. So right here, it feels like Kingdom Esports, if they really... in the hands of Melon, maybe you could go for a Valentina as well. I think that's really great. You can take a Feather Airstrike for yourself, but you will get countered by the Tsunami Slam and also Joy Ultimate. So, Kingdom Esports bans the high loss, but okay, that's going to be a glue. Definitely going to go into the hands of Bear. So, Gatakacha confirmed for FMM.
Yes, okay, Gatakacha. But, okay, they still need... Matilda is banned, right? Yeah, it is. Matilda is banned already here. I think they need someone who can really set here.
Yeah.
Gatakacha, but still is going to be in the role here. Mid lane. Yeah. Valentina.
Yep.
Vexana.
Vexana is also good because it counteract against the Farsa for the airstrike. Now Team Flash, okay, there we go. Beatrix coming up from Vanix as well. I'm not going to go for the Harif. I like that idea because it feels like Kingdom Esports is setting up for a Harif counter, right? You know, you got the AOG, you got the glue to slow people down. It's making it hard for you to land the AA. Therefore, wise decision coming up and Zays going for the Beatrix pick. Now Hilda will be selected. Definitely should be going to Diablo's lane as well because you've seen Diablo recently has been spamming a lot of high loss in MPL Singapore Season 9.
Being a utility here for the team for now. But now it is going to be a... Okay, will this be a Roam Clea or EXP Clea?
I feel like it's a EXP
Clea.
No, EXP Hilda.
Okay, yeah.
Because because the Hilda does the exact same thing as our Hylos wants to do. I soak damage, and I go a stun, and I can regen. Yeah, so basically...
And you call it one, Jace. It's going to be a Valentina indeed here for the side of Kingdom Esports. But with this lineup right now...
There's a lot of purple on Kingdom Esports side. We're going back to that. We're going back to that meta. Remember that meta that everybody's picking everything for purple. You know, your Valentina, your glue, all things purple. Eve as well.
Yeah, Eve. Yeah, I remember that one.
This is so confusing. But ladies and gentlemen, we should be going to game very, very soon. This is going to be game number 1, ladies and gents. I want to see how Kingdom Esports execute this one because it feels like they have a lot of answers to the questions that Team Flash is throwing, but this is Team Flash we're talking about.
Yeah, I think the pressure right now is going up against Team Flash, to be honest. Team Flash here, they have losses last week. They can recover here in this game and put back their original aura against the side of Kingdom Esports.
Yep, definitely. Look at JPL. Oh, that's Akelia rocking the Sakura skin. I really hate this Sakura as a character in Naruto. Yeah, she's an idiot. She's an idiot. Why would you fall for Sasuke?
I understand.
Right?
Okay.
But sorry, that's just me. But oh, look at the damage in the early game. FMM wasn't ready for that one.
Ooh, that's the power of having a bursty mage as well as an aggressive roamer there. And now it's going to be Kingdom Esports just slowly trying to recover in that heavy aggression. And speaking of which, that is going to be now the team fight here in the bottom lane. Maltese poking as much in the early game.
Yeah, if you notice, massive flickers being burned off. Bear already burning off the flicker in like less than 1 minute. Malik TZ as well, already burning the flicker. And it's actually kind of surprising for a Moscow to bring a flicker. You expect an Inspire. So I think Malik TZ is actually really concerned.
Oh, look at the aggressive here. There's going to be a 3-man. Oh, FMM trying to survive his way here, but to no avail. Now, Team Flash. This is now the Team Flash we are talking about.
Yep.
Going for the early kills and heavy aggression.
Wow, rapid boots for TZ and JPL. I understand for JPL's point of view, I need that rapid boots, but rapid boots for TZ. This bird wants to run.
Wants to run and wants to pick team fights as early as possible here. They want the movement speed. It only shows here the aggressiveness that Team Flash wants to take.
Malik TZ, I think the flicker, you can see what Malik TZ is trying to do right here, right? The flicker and the Abyss Walker repositioning, hopefully to land a stun to Phoenix. Unfortunately, that failed. I feel FMM is a little bit overstepping just a little bit. He is overestimating the toughness of this particular hero, and now the Revitalize already being used earlier. Already 25 seconds, he wouldn't have it for the team fight.
Oh man, JPL is out of position in that situation here. Now Kingdom Esports transitioning for the turtle takedown. Diablo has the vision. 3v3 here in the turtle pit. And who's gonna take it now? Hades. Trying to zone out. Loisa and the rest here, Kingdom Esports trying to find a way. Further airstrike has been activated here. FML forward Melon as well, but it is going to be Loisa taking the turtle. And now a kill from Diablo. Takes the kill, and now Diablo backs away. JPL trying to go for a support as well. SOD hits us in the situation. Still, it is going to be now the burst damage. Coming in from Melon. And that was very chaotic in that situation, man.
Yeah, so right now, both these two teams, I think that was an equal trade, right? Kingdom Esports was able to take down one turtle, whereas Clash loses Hades, lose your jungler, which means that Loisa definitely got a retribution advantage for the next game. And if you saw the timing coming up from Diablo, he's taking all the way to level 4, and he takes that fight, waiting. He got that level 4 just in the nick of time to be able to land the ultimate. So Team Flash right here, that's a gamble that they're throwing at Kingdom Esports. But now Kingdom Esports, they're fighting back just a little bit more.
Yeah, I think Kingdom Esports, with this kind of lineup, they can actually be in par, especially here Loisa on the Tsuyo. But then again, they still respecting here the damage coming in from Flash. Team Flash. JPL, on that team fight, I believe that he haven't gotten his ultimate yet.
Nope,
so with this ultimate right now available coming in from JPL, I'm expecting a counter attack.
Yeah, FMM should have to revitalize up by the next turtle, unless Team Flash was able to do something against it. But TZ has a flicker. Bear also has a actually used that flicker in that previous fight already. Now they're looking at bottom lane, trying to put some pressure onto Malik TZ, trying to pull the members from Kingdom Esports back to bot, whereas Flash Singapore try to secure topside.
I really thought that's gonna be JPL going to flicker and use his Tsunami Slam there on the bottom side. Yeah, they think I think this is just waiting for the right moment of this situation with 15 seconds till the next turtle is up. Look at the formation coming in from Kingdom Esports. They want to take this objective.
Yeah, Kingdom Esports definitely sizing up the top side right here. I think you can see FMM, Loisa, and also the Valiant Melon, you know, just setting up ground. I really like what FMM is doing. You should have checked that bush, but he decides to back away instead. And it feels like Kingdom Esports will delay it just a little bit longer.
I believe they want to clear this middle lane first. Look at Curtizi popping that feathered airstrike. Melon sidestepping, but still the damage has been committed there. Bear also his ultimate expended.
Yeah, big ultimate's already taken away. But I think Team Flash, I think that ultimate.
There you go, JPL. To moves forward, Melon with a poke. The rest of Flash SG backs away. And Lois Diablo, rather, is going to be the target, but still, it's not going to be a full commitment here for both sides.
Yeah, and that's because Team Flash used that ultimate a little bit too early. Cortese activated Feather Airstrike, but hold on a second.
Tsunami Slam, Isolation Play, Feathered Airstrike. That's going to be a dead of. No! He recovered in the last moment here. There's going to be a counter play coming in from Flash SG still.
Yeah, that's a turtle being taken by Kingdom Esports. Like what I mentioned, the retribution difference, right? Hades is one level behind Luis, that's why it's very hard for him to time the retribution fight.
And this is now, after the turtle takedown, goes for aggressive play here. Melon shows away the rest of Flash SG. And look at the exchange, man, Jay. I think this Kingdom Esports, even though they do have the advantage on the positioning there, but Flash SG, if together, they can really execute a massive damage ahead.
Yeah, definitely. Right now, they're lacking the Vanix factor, but hold on a second.
Oh, look at the damage coming in from Kingdom Esports as well. AOG missed, and Cortese backs away with a flicker.
Oh, Kingdom Esports, they're really starting to get a bit of a momentum going. Look at bottom lane. The damage coming off of Militizi is there. The SOD, the mobility coming off from Kingdom Esports helping them. Flash SG, Team Flash is actually having a lot of trouble, but they do have a bit of high ground.
Two-man taunt and the follow-up here. That's going to be Kingdom Esports cleaning the top lane.
Exactly, that's why I was hyping up Kingdom Esports, right? FMM, the massive brain behind it. And then after that, you also got Bear, someone that can basically frontline. And don't forget Loisa, he's actually really cracked right there. He's actually was able to one level up against Hades, and also the fact that, you know, Melon abusing ultimate timers. Flash SG needs to be a little bit conservative about the ultimate timers.
Yeah, timers is indeed a big factor here, but Flash SG, I don't know if they did expect FMM to cut the flanking maneuver, but that was great coming in from FMM, just setting the play in that skirmish. And now Diablo and the rest here, Flash SG, trying to make their own play with a Feather Airstrike. Melon trying to sidestep once again.
One massive ultimate, you use it before another turtle fight. I think Team
AOG?
Flash...
Oh, missing his mark. There's going to be a counter play here. The rage has been committed, but that's his survivability once again revitalized coming in from FMM.
Yeah, two ultimates already gone by both these two teams. One big ultimate for another JPL.
JPL again with a stun there. Melon is going to be the target, but JPL is out of position. Going to go for Tsunami Slam. Flickers back, but that's going to be a grab here coming in from Bear. SOD hits. Diablo goes for the kill, and Hades as well will be taken down. Now Kingdom Esports just won the skirmish play, and Diablo here providing the space. Diablo very low. Still managed to go for the passive here in the bushes.
Yeah, if Team Flash is taking fights as if they have 5k gold lead, but they don't. They're in a gold deficit. Kingdom Esports, look at Bear. He's so massive right now on this glue. FMM, he's almost 9 unkillable. Team Flash thinks that they have the damage. Cortese activating the Feather Airstrike once again to no avail. Melon is juking him out. Melon, Cortese thought he has the damage, but they don't. And now they're actually going to pay for it. Look at Kingdom Esports, side lane push. They do have 3 turtles in the pockets. That gold lead, that 4k is going to convert into even more.
Oh, jeez. Flash SG, 2 turtles in a row. The Kingdom Esports have gotten them. And now it is going to be JPL executing the Tsunami Slam once again. FMM providing the space for the AOG is isolated here. JPL gone.
Yeah, Bear, massive right there. Already pick up another kill. Your jungle difference is starting to get a lot more obvious. Level 12 just now. Hades only barely hitting level 11, and that's starting to become a massive problem. Team Flash has to hunker down. They have the high ground defense coming in from Cortese with the Feather Airstrike, assuming if he uses it at the right moment, and Vanix with the massive bombs.
Really unusual. I see Hades 1 level below against his counterpart here, Loisa, and the rest here, Kingdom Esports, just playing pretty good. Now we are going to talk about the execution of the team fight, Jay. It was JPL initiating team fight, going for the Tsunami Slam, but FMM alone with that AOG and the rest of Team Flash is scattered. No follow-up there.
Yeah, FMM was a massive counter against the Farsa, right? And not only just that, he can reach the backline such as Vanix. Now, Vanix has secured the Malefic gun. That should probably help against FMM. Now, FMM, I think he's starting to build a lot more magic defense item. A lot of respect over to Hades. Vanix is going to be a big problem for the next... it's not going to be a problem until the next 5 minutes when Vanix starts to secure even more items like maybe the Hunter Strike, maybe even the Heart's Claws as well. That's why Vanix really shine. Right now, Team Flash has to play around Vanix. They have to farm.
Yeah. Vanix still hasn't secured a single kill here in this game. So usually we see a split push strategy here coming in from FLSG, but with this composition, you can't. It's really difficult to pull it off. They're more of a team fight composition here. And now Malik TZ, without even a kill, but he secured his lane here time and time again. Now going to prioritize
key items. Well, hold on.
Oh, team fight once again. AOG with a counter attack, and there's gonna be Curtizy with a feathered airstrike, but no damage whatsoever. Still, it's gonna be Diablo here cutting their escape. Hades cleaning up the battlefield with a double. Kingdom Esports has been surprised with an attack with the flanking maneuver, and Bear gone.
And remember, we're talking about Hades. They're really struggling in terms of the goal, really struggling in terms of the damage. Hades picked up the Holy Crystal, that key pickup though.
Oh, Malik TZ trying to outplay Hades, and he did with a double of his own.
Man, Malik TZ has already started sides up once again. Kingdom Esports, they're really taking a Diablo as well in the hole.
Okay, Vanix, go for Malik TZ, but look at the damage, man. The DPS coming in from Malik TZ.
Yeah, and not only just that, Kingdom Esports is starting to have a lot more momentum right here. Team Flash still needs a little bit more time. Yes, Hades picks up the Holy Crystal. He actually picked up double kill. He thinks he has the damage, but then again, you have Malik TZ silently farming on the side lanes, and it's starting to become another problem. Moskov has successfully scaled.
Oh, they have to defend here. FLSG, the Lord is now pushing through on the top side as well, and look at the position coming in from Diablo. He's way far out. I'm not sure if the rest of Kingdom Esports is aware about this one, but they are going to push here, going for the siege in the mid, in the top as well.
Okay, this is where Team Flash truly shines, right? The base defense. Because right here they have Farsa, they have Vanix that could wave clear very quickly. Hades, technically speaking, yeah, still decent wave clear, but you need to sacrifice your ultimate just for that one. Diablo, on the other hand, unfortunately, as a Hilda, this is not a very good place where you don't have a lot of bushes to work around, right?
Exactly. With the map is getting smaller against them, Diablo has some kind of positioning here advantage into his favor, with the rest of Kingdom Esports securing now outer turrets, and it's rarely seeing FLSG defending a siege. This is where also FLSG will be able to see and how they be able to go for the comeback.
You see a little bit of a role swap coming off of FLSG. Usually it's JPL opening a bush, but now with Diablo on the Hilda, he's opening a bush. JPL, I feel like, is going to be a little bit more aggressive in terms of the initiating, the setting up, right? With Vanix and Curtizy to support. Joy, Hades, once again, he's a little bit sneaky bleaky. He's going his, assassination. If I cannot assassinate the players, I'll assassinate turrets, I'll assassinate objectives, I'll assassinate even your base.
Yeah. But now, okay, Diablo has usually when JPL initiates a team fight, Diablo right away go into the back lines there. But time and time again, having this initiation on the Tsunami Slam, I think the perfect... Okay, let's see once again. This is now the combo they're looking, but the Revitalize is there. Immortality been popped now. Counter attack. Malik TZ pulls down here. And this is what FLSG wants. A basic isolation play takes one against Kingdom Esports.
Alright, let me count. Counting with Jace right here. 1 flicker, 2 flicker. This one he'll live. 1 ultimate, 2 ultimates, 3 ultimates. Malik TZ took 2 flickers and 3 ultimates to pin down.
So many resources just to pick up.
I'm a sacrificial lamb after all.
One member here, but there's going to be opening here coming in from the side of FLSG. Isolation play once again with Tsunami Slam there. And on the back lines is going to be Melon here, taking the heavy damage. Diablo providing the space, and Bear here backs away with a flicker.
Yeah, Vanix doesn't really have much damage as of yet. He still needs some time to cook in the oven. But JPL, nice initiation with the combo of Curtizy as well. They have to try to make this work. They need this Lord, and they cannot allow Kingdom Esports to take it.
Oh, there you go. They want some blood. There's going to be Hazy here trying to go for the beats. And Loisa with the shields, though, still survives. And feathered airstrike on the back lines coming in from Curtizy. No casualties there.
Yeah, good zone hate Deadeye. But they expended a lot of ultimates right here. Kingdom Esports encroaching. Vanix takes out the Lord.
No way! He just stole the Lord Vanix once again! And now it is going to be the Kingdom Esports trying to go forward, but they're too late.
Yeah, but it's okay.
Flash did what they need to do. Take down the Lord for themselves and back off. You see Hades, being super aggressive right here. Managed to use the ultimate, push away Loisa, and then go back to the Lord. Leave Vanix 2 taking down that Lord. So Flash did exactly what they need to do. Kingdom Esports, on the other hand, is trying to find an angle, but Flash, because of Diablo, because of JPL, and to a certain extent the Feather Airstrike, they couldn't even reach that Lord Pit.
Wow, I love the adaptability coming in from the side of Flash SG and how they execute the play. Usually you see Hades as a jungler in the Lord Pit, but now he's providing the space himself, and now Vanix for the Lord takedown, and Kingdom Esports, as you mentioned, Jace, could not even penetrate on that pit, and now they're going to go for the siege here in the middle lane.
Yeah, so sieging up just a little bit more. JPL zoning, concealed play, Kingdom Esports, all of a sudden they start, Olympic hockey earlier. This bear is so big earlier just now, but now they got poked by one stick, and they're hiding in their hole.
Okay, FMM going to be the target. Isolation play once again. It's going to be Flash SG trying to pick up Bear. Almost takes him down.
Yeah, one dot right here. Right now, Flash is trying to speedrun this. They know they have a bit of a power spike right here. They're abusing the fact that they do have a little bit some form of damage at the very least. Will be able to push, the side lanes all the way back to Kingdom Esports. And now Malik TZ, picking up a Malefic gun right here. Now Kingdom Esports, this could be their time to be able to make something work. The extended range on the Moscow, man, that is free real estate for Kingdom Esports to do some serious damage.
This is going to be giving pressure also to Malik TZ on how he positioned himself, and we know that this guy can deal a lot of damage already, but Flash SG, look at how they recover, Jace.
Yep. Take a look at the items right here. See Helmet, definitely needed by Vanix, right? He's doing damage mostly towards FMM. You need to counter his heal. You need to reduce his, you need to be able to do more damage, especially with more HP. You definitely need that. Going to already defensive idol of the Wind of Nature, you need something to counteract against the damage from Loisa and Malik TZ. So really liking what I'm seeing right here. They do have power spikes. Now, I also want to point out, look at how Moscow is building. Rose Gold Meteor. Something to basically counteract the initial burst damage coming out from Joy and also Farsa.
Yeah, I do believe here in the late stages of the game, he is the most important player, most important hero here for the side of Kingdom Esports. Without Malik TZ, I'm not sure if they can really finish the play when it comes to a 5v5 situation. But so far right now, JPL recovers on his isolation plays. I love how he sets this tsunami slams here, just on point, just to take a situation into a 4v5.
Totally agree, right? The tsunami slam that JPL has been doing, it slams right into Kurt TZ's Feather Airstrike. You think you're safe right outside the circle, right? But no, JPL brings you back to his team and gobbles it up. It's exactly how he likes to play his Jawhead. He likes to play his Cho, right? That's why I'm saying that Kalia feels like a natural hero for JPL.
Yeah, man. So now, Flash SG just now setting this game into an equalizer with no other targets on both sides here. Now the Lord is pretty much open.
Yeah. Now Team Flash is once again pushing a gamble. They're gonna force Kingdom Esports whether you want to protect this. I got 4 men down bot, and Kingdom Esports made a hesitation. That's actually a free Lord for themselves. They're not gonna do that trade because they're a little bit concerned of what Team Flash can do. And now Team Flash taking advantage of this position. They're gonna go in.
Oh, look at the damage coming in for Hades this time around with the beats, and also Bear going to go for the split. It's now going to be Hades still. Go and provide a zone. Better rush on the backlines here. All the damage in here, the backlines. Oh, look at Bear. Almost been taken down, and he will. And now it's going to be Melon and the scramble out. Kingdom Esports trying to clean up the play. And they managed to do so. JPL gone. A triple for Loisa.
Man, Flash thinks that they have enough damage. I thought they do have Vanix. Remember what I'm talking about? He does have the Sea Halberd, but no. Kingdom Esports found a massive angle. Hades blew away the ultimate. Bear jumps onto Hades earlier. You'll see the replay later on.
Yeah, we need to see that one.
There. I think it just starts from this. Hades activating the ultimate. There's no way to push Kingdom Esports anymore, and that's where they strike. Look at Bear just sacrificing himself just to be able to push down Hades. Now all of a sudden you lose a jungle. Luisa has more confidence to step forward and then take the Lord fight. Even if, they are not able to secure the Lord for themselves, they did some serious damage against Team Flash.
Speaking of damage, man, Malik TZ's DPS, that was incredible. And you mentioned, of course, with the Malefic gun has been committed in his itemization, it's gonna be easy for him to poke anyone in the side of Flash SG.
Yeah, like Malefic gun is broken on a hero such as Moscow, but now Diablo has to resort to this kind of cheese in order to drag the Lord away. Man, Team Flash.
Oh, the damage! JPL once again is gone. Now go for the 4v5 and the Lord still standing here in favor for Kingdom Esports.
Man, Diablo managed to drag the Lord just a little bit, trying to drag on, but when they defend,
AOG hits. Cortese is going to be the target here. Goes for the minute range, and Bear still managed to survive here. Trying to go for the Feather Airstrike, clear the way.
Yeah, that was very nail-biting for the side of Team Flash. SG did could be a game-ending moment for Kingdom Esports, but they hold the burst damage, the AoE coming off from Vanix and Cortese helps. But now with the throws of minions being thrown by Kingdom Esports, can they hold?
Stun coming from Loisa. Hades here trying to go for the counter attack, and they will be gone.
No,
Kingdom Esports, and Vanix is the lone wolf here trying to defend. Oh no.
JPL coming out though, the minions coming in, but then you have to keep your eyes on the
Tsunami
They need
Slam.
to try to defend this. Can
They
they do
will
it?
be able to do so. And now this is going to be a burst damage once again. It's going to be Kingdom Esports trying to finish the play. They don't have the Crimson. It is going to be now going for a cuttable here. And this is going to be it, man. OMG. Oh, no way.
Not yet, we're not done yet, ladies and gentlemen. We're not done yet. We have to go back to the game.
We're still in defend.
Vanix down low.
Yeah.
Diablo tried to drag, but okay, that's fine.
There you go.
But then again, nail biting. Even the observer is like, yeah,
Sheesh.
that's it. But no, I don't think. But you can
Yeah.
see the resilience of Team Flash right there. But then Kingdom Esports is throwing waves and waves and waves. They're trying to end the game against Team Flash, and they manage to do it.
Jace.
Yes,
Team Flash again.
I know.
Lost the game.
I told you, Lodi. I told you, Sid. I told you, Deadeye. The problem is not me. It's them. Sorry, the problem is them, not me, not them. I feel like I feel like the problem is not Team Flash. I feel like the problem is Kingdom Esports. They are strong.
Oh yeah, I love that one. Yeah, Kingdom East competition is rising here.
It is heating up.
There's no problem to draft. I mean, I cannot see any. We've seen JPL how effective that Tsunami Slam is.
They
The
are.
isolation plays are there, but then again, Kingdom Esports managed to just turn the battle around. Remember the Lord dance there in the kind of situation. It was Hades popping off early the beats. That's the thing. But then again, Kingdom Esports suddenly, bam, turning the tables around.
Yeah, it could also be bad decisions coming out from
Yeah. No.
I don't know why the intrusive thought is bad decisions by Ed Sheeran.
Many decisions that affects the game.
Yeah, but then again, let's take a look at the stat
Yeah.
decisions as I run you through these several bad decisions coming out from Team Flash, right? Hades popping out the ultimate near that Lord
Correct.
sequence
Yes.
a little bit too early. I know what he's trying to do. He's trying to push away Bear, but Bear is unfazed, and it's only just one Bear.
Yep.
Teasy, there are a few times that he overestimated the damage. Yes, I know the Farsa got buff. I know, but maybe not. Maybe after the first time, you don't try to test, but maybe they're too tunnel vision in trying to take down Melon. Melon easily sidesteps everything. And Malik TC, by the way, is just outputting so much damage towards the later part of the game.
Oh, yeah.
The Athena shield works wonders, and all of a sudden the Farsa doesn't really have enough magic penetration. Yes, you have a Genius Wand, and even builds a Divine Glaive. He knows he needs more magic pen because FMM and Bear also built the Athena. So now it's a big problem. And the worst part is we talk about how Vanix, he needs more items. Maybe we trust in Vanix. It turns out it's not enough. And even if it's enough, it's a little bit too late. He's there, just barely tickling Bear and FMM. And you never tickle a bear.
Never tickle a bear. It's gonna bite you back.
No, Gucci off your head.
Man, seriously, I mean, Kingdom Esports just won against Team Flash here in the game 1. I can see the combo. Tsunami Slam, Bandit's Rage, bam.
Yeah.
Easy as that.
Yeah.
And
Easy as pie.
with the force with the follow up as well on the Feathered Airstrike. This draft is pretty good. I mean,
Yeah, it is.
we can see how easily it's gonna be executed here.
Yeah.
But do you think, because we're
think-
used to see Team Flash goes for the split push, usually we go for the split
True.
push composition. Is this not their comfort picks,
I-
or
I think DJ finally found the formula. Take Moskov away from Vanix. Vanix all of a sudden loses that free real estate to farm. We thought, yes, Vanix, and I thought what Z's probably was thinking about, yes, we're going to be strong in base defense. And they did. If you notice during the mid parts of the game, they were actually holding on to the base turrets. Then they start pushing out. They were able to reach Kingdom Esports side of the map. But then they start to be a little bit more, confident, maybe a little bit too overconfident, and they fight outside their comfort zone, and they're unable to punish. Had we Team Flash play in a different way to basically play base defense, we hunkered down, we forced Kingdom Esports to make the mistakes, 1 or 2 men down, then we push out, right? So basically, that's probably what the game plan they should have done instead of being, okay, you know what, let's fight.
Yeah, they managed to they try themselves to really prolong the base defense there, right? But they cannot just burst down anyone as well.
Yeah, and of course, apart from that, we also need to talk about how Kingdom Esports. You asked a very interesting question, right? How did Kingdom Esports pull this off? Apart from the fact that the Moskov, apart from the fact that I also kind of pointed out there's several bad decisions of a bit of a overconfidence coming off of Kerteezy on the far side's damage. We also talk about how the Hades popping off the ultimate trying to push Bear away, but there's also a potential fact that Malik TZ is so confident on this Moskov, right? He's so comfortable, and Bear, like what I mentioned, you don't want to tickle the Bear. Bear is sizing up against Diablo in the EXP lane, even though he burned the flicker in 1 minute mark. I thought that would be like, ooh, that's actually very scary. But turns out Diablo is the one that couldn't catch up.
Yeah. You mentioned, of course, the Moskov. It just pops into my mind, Jay.
Yes.
Because last time Team Flash, Vanix was Claude, they lost also. It wasn't the Moskov. And now this is going to be a Beatrix, and they lost. But Moskov games, they win.
Yeah, so I think that's definitely going to be the same theme going into game number 2. Expect DJ to either ban it away or counterpick it for themselves. And now, if you noticed as well, this is a uncomfortable position for Team Flash, definitely. First pick is always very uncomfortable. I think the first pick they went for, I can't exactly remember on the top of my hair. Kalia, right? Yeah, Kalia. It's because it's a prior pick, right? But then again, you're picking in blind. I feel Team Flash truly shines when they're on the red side, when they have 2 picks, and we shall see hopefully in the draft later on.
I do believe there's going to be a switch here in the picks here. But okay, will this be a Prio Moskov ban here, or it's going to be Kingdom Esports prioritizing this Moskov in the early phase of the match? Because first time also I see that the Moskov has been picked in the first phase. Remember last series, it was also been priority as that one.
True.
Usually it's going to be on the second phase.
I mean, if I were Kingdom Esports coach right now, I'll first pick Moskov. I do that.
With that performance of Malik TZ, why not?
I picked that because, number 1, Malik TZ's performance right there on that Moskov. Number 2, he's comfortable on the hero. It's just going into the same game again. So you have the muscle memory being built in from game number 1. Number 3, it's a confidence booster. I won on that Moskov against Lord Vanix. That's a massive confidence booster for themselves.
Yeah, but Team Flash right now, wow, another loss that we are seeing here. It's really, really unusual, guys. Especially here in the scene of MPL SG. It's always going to be Team Flash just reigning especially the regular seasons here. But now, this is a best of 3 series. This is again an eye-opener here, and how this Team Flash going to go up against Kingdom Esports. But Kingdom Esports having won against the reigning champions. The boost, of course, the confidence boost is there.
Definitely.
Wow.
Yeah, so right now, it's just now, with Team Flash reigning supreme and also very, prominent in terms of the past few seasons, their performance. They've represented us top 4 MSC as well, but now they're starting to show a little bit of signs of weakness, and now Kingdom Esports is going to kick them more down. Speaking of Kingdom more down, MVP goes over to Malik TZ. No doubt at all. 68% kill participation, brother. Once he picked out the Malefic gun,
yes.
He's shooting everybody down with his spears.
Yeah, I was surprised actually with that kind of poke, man. The DPS damage is just insane here. And Malik TZ is just showing that he can also carry this game against Team Flash. And this is going to be the highlight, the hero highlight that we are going to give a story here in this series, Jace. I think the Moskov. Moskov has been very, very wonderful here.
I doubted about the flicker, remember, in the early part of the game. Now, if you relook at this game once again, you start to understand why. The flicker helps you escape from the feather airstrike. It helps you to gain an additional dash away from the Joyce engage. So this Malik TZ right here, good call on the flicker. It's one way to be able to basically avoid all
yeah.
the damage coming out from Team Flash. So it's a really good
Correct.
call coming out for instead of your normal Inspire.
Yeah, especially they found out that Joy also been locked in coming in from Hades, and look at how Hades' role also going to just provide a zone. And I do love how the adjustment coming in from Team Flash there in that situation. Remember is that the turtle dance that we have seen on the bottom river? That it was actually Hades giving the space instead of a Diablo that we are used to that situation. But yeah, I mean, it's still Kingdom Esports having the advantage on how they able to counter that kind of adaptability coming in from Team Flash as well.
I like your point about using Hades to basically create space. But at the same time, Hades' role is a jungle, right? You
That's
need the retribution at the same time.
Mm.
I understand if you want to create space, but you create space against the enemy jungle. That's why, the call to use the ultimate to basically push Loisa away is a good call. But if you want to use your ultimate to push Bear away, maybe not.
Some
maybe
risks
not.
there, right?
There's a bit of a risk right there because you as a jungle, you're trying to push a EXP laner away. Loisa can come back to basically try to retry steal away the Lord, right? However, you also point about the topic of buying space. Now, I know I need a lot more space because I'm a big person. Sorry, I'm
Me
just
as well.
coming close to me. I need you. But speaking on the topic of buying space, Diablo on this Hilda doesn't feel like there's a lot of impact, right? He doesn't have the ring of punishment of what the Hylos can do. He doesn't have the multitudes of slows of the glorious pathway that the Hylos can do because it was banned away. So Hilda is like Hylos on Teemu. Yes, Hylos from Teemu. I'm sorry, I'm always using that.
But don't get me wrong. I think Diablo did its part. Okay, providing the zone control, but
he did.
It's somehow a single
target lockdown, right? The main person to lock down is either that Suyu or that Moskov, but he's unable to find that.
Yeah.
He's always going into unnecessary fights against Bear. Once again, you don't tickle the Bear. If you're doing peanut damage to Bear on a glue, you avoid glue as much as you can. Play the side lanes. Maybe hard commit to that push down at the bottom lane earlier just now. Just go ahead and push. If unless you want to trade for that Lord, right? Maybe that bottom lane push is so much better for Team Flash instead of going to handshake a team fight at the Lord Pit. Because don't forget, Team Flash's composition is strong if they're inside their base.
Yes. Yeah, defensive in a way, team fight in a way, but you have mentioned, of course, the side lane commitment as well. I think, if I'm not mistaken, Hayabusa isn't banned.
Hayabusa is banned.
Is he banned, though? But
Okay, hold on.
I
Let me
think
check.
this is the thing. They didn't have that kind of potential to really be in par when it comes to the global presence there in that kind of situation, because you really need Hades in each and every objective takedowns there. Unlike before, it's either gonna be we see Vanix on the side lanes, and then Hades also before committing into team fight, he's going to clear waves on his on the top, on either top and the bottom as well. So without an assassin in their composition, we've seen right now a Joy. Joy is pretty good, no doubt. Joy is pretty good, but that role, as we've mentioned, we've seen rather on that series, he committed himself to be the zone of control. He doesn't being the jungler as we used to, like securing the objectives there.
Sorry, it was a self-ban. Hayabusa banned away by Team Flash himself. Because I'm sure that it was banned, but I can't remember which side.
Okay.
But yeah, Hayabusa unfortunately was banned. I think it's a respect to Loisa as well. So we also need to take a look at Loisa, because later on in game number 2, because at a certain period of time, I mean, yeah, technically speaking, that's a Suyu's thing, right? Suyu's pop off at level 3, Joy a little bit slow, but when she pops off, maybe as hard as the Suyu, but Suyu gets there first. So Suyu has that, pioneer advantage, the first person there advantage kind of thing. And it shows, right? Because Loisa was able to secure even more creeps, and after that, just getting more EXP. That first death by Hades, like when I'm called out, it hurts Hades for the rest of the game.
Exactly. Man, I think Flash SG this time around, I think they need to consider, of course, how to be able to really control the map here. Usually it's one of the strengths coming in from Flash SG. Control the game through aggressiveness. Don't get me wrong, they have become very aggressive in the early game there. We've seen that one, but however, the map control was not really in their favor in that situation. Especially for how Malik Teasy just winning his lane there. I think it's one of the factors as well that Vanix haven't really been important. And we've seen also the level gap of the junglers there.
Yeah, the jungle gap. So it's like what I mentioned. The problem is you. Sorry, the problem is not you. It's me. Sorry. Life lessons. The problem is always you, not me. Wait, the life lesson is the problem is always yourself. It's not everybody else. Yeah. Sorry about that.
So what subject are we now?
I'm confused. I'm living on like 2 hours sleep and I'm still here. But anyways, let's go back to the draft right here. DJ going up against Z. The battle of the minds will start first.
Yeah.
And we've already covered a few pointers, right, that we need to look out for. The Moskov is a priority for both of these two teams. It's either whether Kingdom Esports wants to take it for themselves because, they got first pick, or Zace will say, nope, I'm going to burn that bridge. I'm going to do a burning bridge strat. Nobody gets a Moskov. I sacrifice my ban for it, but I open to Lucas and even more items.
Yeah. I'm looking forward with the Lucas there as well. But and then again, Fanny has been taken out here. I like what you were getting into, Jace. Yeah. I'm looking forward with the Lucas pick here as well. Lucas has been performing very well for all the teams that have been picked here. But it's gonna be Phobias has been banned. So are we going to see a Kimi ban here as well? Kimi has been first pick last time.
Right now, it's either you go for a first pick.
Yeah, you mentioned Lucas. If it's open, okay.
Yeah, and or Team Flash is just gonna say, hey, you know what? We're gonna ban the useless stuff. Like for example, the Lilia, like what Imux did earlier just now.
Yeah, that was surprising.
Yeah, that was surprising. That was a little bit surprising. But I know what Imux is trying to do. Or maybe start banning away.
Kimi.
But no, Zace is not gonna give up that Kimi because Kimi is just so broken in this meta.
Yeah,
DJ bans away the Lucas, so it's still still standard programming as of now. We're not going into that kind of interesting territory as of yet.
Okay. Moskov.
Yeah,
but I'm not sure. That's why, for me, until now, I'm really surprised that Moskov has been picked as a first phase of the draft priority. But as you mentioned, it's also one of the heroes who has great performance overall until here in the week 2. And we've seen also how Malik Teasy is very comfortable in the hero as well. If not Kingdom Esports going to prioritize this one, most likely it is going to be Team Flash taking it.
Definitely. A lot slower in the bans right now. It's DJ side of the ban the 1-1. Okay. 1-1 actually is very strong in this meta. It's actually very strong because of the Malefic gun.
Okay, sure. Plus, you mentioned, right, no priority on the boots as well, which gives you a head to take that early itemization.
Yeah, your early itemization actually benefits you because you will hit Corrosive Side first as compared to your enemy gold laner, so it's very strong, and there you go. Flash has to take away the Mathilda. They're not going to commit to that. They're not going to go for the Burning Bridge. Kingdom Esports snatch picks that Moskov away, and Team Flash is now wondering, what should I do with this Moskov? Kalia will still be the priority coming out from Team Flash.
Okay, don't get me wrong, Kalia's pretty good here with Team Flash execution. Okay, now they have plenty of control here. They just need a follow-up in this kind of situation. I think the Kalia Beatrix is pretty good. Don't get me wrong. Kalia Beatrix is pretty good. With a simple execution, it can still pierce through. However, the question is Vanix in Beatrix against Malik Teasy once again on the Moskov.
Yeah.
Same draft.
Maybe, but like right now, Team Flash is going a little bit, deviating a little bit in terms of the draft. So that storyline doesn't apply anymore. It's going to be Juicin being selected right here. So no burst damage coming out from the fire. So Teasy realized that, hey, that bird lady, bad. I wanted something. I want something different. So now Team Flash is going for more DPS, which actually is good against Kingdom Esports draft right here coming up from DJ, right? Gato Kacha is actually very weak against that Juicin because you could easily kite the Gato Kacha away, and now I love what I'm seeing. The carry being coming out from Team Flash right here. Carry works wonders against Gato Kacha because it melts Gato Kacha very easily with true damage as well. You got decent wave clearance so that you can basically throw out your first skill. You're definitely going to get level 2 first and faster against the Moskov, and then dash away and then start engaging into fights. You have dashes like Suyu's nobody's Suyu's business. And what if? I'm sorry, I held your hand right here.
I was kind of flashing.
Sorry, don't blush. Don't blush. Sorry. Sorry. I like throwing crazy ideas, ladies and gents.
Okay.
I throw you a crazy idea. What if? You guys can call me trolling. Tank carry Vanix.
What the?
Thunder.
Yeah, the Thunderbolt era. Yeah. No,
I'm
actually
trolling,
it
I'm
worked.
trolling,
No,
I'm trolling, guys.
Hey.
I'm bloody trolling.
Hey, it
Your
worked
second
last
skill
time.
works as a basic attack.
Yeah, it worked
I'm
last
trolling,
time.
guys. I'm trolling. Let's go back to the draft.
No. Can you not?
No,
What?
don't encourage my crazy ideas. Don't encourage my intrusive thoughts. Then I don't leave the scene.
What if?
No.
What if?
No. No, don't.
What if first item Thunderbolt?
Don't. No. I'm sinking. I'm disappearing. You want me to use a substitution jutsu? I'm hiding. I'm not going to be responsible for this in ranks. Okay? But
Wow.
yes. Okay, let's talk about the drafts, okay?
Oh.
I'm sinking because I'm scared of the comments coming
I'll
in.
help you.
Alright. Zaz coming out being banned right here. Coach Z's also takes away the Hilda. I love what Kingdom Esports is going for. They still ban away the high loss because Diablo has been playing way too much high loss already. I'm
Glue.
actually very surprised that Team Flash did not prioritize a high loss in that slot for the carry, right? So yeah, they want to secure Vanix's comfort heroes as of now.
But compared to Beatrix though, yeah, okay. Carry Tank Bastard here, but with the combo coming in from the Kalea, they need something or someone to burst or follow up that
Carry.
Tsunami Slam.
Carry.
But
That's
yeah,
burst.
But you need a lot of items before this.
That's burst.
I don't
Yeah,
think so.
that is burst.
Compared to
The shing shing shoo shoo shoo. That's
I
burst.
know. It's a true damage as well.
I fought against a carry, and
You're a
actually
gold
surprised.
laner, you can't
Yeah,
relate.
I'm actually surprised how fast the carry can burst because of that true damage proc over and over again. But now,
is it better than Beatrix though? With that combo, simply on that combo situation.
but you wouldn't put Beatrix on Team Flash right now. Don't forget, Vanix lost against a Moskov
Yes.
in game number 1 using a Beatrix. You don't want to draft that into it because, you know, it's always... Okay, no, I'm not going to go back to the promise problem. But again, DJ also recognizing the potential Benedetta coming out because the high loss is not prioritized and Flash, okay.
Glue.
Fredrin. Jungle
Yeah, that's the thing.
Fredrin.
Now I can agree with you. Tsunami Slam with a stun, then you can have plenty of DPS. then.
Yes, and
Okay, then can.
And then the Fredrin Appraisal's Wrath as well. That's the best
Yes,
damage you're looking
okay,
for, right?
there you go.
Yep.
There you go. So I think this draft is pretty much okay, but then again, they don't have the mobility compared to, I mean, as it were, if you have an assassin on your jungle, it's a frontliner here. You can see front to back situation here coming in from
Wait.
Team Flash.
Are you proposing that? What if?
What if? You started that what if, bro. I'll follow up with oh.
Yeah, what if
I love
Fredrin
it.
goes into the EXP? It doesn't work well, but then that could also be potentially the case, so that you still give Hades an assassin, right?
Or assassin, yeah.
A Joy still works well because Eve goes in real world manipulation. You counter slows, and exactly what you
Okay,
want to
wait.
do. But
No. Masha. Have you seen Diablo Masha?
no, never.
Yeah. Hey, Masha is very strong 1v1, man.
Yeah, one punch.
And
Wait, okay, so that's gonna be a Diablo Masha
For sure.
ish. You can't be
Wow.
pulling a Masha jungle, right? But I was told you give Hades the assassins. That's where he truly shines. He is the taker of course. He's the taker of base. He's the assassin of turrets. But now you're gonna give the Fredrin over to Hades. Now you're gonna have to ask the question whether he's. We're going back to that old meta once again, right?
Yes.
Is he comfortable on
5
this one? We shall take a look at this game.
Ah, man. Wow, what
Smash
a surprising draft here coming in from Flash SG, but we're seeing as well Kingdom Esports
to
looking
Mobile
good.
Legends.
Taking away the game 1 now here in the match point. Kingdom Esports versus Flash SG.
Yeah, Diablo, that is going to be a lethal ignition Marsha, right? Main goal is to burst.
Burst, yes.
Right, try to burst, try to find Moskov, one punch. Even if you sacrifice yourself, you've done your job. So that's basically what he's trying to do. JPL should be there to provide secondary damage already. But Flash SG is going in terms of a kind of composition where the longer you remain at that fight, the more damage you do.
Oh, man. But again, there's going to be a chill here for the side of Kingdom Esports. Just in case we had seen aggressiveness coming in, Diablo can isolate very easily here with Way of the Dragon. They can do that. And Kingdom Esports, though, their composition, for me, Jay, is much easier to execute here.
We'll see. Right now, banning the Malakisi, yeah, like what I mentioned, you as a carry, you do have that burst. And also wave killer, right? So you're definitely going to be a natural push. Flash maybe could have to try to play around that side of the lane because I'm not optimistic about this Diablo Masha pick, mind you. It's not going to do a lot of damage in the early game.
Yeah, me as well. And this is going to be the first time I'm going to see Diablo on the Masha. And we've talked about how Diablo also flexes his adaptability or his deep hero pool here. But let us see if he's be able to manage to use this matchup. But look at this one on the bot side. It's going to be Bear very slowly, but of course there's the heals coming up. He wouldn't be taken down.
Just in the nick of time, Bear would be able to Bear was able to just get out of trouble right there. But you can see Diablo needs level 4 in order to be effective, but the turtle is up. Diablo is only level 3. Same can be seen with Bear, so it's still mutual destruction. Both these two teams, I think they need to farm just a little bit more and maybe meet up at level 4.
Still, it's going to be Curtisi providing this vision control here on the sides. No level 4 yet for JPL and Hades in the pit already. And both teams here are trying to control this pit, and now there's Hades here with a ton of counter-attack here with the weight of the dragon trying to go for the isolation play. And now manipulation here for the side of JPL. Oh, look at Bear trying to back away. JPL in the midst of it all. Kingdom Esports trying to go for the counter-attack.
Man, it just doesn't make sense, right? The damage coming out from Flash is not there.
AOG! FMM, too late for that one, but Diablo takes the kill, but still Kingdom Esports takes the turtle.
Yeah, it's a trade as of now. Melon for a turtle, but Diablo had to burn the flicker. Hades goes down for the count once again. It's the same script as game number 1. Roysa is one level ahead of Hades. And yes, technically speaking, a Fredgin can farm quite quickly, but you don't want to count on that. You want to be always a level ahead of your jungler.
Correct. And now, as you can see, Hades here, level 5, Loisa, level 6. With the buff, of course, coming in from the Fredgin, right? 100% already the damage. You can dish out for the jungle, so it's going to be fast. But still, Loisa, one level ahead against FLSG's jungler here.
Yeah. Melon's not going to have a good game in this particular matchup because, yeah, everything counters him. It's a poor thing, right? Diablo can just use the ultimate, just one punch on top of you to get close, and then you're basically sitting duck. They're also a Curtisi ultimate as well. They could dive, your JPL could dive. FLSG, this is a full-on dive comp against Kingdom Esports, whereas Kingdom Esports, they can just flash, set up, they can also pick with Bear as well.
Looking forward for Bear, though. We've seen how the isolation play of the Way of the Dragon has been committed there. Same thing, right? For the JPL's Tsunami Slam.
Yep.
They do have similar initiations here from both teams, but I do love the combo coming from AOG and that real-world manipulation. It's a classic.
Yeah, definitely. Vanek secures a Corrosive Scythe right here. That's also one of his power spikes. Malakisi not too sure.
Okay.
I think that's vital information that Kingdom Esports managed to scout out from that ultimate.
And the troll will be spawning 25 seconds later here on the bot side. But so far, all is silent, especially here on the bot side. I think Diablo right now, we've seen how his damage can really dish out. But look at this one flanking maneuver once again, a 3 vs 2, but Malakisi, just like that, managed to escape.
Hades used the Retribution, trying to slow down Malakisi right here, just as the turtle comes up. This is literally all about timings right here, and that's vital information once again that Kingdom Esports is going to abuse.
Ultimates are up without the SOD though, and yeah, FLSG doesn't want to commit here and the turtle take down.
They can't, because they don't have the It's tough right now.
Okay, now Diablo still survives, and this is going to be now Malakisi to target, backs away still, twice in a row, Jace, twice in a row. They haven't got the kill here, but meanwhile here in the bots, FLSG trying to fend off these aggressors here.
Yeah, FLSG is not having good game right there, right? The dive comp is not diving at all because there's so much mobility coming on from Kingdom Esports side laners, right? You've got Abyss Walker, you also got Bear. Of course, you never Now you never chase a bear because the bear can chase you down and the bear can always retreat. There's so much mobility in your side lanes and Flash is having a lot of trouble.
There you go, will it be enough though with the Tsunami Slam, and there you go, damage is indeed enough with a 3-man takedown.
Counting with Jace once again, Curtizi's ultimate, JPL ultimate, Vanix's ultimate just for one FMM.
Ooh, so many resources once again just to pick up one indeed. And now I think this is going to be opening here coming in from Kingdom Esports. If they want to pick someone here, but they are going to be defending the top side.
Yeah, it's a lot of commitment just to get something. Flash this shows the desperation coming out from Flash, right? Like, yeah, I'm using so much in order to basically take down a roamer, but at the very least, now that Team Flash was able to crack open top, those 3 ultimates, worth it.
Worth it. Very, very much worth it. And this is what they want. They want to control the map as early as possible here, provide the necessary activations coming in from Vanix. And remember, during the draft, we highlighted that Vanix plays an important role here, but look at Diablo will be the target again. Cannot chase Diablo here, and Bear was way too far out.
Yeah. Right now, what's Flash's game plan, right? Hunker down, or do I dive? But their composition is dive. It's not very ideal for base defense, and especially when Kingdom Esports has a siege unit in the form of Melon with a real-world manipulation. Now, Kingdom Esports right here, they've been able to secure 2 turtles, Flash SG, they need to do something.
And remember Loisa here, Maliktini rather, on the top side. Oh, Tsunami Slam to be committed, and the real-world manipulation as well. Look at the burst damage here, SOD hit in this spot, and Bear tried to back away. Diablo is well providing space, but could not take down anyone there. Loisa, being control, backs away here with his Suyo, and now FMM is out. He's trying to chase. Actually, they have control this turtle takedown here, and the rest of Kingdom Esports scram.
Yeah, finally, right? But that's because Kingdom Esports loses FMM earlier just now, and Team Flash Team Flash, if you notice how Diablo's main role right here is to use the ultimates. His ultimates on Melon, trying to push away the real-world manipulation. That's basically his role right here. But Vanix does have a bit of gold advantage in terms of the kills and assists. Vanix is the one that secured the golden star first as compared to Maliktini.
Well, we've seen the combo there. The AOG, real-world manipulation, beautiful there. Unfortunately, of course, they could not have that much of the damage. And I do love how Flash SG just positioned themselves just to avoid that burst coming in from the side of Loisa. And now, well, the suit exchange, they have managed to take the top side tower here as well.
Yep, good call on Diablo to build a damage item. So Blade of Hephaestus should be going Blade of Despair because Hades is on tank duty right now. And this is out of his MO because at the start of the season, he's been playing, or not just this season, even last season onwards, he's been playing a lot of defensive heroes, such as your High Losses, your Fulvius.
Correct.
What he played for, Camilla, Revitalize as well. That's something that he even played as well. And usually, Diablo's a very selfish player, right? He plays a benefit, he likes to push, he likes to take the limelight. Now finally, he's given the limelight. What can Diablo do in this game?
Also remember the Khalid, yes, but still with that Revitalize. Still defensive, right? So now, I think this is the most comfort that Diablo is. I do remember you guys told me that Diablo way back was very aggressive.
Yeah, he is, and that's why I'm very surprised. But
there you go. Oh, Maliktini is the target, and Diablo just managed to do that one. The flicker has been used as well, and this is what you need. This is the Diablo, the original Diablo now showing up.
Diablo, jab.
Jab.
Punch. Alright, another word for punch. But yeah, Diablo, that's actually a good trade coming up from the side of Flash, right? Punch, Maliktini down, and move on. That's basically the game right now from Flash SG. Hit and run.
Flash SG, I think the Lord is now pretty much open, but they are going for this play once again. FMM, hopping of course that Revitalize Battle Spell, no ultimates right now here for FMM, but look at this, not escape! Yeah. Still it's Curtizi securing the kill.
Yeah, Curtizi with that APS stack is starting to build up. He's gonna just be able to dish out the damage because every time you damage that's a tick, every tick you check whether you're low, and then after that you're not beating bada boom. But now it's gonna be Flash SG securing the Lord Pit for now. With the absence of FMM, they can do anything.
Oh, Diablo is doing it here, and now there's gonna be a team fight once again, winning here on the side of Flash SG. Bear trying to run away, but Diablo is there with a jab.
I press F on Diablo, and Diablo never fails to the maze. Diablo, that jab just literally just zones out Melon. Melon doesn't know what to do. How do you train against a Masha?
Oh, man.
Do you train against a Masha in MPL? No. And Flash is actually basically catching Kingdom Esports off guard.
Yeah, I think they did. And now the only thing is Malik TZ wasn't there yet in the team fight. They don't have the damage dealer in that kind of situation. But let's see if Malik TZ is going to be a factor here, winning major team fights. But remember, Diablo is doing pretty good. Just zoning out key targets at the back lines. And he can reach for sure Malik TZ. We've seen that one on the bot side.
Yeah, definitely, right? And he can basically just constantly go as long as his HP bars are there. And now it's going to be Team Flash sending up the Lord up top. They're sieging it up.
Oh, there you go. Efficient play once again. The Tsunami Slam and reward manipulation to delay the siege. But then the Lord has been pushing through. FMM is going to be the target here. Now Flash SG continues to go aggressive. Secured inhibitor target on top.
What? Right, Diablo punching down Malik TZ right there. Even if Diablo has to sacrifice his life, building a malefic roll right there, he ensures his target goes down. He will stick onto you like a glue, and Malik TZ is not ready for it. And of course, Kingdom Esports now losing Malik TZ on the Moscow is not doing well. What do you do next?
It's really difficult if you're Kingdom Esports to protect your goal laner or to protect the siege upcoming there. And Flash SG knows about this one. Diablo here, he has a target in mind. Malik TZ, and he did it pretty good.
Maybe Kingdom Esports needs to start to have a buddy system, right? Bear to peel for Melon and FMM to peel for Malik TZ, right? But that means that you're basically just overprotecting your carries. You're not allowing yourself to set up, and allowing Flash, a team like this, to basically dictate the pacing of the fight is not exactly ideal because they know what to do at every single juncture.
And I thought the real-world manipulation is enough to stop Diablo to run down. It's not.
No, do you not? Just now, just now, if you notice how the real-world manipulation goes up, and Diablo just literally stuns, he waits in the real-world manipulation corner, and he continues to run down Melon. He has one thing in mind. Punch.
And he has a flicker as well. And look at this one again. This is FMM gone. And 4v5 advantage to Flash SG with 20 seconds till the next Lord, but they will push here with the creeps.
Yep, that dive comp is finally working out for the side of Team Flash, and they have to dive right here into deep waters.
And now it's Richard gone once again. 100 play here for Kingdom Esports. Not enough damage though. Hades managed to escape with the help of the rest of the team here, providing him a way to go.
Yeah, mid lanes to crack open though, but like, once again, counting with Jace, if you notice how Flash likes to do, they like to overcommit. TZ ultimate, JP ultimate, Vanix ultimate, just for one person, even if it's a rogue, right? They're not holding back. They are desperate for that game. They're desperate not to give one match or again because they've already given one match to somebody else.
Wow, this is high kick, man. The Masha. And now Diablo is just taking over this game here. JPL has a vision as well. And Kingdom Esports at this moment, we're seeing no risky plays here. They're just going to defend here.
Of course, if you're Kingdom Esports right now, if you're imagine you put yourself in the shoes of Melon. You put yourself in the shoes of Malik TZ. There's a Masha out there, Deadeye. It's dangerous to go out there alone.
Actually, this Masha, this Diablo, is gonna be the target. And okay, if you're Kingdom Esports here, you have plenty of control here as well. We have mentioned, of course, the reward manipulation. We have mentioned, of course, that AOG. But then again, there's Diablo just running down here at the back. Which hero is your priority here? Now it's going to be the Lord going through. Isolation play with the Tsunami Slam once again. It's the same thing we're seeing here with Flash SG cleaning up the battlefield, and the rest here of Kingdom Esports crams a win for Flash SG.
We're finally back into something that we're more familiar with, right? Flash taking a game in a dominant fashion, but of course they need to pull up some tricks. Diablo pulling out the Masha just to zone out the damage, even if you sacrifice. Basically, it's like a saber play, right? You use the triple suite just for one person. It's like the Beloyski saber thing, right? You trade yourself for something else, and yeah, that's basically how Team Flash was able to scrounge up a victory. Because I don't, like what I mentioned, people don't train against a Masha preparing MPL. Who do you play against? You train against a Hylos, you train against a Kelly, you train against a Badam. Who trains against a Masha?
Exactly, and surprisingly as well, it's very effective. We've talked about assassins who can go into the back line, blah, blah, blah. But Masha
is an
doing it is, but unusual in a way that you are going to go full head on. You're very visible in this kind of situation. Unlike other assassins, they have iframes, they have some kind of skills there to go from one point to the other. But Masha, you can clearly see Masha is going for after you there.
Yeah, Masha is that true train that's gonna just
train.
go down, and you're gonna receive that pain train right here. It's gonna slam you right in the face, because man, that Masha play, I'm losing my mind from this one. This Diablo going back to Jablo, because he used to play a lot of Paquito back then as well.
Damage EXP.
Yeah, damage EXP, and you start to see when Hades has to give up his prime position, you usually put Hades on the assassin, and this also allows the Juicing to shine, because now your Juicing has a lot of free real estate to basically output the damage from afar. Vanix is safer now, because the attention is now on the Masha to try to and Kingdom Esports is putting a lot of resources to try to protect the backline as compared to try to zone out Vanix.
Is this the rise of the junglers here? Well, for Team Flash, in a way.
Nah, I like Hades on Assassins.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, of course. Hell for it, man.
If they can win games like this one, I think they can adopt in this one. But yeah, I am used to Hades also on the Assassin. But
Definitely.
so far in that execution, it's actually Diablo, the superstar in that game.
Yeah, Diablo taking all that credit, but of course, if you take a look at the items, Diablo is so much damage. What's he building next?
BOD?
Oh my goodness.
Have to see.
I think that's a Hunter Strike next. Imagine if Diablo goes in Hunter Strike, he's gonna just run people down like crazy. Malik TZ, there's no space for Malik TZ to output the damage. He's constantly running for his life. Melon goes in real world manipulation, immediately paints a crosshair onto his head. And Diablo is definitely going to punch into that crosshair. Bear, on the other hand, struggling to zone. FMN has no choice, because FMM is constantly getting flipped over by JPL. If you notice, FMM died so many times because I don't know why, but Team Flash just loves to pick on FMM. Remove that Gato Kachon from the fight. That also means that it allows... It removes the buddy system that I was talking about,
And
right?
Diablo is just freely running down through the target. That is going to be the side of Malik TZ. And I think this is where Bear also stepping up, right? Maybe use the Way of the Dragon as a defensive play, but I haven't seen that one in the exchange there. Like protecting Malik TZ on his positioning. But then again, without FMM, you mentioned, because FMM has the OG, he has the taunt as well, which can stop Diablo's running through. But again, yeah, Diablo did a pretty good thing. There's also Vanix. Vanix dealing a lot of damage. Look at this. Oh, I'm actually surprised. Damage to heroes here coming in from Diablo is just 19%. I thought he...
No.
Yeah, it's actually...
I mean, it's normal, right? You
one target.
Yeah, you have your target squishy. You don't need to do all. Yeah, you just pump and then you're done, right? Squishy doesn't have a lot of HP bars, right? The reason why Vanix has a lot more damage is because he's dealing damage against FMM, which also heals at the same time. You also do damage to Bear, which also heals at the same time. So, but Diablo does his work, being able to take down the key targets. That's his role.
Yeah. So see here, and now Kingdom Esports lost the game 2. We are now into the game 3 match point game. See, Team Flash, this is their time here to actually recover from this loss.
Yeah.
And now Team Flash with that surprise pick here, I think we'll be able to see here another surprise pick or another Masha game. I don't think so.
Nah, I don't think they will do it. I think the Masha only works
Pocket
once.
pick. Like a cheese.
Yeah, it's a cheese. It's just a cheese strat. They can only be picked once. You don't show it anymore, or you don't even show it ever, right? Unless you're confident that this Masha EXP is going to be the next EXP Khalid that Diablo was well known for.
Yeah.
You never know.
Never know.
You never know, because we were surprised when Diablo starts picking Khalid. We were surprised.
But I love how Team Flash right now recovers from this game.
Definitely.
It only shows this experience. Usually when you lost game 1, you can really see
you beat yourself up a little bit more. You doubt a little bit more. Your flicker gets 0.1 second late. But nah.
Masha.
Masha Bonk.
Masha Bonk.
Yeah, and Malik Teasy and Melon were the receiving end of the Masha Bonk.
Oh, speaking of which, that was Malik Teasy first pick, Moscow.
Yeah, exactly.
And they just managed to counter that one just like that.
And that's because of Zeus's thought process, right? That's why we call it cheese pick. And that's where I was saying earlier just now, Team Flash feels like they're more comfortable being on the red side because they're usually the ones that knows how to react. Just now you put earlier just now in game number 1, you're the one that put Team Flash on a first pick. They had no choice but to first pick, and this is where the truly shines. Now the problem is we're going to game number 3. We're putting Flash back in first pick position. How are they going to fare?
Yeah, that's the thing.
Masha first pick? No way.
Masha first.
No, I think at this rate,
Masha first pick.
Yeah, I think at this rate, I think Malik Teasy might forfeit the Moskov right now because it feels like if the Moskov gets selected, I'm also betting on Zays to put the Masha back.
Okay.
To the roster.
Or if they are going to give away the Moscow here for the side of Kingdom, of course, for sure, it's going to be Team Flash going to take that one. I mean, Vanix is good. But this is going to be our MVP. Speaking of which, Vanix here on the carry. But he has plenty of damage. We've seen the damage output he did dealt against the side of Kingdom Esports. But sorry to say, but for me it was Diablo really shining on. Sorry. Yes,
then I join the Diablo fan club right here. I am the president. I'll start collecting taxes from you. Membership fees from you.
Is the president.
I'm the
president of the Diablo fan club. Yeah, there you go.
Queue up here. You may queue up there. But yeah, let's talk about the potentials coming up from this, right? There's a lot of learnings in game number 1 and game number 2. What did we learn today, is it?
Adaptability.
Yes, that's very important. The fact that, yes, Kingdom Esports feels like they're able to, be so confident as well in game number 1. And Bear is a momentum player, right? Once he starts getting a loss, like what I mentioned, the hesitations come into play. The 0.1 seconds timing lag, the confidence, the hesitation, those things cost you in a professional scene like this.
Yeah, speaking of which, do you remember King's Vanguard way back that they have taken a win against Team Flash? It was Team Flash first taking that series game, and then they just counter-swept the series there. So it shows the maturity level of King's Vanguard. So let's see right now, this time around, if this Kingdom Esports could also pull through the same thing. Well, they have taken down Team Flash first game. They can possibly take it down or win the series. It's possible.
And I think it's just the markings of a good esports team, right? Like, a good esports team is not a best esports team. Wait, hold on. I'll get to that logic in just a moment, right? It's not the best esports team in terms of micro and macro. It's about the resilience. It's about your stamina. There's a lot more things that you have to consider about, right? It's the mental fortitude on top of your actual fortitude as well. Team Flash has been receiving a lot of L's on the international stage. And, I mean, in order to get here, of course.
Understandable,
right? Understandable. But now it's Kingdom Esports whether they can adapt and manage to those L's and make it into a W's.
Yeah, if they win this series, if Kingdom Esports wins this series, it only shows the kind of characteristic that Steam
Correct.
have.
So I really want to. I'm really looking forward to game number 3.
Yes.
And remember, we talk about the measuring stick, right? If Kingdom Esports is able to measure up against Team Flash, yes, they did well in game number 1. Yes, they got momentum. Yes, they faltered in game number 2. We shall see how they recover. If they are able to recover in game number 3. My power rankings of Kingdom Esports is going up.
Yes.
I'm increasing at least 10%. Right
yeah,
there.
and I can say
the stonks of Kingdom Esports will rise.
The stonks, and I can literally say as well that Team Flash is not really the top team anymore in MPL.
Wow.
If
no, don't go to what if. Don't go what if. No.
Still Diablo.
Hey, I just made a conversion. Hey, $100. Membership fee, queue up. $100.
What do you mean? Yeah, man.
But okay, tell me about Diablo. Yes, tell me about Diablo.
No, not Diablo alone, man. Team Flash. Team Flash. But just imagine, if they lost this series against Kingdom Esports, will you say, because Team Flash just experimenting their way? Can you really say that one? Maybe Team Flash just trying to adjust, and I'm not saying adjust, man, because it's really unusual to see Team Flash going to lose again a series like this one.
I totally echo you, right? I don't think they're experimenting because I always firmly believe that no, not say firmly believe. A wise man once told me an esports team never plays to lose. They always play to win. That wise
Very
man
nice.
once told me that one. Shout out to that wise man out loud.
That's you.
No, that's not me.
Oh,
It's from
who's that?
another wise man.
Multiverse, Jay?
No, it's not Arashi.
Rush.
I don't know where we're going with all these inside things right here. But yeah, wise man once told me, an esports team always draft to win. They always plays to win, right?
Correct.
And I don't think it's because Team Flash is doing this on purpose. I feel like Team Flash, even though they're experimenting, they won't put an experiment on this stage right here.
Yeah.
Unless they've done it before in scripts, right? So I feel like they're not experimenting. I feel like they really truly plays. I think it's all about Kingdom Esports right here. Even the results I feel from this particular match comes from Kingdom Esports. It's about Kingdom Esports, whether they can maintain that momentum. Apparently they can't maintain the momentum after game number 1. We need to see how they react to that momentum in game number 3. So it's all down to Kingdom Esports. Team Flash right here, they are that ruler. And now it's how Kingdom Esports measure themselves.
Yeah. Okay. So it's not about Team Flash's making some mistakes here. It's Kingdom Esports and the rest of the MPL SG teams here just stepping up their game here. So yeah, Kingdom Esports. Let's see. This is what we have just talked about, right? On how they be able to recover from this loss, and how they be able to adapt again when it comes to their composition. And remember, this time around, it is going to be Team Flash first pick. So you mentioned, of course, comfortably Team Flash really shines on the second pick. And now going in the first pick, now we're going to talk about the first pick priorities here. So yeah,
first priority. Do you now the question is, was Zay's first pick a Moscow right out of the bat?
That's
Or if knowing this, would the Kingdom Esports ban the Moscow from their ban slot using one ban slot? But that also, once again, like I said, you need to leak something out.
Correct.
Because you only got 3 bans in the first phase. What do you leak? Matilda?
Yeah, of course, for sure. Matilda, I mean.
I think I'll leak Matilda.
Yeah, okay. Remove the chip.
Chip was forgotten in that previous game.
Oh yeah.
It wasn't banned at all. Yeah. So
anyway, you can counter with so many counters. Right? We've seen so many counters there.
Got the Kacha, your Juicing to a certain extent,
Valentina,
even to a certain extent, Valentina, and even Zask, I would say.
Oh really?
Yeah, just jump into your Nightmare Spawn and you can come out from your ultimate and then hey, look, I'm inside someone's body. Spit at everybody. Sorry, I have too many nightmares from Zask. Especially
I love too many nightmares from Zask.
Sorry, my puns are getting really punny. I can't control my puns. I really cannot control my puns.
So for this one, okay, Moscow, yeah, we've been highlighting, of course, Moscow has been really growing here in the scene as well. And both teams can really play. And if I'm going to choose Moscow on Malik Teasy and Vanix, which is much scarier, I think Vanix.
Vanix has the clutch factor.
Oh yeah, that's the thing.
That's why.
That's the thing. So yeah, it could be one. Second one is Kalea as well. Kalea, we've seen JPL and the Kalea, yes. On the other side, also Rome Kalea on Kingdom Esports. FMM. We've seen him got a Kacha. We haven't seen him Kalea.
I think one of the biggest thing I noticed about both these two Romers, if you compare FMM and JPL, number one, they used to be from the same team. I'm talking about Slate season 4.
Wait, I see.
That's almost like ×2 the seasons ago.
And FMM was gold laner back then?
Yes, that's right. Then I'm also thinking from the point of view where JPL actually would have taught FMM some tips and tricks.
That's a great
as well.
backstory, Jace.
Thank you. History with Jace, of course.
History with Jace. That's a great backstory.
Yeah, and then on top of that, what FMM struggles as a roamer, in my opinion, because he's been bouncing from one roles to another.
Okay,
your
not
pool,
fully committing.
Your pool is small.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's why that's my suspicion for Kingdom Esports. I want to see if FMM can play other roams. Like for example, I want to see more Chips in this particular match. Yes, he played Chip in other season before, but I want to see Chip in this season because of the different patches.
Okay, and here we go. This is now going to be the start of our drafts. Draft alone, Jays. I'm really interested in how these two teams will go. Yeah, we're now seeing half of the battle here. Actually, the action starts right now in this batting phase. And now, okay, still the fan has been banned. Matilda has been mentioned a while ago. Phobius, though, has been banned here for the side of Team Flash. Kingdom Esports. Moskov, is it going to be a priority ban here? But Zushin, we've seen the Chip. Pretty much Lucas open.
So there's a lot of things that Kingdom Esports needs to consider. There's a lot of things that DJ, the coach from Kingdom Esports, needs to consider right here. Kimi definitely has to be banned because it's too strong as a first pick. It's too strong. Kimi is usually a red side ban. You don't want to give it to a blue side immediately, but that's why Team Flash will be banning away the Juicin. That also means that also sounds very familiar. Like there's a lot of things that could potentially open up because of the Juicin ban. You don't see that in this particular season from MPL Singapore.
Lucas is open. If it's not going to be banned, you think?
It has to be banned. It has to be banned by Kingdom Esports. That means that, Team Flash, if they want to go, want to put Vanix back on something more comfortable, if you notice, Zace has been prioritizing Vanix's picks in the first three, in the first phase. I think Team Flash will first pick the Moskov right off the bat.
Yeah. And now Kingdom Esports, they're thinking about this one. They're really
Masha? Wow.
You mentioned
how much paranoia do you have? Now your Lucas is open, DJ.
Yeah.
You open up the Lucas.
I'm not sure.
Chip as well is open as well. And now, okay, at the very least, that's a trade, right? So you open up the Chip, you open up the Lucas, and now where the Loisa will pick up that Lucas at the same time. So okay, I like what DJ is going on. I like DJ's notebook right now.
Okay, but really, I mean, is this what the effect Masha did to them on that previous game?
I am surprised. Brother has no answers to the Masha pick. Nobody has answers. It's is it the first debut in this in MPL regions right now?
Yeah, 100%. 100%.
Could be.
Wow. Okay.
No one. Absolutely no one. Diablo Masha.
Always. That's why we're proud the Team Flash in MPL Singapore because they're really the meta makers here.
Okay. Now.
Okay, Granger has been rarely seen as well.
Yep, Granger coming back because of the nerfs. Priority fell a lot more. You don't really see that, but it's also a very good first pick as well because you can put it in gold, you can put it in jungle, and now Gato Kacha once again being secured by FMM. Exactly what I mentioned. Unless they want to put the Gato Kacha back into the EXP lane. Now Flash will do a Farsa pick as well for Curtizi. Game number 1 wasn't very well. Vendetta. Zace is not prioritizing Vanix's pick for this particular game.
Oh man, again. That was last week that he used this hero and he used beautifully.
He's a Benedetta player. He is a Benedetta player.
He's the meta maker again. Benedetta with the Revitalized Battle Spell last season. It was the thing because of Diablo. And now we're seeing Diablo Masha also in the previous game. And now, I think this is Diablo game. We're seeing it.
Yeah, I feel like this particular series is very interesting to me because it feels like Diablo wants to prove himself back that, hey, I am back. You better ban me. The Benedetta goes into the banning pool. The High Loss was constantly banned because of this Diablo. If you look at the stats on Liquid Repeater for MPL Singapore, if you see the bans of Benedetta, it's only towards Diablo. Alright,
really?
And now, not only just that, DJ right here picks the joy immediately, and now he needs to start locking down on tank junglers, right? Your fighter junglers, but there's too many. Fredrin definitely should be banned away by the side of Kingdom Esports. There's also, to a certain extent, I would even say Guinevere should be banned because Hades plays a Guinevere jungle tank.
Oh, this is... If you're up against Team Flash, this is one of the most challenging if you're the coach as well.
Yeah.
I mean, not only the picks for your team, you have to consider the bans as well against Team Flash SG. And there you go. We mentioned, of course, the Fredrin.
Fredrin has to go.
Yeah. I think this is a great combo as well because Fredrin sets the play for the Farsa. And without the Fredrin, and it only translates here that DJ right now trying to prioritize now the tank junglers here in this case.
I like what Zace is going on as well. I want that notebook too. Man, these two coaches are actually onto something. Zay's bans away the Fireman's. I'm also would add the Valentina into that pool too, because you don't want to give the Far's enemy another further airstrike. There's way
Plus
too many
the teleport
big,
as well.
Correct. There's way too many big ultimates that you don't want to give over to the side of Kingdom Esports, right? Especially if if I would coach DJ earlier just now, that Joy pick, it's actually a trade, right? Do I prioritize that Joy and then start cutting down on tank junglers? Or do I just go ahead and snap pick a Valentina for myself? Because I'm very sure Zaze needs to take that away from Kingdom Esports. And now it's going to be a Moscow ban from the side of Kingdom Esports. Like I said, it's a knee-jerk reaction. Okay, Zaze agrees with me. Takes away the Valentina.
Can go for the Harith though. Harith is pretty good combo with Chip. When it comes to a team fight here, and they can go for the early game dominance as well, since, of course, the Moscow has been taken down here. And where it comes to the reach, though, against a Granger, I think a Harith can also be in par.
Yeah, either you go for the Harith, but yes, you can go for a Harith because you do have a physical damage EXP laner now. And Badang will be selected once again. This is going to be a EXP Badang, which is also something that Diablo does play. And also another thought process I have in my mind, maybe you don't go the Harith if you feel like, hey, I'm overloading with a lot of magic damage, right?
Okay.
I can go for the Irithel, which does well against the Grandeur because you can basically...
It's been a while. Yeah,
it's been a while. You can do that, or even 1-1 to a certain extent. Something that was banned in one of the games earlier in this series.
And you need the physical damage, right? Okay. But you need someone to set the play. Okay, you had a chip, you had a crash course, there's a basic stun there, and a follow-up here. I think you need a second follow-up when it comes to control. Alpha?
Yeah, Alpha definitely looks good for the side of Team Flash. Guinevere, like I said, looks very good. The second provides the same idea as well. Secondary knock-up at the same time. You can also go into... if you want to be a little bit cheesy right here, if we were still on the topic of cheese, okay, no gold lane Leomord, but hey, Bruno. Sorry, I know I'm basically just throwing ideas and seeing whether it sticks. Bruno is something that Vanix also plays as well.
Yeah, this is their scaling right now. Bruno against Granger when it comes to the range for sure, and poke as well. I think Granger could be having the advantage here, especially during the laning stage here. I mean, Bruno hits a lot given the itemizations on the later part of the game. But when it comes to the control, though, so remember, teleports have been committed here. They do have here the Badang. They do have here the Gatakacho as well. And the Joy. These are AoE heroes that you can counter just in case for the surprise attacks here.
Yeah, right now, okay, that's going to be a Vexana. Now now it's all about Cortese's game, where the Cortese can actually use the feather airstrike in the best way possible, because there's so many counters. When you go into feather airstrike, there's a Badang that will try to push you off. In fact, he doesn't even need to commit the ultimate to try to push you off. He can just punch you, you're basically out your feather airstrike. There's also the potential Joy coming in. There's also a Vexana ultimate that's coming in as well. So there's a lot of things. So it's about Cortese's timings on the feather airstrike this time around. And now you mentioned about the what's that called, the engage and the secondary engage. I can potentially see Chip going in as the main engage. Secondary engage to a certain extent, the Benedetta, if I'm not mistaken, he likes to go for Petrify as well, so that's also your secondary engage as well. But we shall see how Team Flash will play this one in game number 3.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is now the match point game in our second match here. The week 2 our seeded stage. Flash SG versus Kingdom Esports. Who will win this series here? And we've seen so much action with JPL and the chip. Once again, this is actually 2 chips in a row we've seen until this event of our regular season.
FMM also plays with chip, so I'm also very surprised that he did not snap it. You're prioritizing onto FMM. There you go, man. You just ended up the things.
And Diablo is back with that EXP damage. Petrify indeed been secured here in his battle spell. And now this is going to be Kingdom Esports trying to find some holes here with Loisa. Remember, on the Joy. We've seen the Joy very quick and can really be aggressive in the early game as well.
So see, right now it's just standard laning phase. We talk about lane priority. Badang is not going to have a good time. Diablo can easily wave clear, and then after that start rotating. Kingdom Esports need to play heavily towards top. You do have a bit of a lane priority down at the bottom lane because of Malik TZ can poke and can farm from a bit of a safety, and if he gets a combos off, Vanix is in a spot of trouble.
There you go. It's going to be just a poking war here on the bottom side. Meanwhile, until that level 4 coming in from JPL is available, I do believe FLSG will just be calm here and going passive around this time.
Yeah, let's just chill. Let's just open up like a beach seating, open up parasol, just chill. Right?
No aggression for now here, but Loiza is now the ultimate, pretty much available. Same thing with Hades, and the Kingdom Esports trying to clear the waves here in the middle lane first and transition for the turtle takedown.
Yep, level 4 check. Diablo doesn't hit level 4 yet. That could be a problem there. Does go, and he might strike right now. Going in,
and now for Sluggo on the other side of the map, and it's now Eternal Guard committed, and Hades still managed to take the turtle. That's really surprising it, but FLSG just showing their dominance here in the early game.
Yeah, good call coming off of FLSG. Diablo knows that he's level 4. The only best thing that he could do is basically literally throwing himself at Kingdom Esports, and this is something you don't see in other teams in the community, not only just community, but like Kingdom Esports or other teams that you see apart from FLSG. Diablo knows that he has no value right here. He will just trade his body so that Hades can focus down on the turtle, and at the same time, pick up Luisa is just a bonus.
Yeah, that was a great play coming in from FLSG. They were outnumbered in the situation, right?
Yeah,
and they still managed to take the turtle into first blood. That was great coming in from FLSG.
Yeah, because Kingdom Esports was prioritizing on the kills on the Diablo, right? So this really good call coming off
again. Twice in a row, Jace. Twice in a row, Curtisi! You've mentioned, of course, on his positioning on that Farsa, on that feathered airstrike, but that was solo kills. Solo kills against Melon.
Yeah, that's a big problem right here. Curtisi finally got his mojo back, and now he's level 6 against Melon level 4. He can easily do that again. He wants to have lane dominance, and he's doing it right now in this game, Deadeye.
Yeah, this burst damage coming in from Curtisi, and now Hades here as well, trying to position the top side. Haven't seen yet the teleport play coming in from FLSG, but JPL just providing vision all throughout.
You don't need it right now, unless something happens. But hold
on. Petrified kill, and that's going to be Curtisi with the bombardment of the backlines as well.
Yeah, really nice engage up top. Right now, it's just Kingdom Esports. This is the thing that I was talking about earlier just now in between games, right? How do you carry the momentum in game number 1 to game number 3, right? And how do you recover from a loss? And it feels like Kingdom Esports, not recovering.
Yeah, TZ is going to be the target here. Look at that teleport, and all hell's loose. Just to kill here, Malik TZ. I think it's worth it here. And FMN is just too late to save, but no, gets a trade against Diablo.
I don't know whether that's a good value though. Like, right now, but hold on a second. Fight's not over just yet. They may try to do something right here. AOG just to get on out. But I don't know. Okay, at the very least, after this fact, I don't know what. Okay, there's so many things going on right here.
Yeah.
Let me break it down for you, right? Number 1, you get a kill on the gold lane. You take all that gold energy away, put it into Vanix, but you give the turtle away. But if Vanix was able to just take this turret down, that would be good. That would be better value. But now they did not manage to get it, so that ends in a stalemate.
Oh man, Swiss exchange between these two teams, and this is just. We now are seeing here that Malik TZ is a prime position that he's going to be the target from the side of FLSG. The commitment coming in from JPL, calling that teleport under the turret. They know that Malik TZ will be a threat later on. But of course, turret takedown. There you go. It's worth it now. It's going to be advantage here for the side of FLSG. They have taken away Malik TZ, and they have taken the gold on the turret shield, as well as opening up the bottom lane.
Yeah, Malik TZ has to start rotate all the way up top. But Malik TZ, if Vanix stays at the bottom lane, a Benedetta against Malik TZ, and the Benedetta will eat Malik TZ alive.
For sure, with a petrified battle spell coming in from Diablo here. And it opens up here for Vanix, a free zone for him. Oh, this is going to be scary indeed, especially during the later stage of the game.
Yeah, Vanix is now a free range chicken. He's going to be able to farm. Not only just that, look at that key item pickups, right? Blades of Harvesties for Diablo already. Now can assassinate. Finds a squishy, can assassinate back out. And not only just that, Sky Piercer finally built for the side of Malik TZ, but he needs stacks. If you don't build stacks on that Sky Piercer, you don't get any value out of it.
And her TZ hurts so much here. Look at Loiza trying to pick up Diablo, but gonna be easy for him with the electro final blow. Just escape here. The ultimate is out though, coming in from the side of Loisa with 10 seconds until the next turn.
Yep. That key ultimates, like for example, Diablo's trying electro final blow. You also have TC. Okay, that ultimate funding gets back to the line. So it's about trades, a game of trades once again for the side of Team Flash and also Kingdom Esports, right? How are they gonna play this trade out? Who's gonna be the better trader? Who's gonna be the better businessman?
Look at the pressure here on the bot side. Oh!
No way for
Solo
Melon to run.
kill! What's man? This is just insane, man. And now JPL going to go for this teleport. Transition for this turtle takedown as well. And man, again, Kurtizi, time and time again, free kills.
Yeah, I feel like Team Flash in game number 3 is a lot more smoother in terms of the decision making. It feels like game number 2, the shot caller, the decision maker, I think it's sleeping on the job, but now game number 3, they're making right decisions all across the board.
I agree. This is the Flash
they changed the shot caller or something.
Used to. And with this aggressive play once again, coming in for Flash SG, just providing the space on the bot, on the top, and now focusing fire here in the mid lane. Kurtizi is just a threat, man. With 3 kills, solo kills coming in from his Sparse. It's just insane. No one could catch him.
Yeah, not only just that, right? Kurtizi using the, even though yes, that using that ultimate is a little bit overkill just to try to be able to push Melon, but it's actually forcing Melon to back.
Yes.
If Melon is back, means that he's unable to farm. If he's unable to farm, he's basically useless. You need the items to build up, and Flash is not allowing that. That's how Kurtizi bullies you in the mid lane, and that's what he tried to do in game number 1, but that's a Valentina you're talking about. Can dash around the airstrike, and that's why Zay's bans the Valentina this time around.
Yeah. And now Vanix having a time of his life here. This gold laner, this Bruno, giving so much space, and another turret takes down with no defense whatsoever coming in from Kingdom Esports. This is looking great for them. They must make a play here, and Bear couldn't catch anyone there as well.
Yeah, if you're a fan of Team Flash, this is the Team Flash that you're expecting, right? This is not the game number 1. No, that never happened. This is headcanon right now.
And Kingdom Esports now on their side here, they must make some plays here. They're very strong team fight-wise, man. They have AOG, they have the Eternal Guard to follow up with it, but JPL is here.
No, Melitizi, yeah. Remember I talk about the Sky Piercer, right? That Sky Piercer right now is a useless item.
Yeah,
it's taking up slot. It doesn't provide you a lot of damage. That's exactly what Melitizi need. Maybe the better decision earlier just now is to just go straight into the Malefic Roar, skip the Sky Piercer. You need more damage against Team Flash, but Team Flash is not hand-checking in any form of fights. Even at 9-minute mark, you're expecting, 10 kills or something like that. But we're barely scraping 8.
Yeah, no kills yet. And I think Melitizi here, if they want to really prioritize those kind of items, as I mentioned, Kingdom Esports must find a way or force a team fight here. But it's really difficult for them to find the opening. Okay.
Find the opening
Yes, again, Violet Requiem with a follow walk. Just too much damage here. And now Kingdom Esports, 1 man short.
Yeah, 1 man short is going to be a problem right here. Kingdom Esports doesn't really have anybody to peel. Bear has to step forward, but JPL is always around the corner. Imagine he used the ultimate on any of the species on the side of Kingdom Esports. They are doomed.
And their positioning is really way off there. I was really afraid if they are going to commit in that choke point. And now they just decided to give away the Lord here. Look at the zone once again coming from inside of Kurtizi. Bear trying to force his way through, but he is alone. And Kingdom Esports once again could not defend.
I don't really see an opportunity for Melon to basically use the ultimate at all.
Yeah.
He used the Vexana ultimate to knock people up.
Yep.
And now you don't have a flicker, you only have a purify. There's no gap closer for you to flicker, ultimate, knock people up. Right now, the only way that I think Kingdom Esports can basically salvage this Vexana is to basically use the ultimate as a siege unit, like a Lord from Temu or something. I don't know why we're putting in reference like Temu, but yeah. My age, it was called Wish.com.
Oh, beautiful. Stun there coming in from the side of Bear, and this is damage, and this is the team fight. Rather, you want it from the side of Kingdom Esports, and Loisa managed to take down Diablo as well, with Lord pushing through here on the top side. They must also trying to secure this siege, and they will.
Yeah, that's massive value for the side of Kingdom Esports, right? Don't forget, Curtizi has so much shutdown gold, and that's definitely going to help the economy of Kingdom Esports. Not only just that, Flash SG has to come into that fight because, you know, they thought they got the Lord pushing up top, and they hope they can do some significant damage up top. But however, Kingdom Esports right there was able to, you know, defend that earlier.
Yeah, we are going to see some replay here. As you can see right now, this was an incredible initiation coming in from Bear, taking 3 players coming in from Flash SG with a great follow-up there from the side of Kingdom Esports. And as you mentioned, right, the Lord was pushing through on the top side. Unfortunately, there's still a Holy Shield in that moment.
Yeah, it's just me. I think I understand why Flash needs to make that decision, but at the same time, maybe giving that shutdown goal is a bad idea over to Kingdom Esports. Now, Kingdom Esports have a little bit more breathing space right here, and they're basically hunkering down.
Now spotted FMM here around this time. I'm sure they're going to commit there, but we are seeing right now still the same strategy for Kingdom Esports if their base or if their map is really much open, trying to be defensive. But no, I think this is the call to game for Kingdom Esports, trying to find a way to go for the pickup.
Now JPL, I think all eyes on JPL though. The fact that the chip recent changes makes it allowing him to basically TP from almost anywhere to anywhere at all. It's actually pretty annoying, right? You thought you could catch JPL, but JPL could be anywhere, and that's giving Kingdom Esports a lot of confusion. JPL can be hiding right beside you right now, and you wouldn't even know it.
And this positioning, right? It really opens up for the flanking maneuvers as well. And now 10 seconds until the next Lord is going to spawn here in the game, and positioning coming in from Flash SG is there already. Very good, and they have taken map control.
Finally regaining just a little bit more. Kingdom Esports is their very own jungle. They're touching the jungle ground.
Red team hero has been slain.
Oh no! That's again another solo kill of all the players. Malik TZ gone.
Yeah, I mean that's the problem, right? Diablo will eat any marksmans alive. That's the power of the Benedetta. And there we go. That opens up for Kingdom Esports to basically give the Lord. Kingdom Esports, they're unable to recover. They're unable to regain that momentum. Flash is the one that shows that, hey, this is how you play MPL. You regain momentum at a loss.
Oh man, without Malik TZ here, it's really impossible for them to defend the outer turrets here. Plus, they have now the Lord as well on the top side. Kingdom Esports, you cannot afford this kind of situation, Jay. Without your goal lane or without your damage dealer, it's going to be difficult for you to really contest the Lord or even defend.
And not only just that, Kingdom Esports drafted a very early game centric. It's a very snowbally composition. Loisa needs to snowball. Malik TZ probably has no stacks on the Sky Piercer at all. It's just a slot that's basically wasted, and now they have to defend, and that's a problem.
Oh man, they cannot even. They just saw JPL going to go for the conceal. The rest of them just backing out. 2 inhibitor turrets gone here, and now Loisa trying his best to defend it. Still, we cannot see any response here for Kingdom Esports.
It's a little bit broken right now, man. Like, they don't know what to do. They had a solid game number 2, abysmal game number they have a solid game number 1, abysmal game number 2, but game number 3, it kind of flopped.
Now, but this one better. The airstrike right now being committed as well to provide the space, and FMM trying to slow the siege, but cannot again do so. The taunt connects, and no follow-up from Kingdom Esports slowly. And there's gonna be Bear here, going to go for the fist crack and follow up here with Eternal Guard as well. The defense coming in from Kingdom Esports. JPL maxing away. The chase coming in from FMM. And look at this one, a miracle happened. Kingdom Esports defended with a cost of inhibitor turrets.
This is exactly what we call a cornered animal. It's the most dangerous one, right? Kingdom Esports literally says, okay, you know what? This is a Hail Mary. It's okay. I think there's no way we can recover that. FMN goes in with an amazing AOG. Take it down. We're going to throw you guys at a replay just to take a look and break it down how it goes. It just all started because that, you know, Flash SG is trying to end it up. It's an amazing punch by Bear and AOG to follow up from FMM. And this is exactly, you know, what Kingdom Esports needs to do over and over again. And now Kingdom Esports is fighting on Team Flash's side of the match.
And look at this one. They with that team fight win, with that incredible siege defense, they managed now to take out the outer turret. But one little at a time here. There's still plenty of things to do if you're on the side of Kingdom Esports.
And don't forget Malik TZ, that's 2 kills already. The Sky Piercer is starting to be a little bit more of a value right here. The problem is Team Flash keeps feeding Malik TZ more stacks. Grandeur is going to be a massive problem, and now Flash has to end this game in the next 2 minutes or 3. If not, or I would argue, need to end this game with that particular Lord. If not, Kingdom Esports will be trouble for Flash.
I totally agree there. Look at the one siege defense, they can take down the outer turret. How much more if they lose this one? And this is now going to be a Lord that's we're seeing here. JPL in the back lines with a conceal, trying to flank. Hades positioning here, and Diablo as well. Oh my goodness. I hope Kingdom Esports is aware about this one. And now Malik TZ trying to back away, but this is going to be now the kill coming in from the side of Loisa. And now the stun coming up. And look at the Diablo still cannot able to finish this game.
Oh man, Kingdom Esports red flash like an open book. It's so obvious, man. Even some a 5-year-old kid will be able to smell what Team Flash's game plan right here. Kurtini and JPL right there, and like I said, Malik TZ is feeding on stacks. Deadeye, this is a problem for Team Flash.
Oh no, that was a risky play, and risky indeed with 3-man gone for the side of Flash SG. Kingdom Esports secures this Lord. Will this be a comeback, Jays? OMG.
It's a comeback of what Kingdom Esports need. Now this is a little bit momentum going in. Now they're getting the gold. Actually, the gold already equalized. They have a Lord marching now, marching for them, and it's going to march up top. And now this means that Flash SG is going to be in a big problem. Kingdom Esports is going to get all that standing gold, and around 55k mark, you should have.
Oh no, Hades! He wasn't able to go back away, but still managed to go back. Oh man, I thought that was a mistake, but with a Hail Mary grace there. Hades managed to go away, but Melon will be the target trying to commit here. Eternal Guard has been used as well. Remember, the Lord is pushing for the top side. It is going to be Flash SG. Be very wary. Look at the back line, though. Look at JPL doing something here. Trying to go for a cheeky play, but Diablo's taken down. What in the world is happening here? JPL will be the next target. Teleport has been used, but no reinforcement has arrived. Kingdom Esports right now dominating.
JPL is like,
yeah, man.
I'm gonna drop down the ultimate, please help. I'm underwater. Or it's like your buddy asking you're asking your group friend out for a party, but nobody shows up except for you.
Man.
And you're there getting swarmed by enemies, and now Kingdom Esports is on the offense and Flash on the defense with 2 members down, Deadeye.
Oh my goodness, 3 versus 5 with the Lord in favor here for the side of Kingdom Esports. Inhibitor charge gone! Oh, that combo from Kingdom Esports! Now Hades will be falling down! No way! Flash SG has been taken down once again! Kingdom Esports!
GG, man. Literally, like Kingdom Esports, you mentioned, would this be a comeback? And Kingdom Esports says, yes, this is a comeback. Team Flash, I would say, threw every single caution out of the wind. I would say it's just like, dude, we were almost ending the game. But unfortunately, like what I mentioned, the cornered animal is the most dangerous one. The person that think they have nothing left is the most dangerous one, and they will surprise you with all the things. Kingdom Esports surprised us with a Game 3 and Team Flash taking the L.
Oh, remember what we have talked about? What if? What if Kingdom Esports winning the series against Team Flash? The character, the comeback, that one single play changes it all.
Man, that
wow.
What? This is absolute cinema, right?
Yeah.
Now you have to say it's the level of competition in MPL Singapore. That's number 1. Number 2 is the fact that you can start to see like there's a little bit of a miscommunication for the side of Team Flash, and Team Flash, being known like they had to cheese one game. In this match.
Yes.
Number 1. Number 2, it's very obvious they want to do a backdoor. It's really obvious. You've got Benedetta on one lane, you've got Guinevere in the mid lane, and they wanted to do it, and Kurtisi thought, okay, we're going to do a backdoor, we're going to force a fight. But then again, he gets arrested down. He's not able to buy enough time. Bear was there to smack everybody down to pieces, and that's basically history, right?
Yes.
And because of that loss, they equalize the gold lead. They take the Lord. They have even more standing gold. Malik TZ was able to farm his Sky Piercers back on, and that's where it started to be game.
Man, we have to highlight Bear's initiations there as well, right? Remember
sick.
that was sick. I mean, Diablo, we saw on that stream that Diablo was on the split push, but at that moment as well, Loisa did have a double kill. We haven't seen that one, but I knew that Bear was there to initiate the team fight and Loisa to clean up that one.
The pivotal moment in this particular series started from Bear. That catch on two members and the AOG follow up at the Kingdom Esports side of the base. As I show you the flash stats in just a moment, ladies and gents. That is the pivotal moment. Bear was the one that saved this particular series.
Yeah, I agree. Beautiful combo.
Oh, this one, thank you.
Yeah, there you go. Specifically this defense. OMG, that was really incredible here in JPL and the rest of FLSG. And I thought they could grab this win at this moment. Oh, another replay of that sweet, sweet play.
Mind you, Malik TZ was like, what, 1 kill that time? 1 kill that time. And because of that engagement, he got his Sky Piercer stacks back on. He's coming online. And earlier just now when I saw that, Malik TZ got a Rose Gold Meteor and max item. What item is he replacing? He's not replacing his Sky Piercer because he has trust in Bear to push and punish the extension of Team Flash.
Yeah, from 1-2 to 7-2 right away. Imagine that Malik TZ, just like that, man. Oh, that was incredible. Your Sky Piercer from 0 to hero item there. OMG.
0 to hero.
Yeah.
The last moment. And it's like, the last moment. And the funny part is, usually you go for 0 to hero and you go to TED Talks. You talk about how you have grind for 50 years for that. Malik TZ grinded from 0 to hero in 1 year.
The Sky Piercer era.
Stonks. Literally all enabled by Bear, all enabled by FMN to provide the peel necessary for Malik TZ to shine.
Wow, don't get me wrong, Jay. It was Team Flash's game to win. I mean, they secured everything already there.
Yeah.
Just one play, big play coming in from Bear, changes everything there. And we have mentioned, of course, the struggles of Melon, right? On how he will be able to follow through with that Eternal Guard. But with that play, it's just a plenty of space. With that AOG, with that Eternal Guard combo, bam!
Yeah, and not only just that, right? Remember, I was talking about how Melon wasn't able to use the Eternal Guard at all because Kurtizi was slapping him left, right, center. The mid lane was his...
Punching bag.
Punching bag. Yes. Thank you for saving me. You know what word I want to use. But yeah, the mid lane was literally Kurtizi's. And of course, apart from that, Vanix was also kind of winning the game because he was able to out-bully the Granger. And now because of that one engage, Kurtizi regains everything back.
Wow. And the recovery coming in from Kingdom Esports was really, really, we can say, incredible in a sense that it changes the game in their favor. So after that defense that we have seen on that replay, the Lord Dance also. I mean, it's a miracle play coming in from Kingdom Esports. It's a wonder how they pull it through as well.
Yeah, it's like in a game when you literally say all in and you win, and then you all in again. That's exactly what Kingdom Esports did, right? The first all in was that. Feels like you're always winning.
Yeah, it feels like Naruto. Arcs.
Which part?
Oh man, you're putting.
He doesn't watch Naruto. I know. So that's why I
watch Naruto. I watch.
Okay, which arc are you talking about?
Before.
I caught you. I know. We talk offline, right? And we're like, yeah, I'm very sure he doesn't watch Naruto at all. And like
Orochimaru, Pain.
Okay.
I know.
Then,
yeah, those guys.
Then what do?
They.
Actually, they didn't even do that.
I didn't even do that.
They didn't even do that. Pain just has one hand sign, and he reanimates people. Orochimaru doesn't even need hand signs.
We're gonna show the MVP of the game.
Anyways, MVP goes over to Malik TZ, but he's in it. I will argue with. I will talk to production later. I will argue with him. But you get into fist fight. If you don't see me in the next series, I lost my job.
But for me, it's Bear as well.
Definitely Bear.
Yeah.
But of course, we have to highlight Malik TZ able to bounce back from the depths of loss, right?
Yes.
Remember when he bought that Sky Piercer, I'm like, you're basically running out of stacks. Remember, I even said maybe it's a better decision to just go straight for the Malefic Roar, and then we try again to maybe build into the Sky Piercer, right? But that gamble finally paid off for Malik TZ.
Yeah, I totally agree with you there because one kill. How can you, of course, manage to take advantage of the Sky Piercer, right?
Yeah. Oh, he needs just that one.
Because
You
of the
know?
trust.
Okay. do you
Naruto
watch-
arc.
No, you don't even watch. Do you watch? All right, I'm basically testing you on pop culture. Do you know Doctor Strange with this?
The sign? Oh, what?
No.
What?
He just did this. Okay, never mind.
Oh no.
I need to educate you later.
Yeah.
I need to talk to you later. I'm gonna share all the pop
Is that
culture.
Avengers?
Yeah, Endgame.
And yeah.
No, Infinity War.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. I forgot. Then?
Deadeye, please get on Instagram.
Then?
Deadeye, please get on Instagram. Just make one, please. Stop living in your bubble. It's
Yeah,
the world is so beautiful.
Yeah, I'm with my Lordy. I'm okay.
I'm not your world.
I'm not your world.
Just go ahead and explore. Do you even know who does that? But anyways, ladies and gents, enough of us yapping. Coming up next, ladies and gents, it is gonna be one
Team
of the
Evo,
games
yeah.
I am. Okay, today I'm actually looking forward to today because there's two series that I'm looking forward to in particular. Number one, of course, this banger of a series, this Kingdom Esports going up against Team Flash. Coming up next, RSG versus Team Evil.
Yes. Okay. I'm
Another-
looking forward to Team Evil because right now they're in tight spots,
Yep.
and it is up against RSG. We mentioned, right, RSG. Well, I personally mentioned that RSG is looking great here in the season, but against Team Evil, let's see on how this is gonna be brawling out later on.
Yep, right, ladies and gents, we're gonna go on a short break. Don't go away. We'll be right back in just a moment with Evil and RSG as we.
Doctor Strange.
Yeah.
MPL Singapore Season 8 ended with Flash securing a three-peat. But this season, everything changes. With a brand new format, new challenges await. The regular season journey has 4 key stages: seeded stage, challenger qualifiers, challenger stage, and last chance qualifiers, all leading up to the playoffs.
In the seeded stage, 5 MPL Singapore teams from last season will compete in a best-of-3 round-robin format. Meanwhile, the Challenger qualifiers give community teams a shot at the big stage. Over 2 weeks, the top 2 teams from each qualifier will advance to the Challenger stage. The Challenger stage will feature the 5 MPL Singapore teams from the seeded stage and the 4 community teams from the Challenger qualifiers.
In the first 2 weeks, MPL Singapore and community teams will compete in a best-of-1 intergroup round-robin format. In the final week, community teams will face off in a best-of-1 round-robin. The MPL Singapore teams will be ranked based on their performance in the seeded and challenger stages. The top 4 teams will move on to the playoffs, while the bottom-ranked team drops into the challenger stage rankings for one more shot. In the challenger stage, the 5 remaining teams are ranked based on their challenger stage results. The top-ranked team secures the playoff spot, while the remaining 4 will enter the last chance qualifiers.
In the last chance qualifier, one final opportunity awaits: a 2-stage battle to secure the last playoff spot. In stage 1, community teams get one last shot to qualify. The top 2 teams will advance to stage 2. In stage 2, they'll face off against the 4 teams relegated from the challenger stage in a best-of-1 single elimination bracket. Only one team will survive and claim the final playoff spot.
To summarize, in the MPL Singapore Season 9 format, there will be 5 MPL Singapore teams and 4 community teams qualifying through the Challenger qualifiers. Based on regular season performance, the top 4 MPL Singapore teams will advance directly to the playoffs, while the 5th-ranked team is relegated to the Challenger stage rankings. In the Challenger stage, the 5th-ranked MPL Singapore team and the 4 community teams will be ranked based on their Challenger stage results. The top-ranked team from this stage will secure a spot in the playoffs, while the remaining 4 teams move into Last Chance Qualifier Stage 2. They will be joined by 2 additional community teams who advance through Last Chance Qualifier Stage 1 which serves as the final entry point for community teams. The winner of the Last Chance Qualifier Stage 2 bracket will secure the final playoff spot.
And then it all comes down to the playoffs. 6 teams, only 1 champion. Who will rise and claim the MPL SG Season 9 championship?
見せてやるよシャリンガンの本当の力をな力が湧いてくる相変わらずやかましい奴らだ 相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
ここは俺に任せてもらった。4代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
みんな、渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ、力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。やっしゃなら今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
MPL Singapore Season 8 ended with Flash securing a three-peat. But this season, everything changes. With a brand new format, new challenges await. The regular season journey has 4 key stages: seeded stage, challenger qualifiers, challenger stage, and last chance qualifiers, all leading up to the playoffs.
In the seeded stage, 5 MPL Singapore teams from last season will compete in a best-of-3 round-robin format. Meanwhile, the challenger qualifiers give community teams a shot at the big stage. Over 2 weeks, the top 2 teams from each qualifier will advance to the challenger stage. The challenger stage will feature the 5 MPL Singapore teams from the seeded stage and the 4 community teams from the challenger qualifiers.
In the first 2 weeks, MPL Singapore and community teams will compete in a best-of-1 intergroup round-robin format. In the final week, community teams will face off in a best-of-1 round-robin. The MPL Singapore teams will be ranked based on their performance in the seeded and challenger stages. The top 4 teams will move on to the playoffs, while the bottom-ranked team drops into the challenger stage rankings for one more shot. In the challenger stage, the 5 remaining teams are ranked based on their challenger stage results. The top-ranked team secures the playoff spot, while the remaining 4 will enter the last chance qualifiers.
In the last chance qualifier, one final opportunity awaits: a 2-stage battle to secure the last playoff spot. In stage 1, community teams get one last shot to qualify. The top 2 teams will advance to stage 2. In stage 2, they'll face off against the 4 teams relegated from the challenger stage in a best-of-1 single elimination bracket. Only one team will survive and claim the final playoff spot.
To summarize, in the MPL Singapore Season 9 format, there will be 5 MPL Singapore teams and 4 community teams qualifying through the challenger qualifiers. Based on regular season performance, the top 4 MPL Singapore teams will advance directly to the playoffs, while the 5th-ranked team is relegated to the challenger stage rankings. In the challenger stage, the 5th-ranked MPL Singapore team and the 4 community teams will be ranked based on their challenger stage results. The top-ranked team from this stage will secure a spot in the playoffs, while the remaining 4 teams move into last chance qualifier stage 2. They will be joined by 2 additional community teams who advance through last chance qualifier stage 1, which serves as the final entry point for community teams. The winner of the last chance qualifier stage 2 bracket will secure the final playoff spot.
And then it all comes down to the playoffs. 6 teams, only one champion. Who will rise and claim the FLSG Season 9 championship?
見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
But we are approaching the last match of the day. My name is Jay. Joining me right here is going to be Deadeye. We'll be bringing you all the action. And what a banger of a day today once again. I said that last week. We said that last week as well, for 2 days in a row. And I feel like I'm actually a bearer of fake news if I tell you today is going to be a banger. Tomorrow you'll say, tomorrow I will tell you it's going to be a banger again.
For sure. Challenger teams.
Then there's no more banger.
No
like
more.
If everybody is special, then it's normal.
If everybody is special.
Sid is trying to process what I said.
If everybody is special,
then it's normal. Then everybody's normal, right?
Yeah. It's a world of specials in a normal world. Anyway.
I don't know where you're taking it, but anyway, yes, go ahead.
Anyway, speaking of banger games, it's going to be Team Evil right now versus the side of RSG. Now, previous season, it is going to be a battle of top 2 and top 3 for team.
Yeah,
right
they
now.
are. Yeah.
And as we have mentioned, of course, a while ago, RSG is looking pretty good. Meanwhile, Team Evil on their first week, kind of falling into the stage here.
Yeah, the curse is RSG worked with the same roster, whereas Team Evil, on the other hand, they always have roster switches. It start off as very minor roster switches, like for example, switch the EXP lane just a little bit, maybe I switch the mid lane a little bit. But when starting on last season, ever since they started bringing in imports, they used to be the community hero, right? They used to be the community team, but when they start bringing in imports, then goes the problem. They don't have that same consistency that what RSG enjoys, right? Because RSG now, yes, they just need to switch a little bit of just switch J just a little bit.
Yeah,
always fine, right? But speaking of rosters, let's bring up the roster screen so that you get a bit of a a bit more insights on how Team Evil is looking at. Right now, we have Vincent, we have Powerful, we have Sailor, we have Ven, and we have Gear. Now, I can confirm that the photo is Nako, but Ven is another person, right? So, another thing also I need to highlight here, Team Evil this time around, Powerful used to be a jungler, now became a roam. Makes sense because he's a very strong tank jungler. But now, Sailor and Gear, this duo came back in this season under Team Evil. They used to be from EVOS, they debuted together. Then they separated just a little bit because, speaking of which, some of them went over to RSG intermittently. But now they're back together in Evil. Speaking of RSG.
Yeah, RSG Singapore is here. Yon here on the jungle. Jay will be on the roam. Roy here in the mid. CS on the gold. And Closer will be in the EXP. As you mentioned a while ago, Jay's, of course, original roster except for Jay. Because before it was Gear
went to
here.
the other side.
Now Gear on the other side.
Yeah.
So, okay. So now we are going to see some action here. RSG Singapore will be able to take down the Team Evil, the runner-ups on Season 8. Now here in MPL Singapore Season 9, RSG on the rise, and looking forward for this battle here. So with the roster, we've talked about the roster lineups here, but about the picks though. So far, we've seen the rise of the picks when it comes to the Moscow. A while ago, it's been highlighted here. This is going to be a battle between these gold laners. Is this really a pocket pick right now? Going to see.
I don't know whether I could say that this is a battle between the gold laners, but if you want to talk about a storyline that you can definitely pick out is that Team Evil used to be top 3, top 4 until last season when they hit top 2. Alright? But now, in order to defend the position at top 2, they had to switch imports, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Giving RSG a bit of a revenge match.
Ooh. When it comes to the standing as
well.
Yes,
because RSG was the defending second place. I can't believe we're saying.
Yes.
Yeah, I can't believe we're saying the defending second place. Usually, you defend as first place, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, RSG is defending second place, right?
Now you highlighted it for them.
The Evil took it from them, and now RSG wants to take it back.
I want that second place.
I want the second place.
I want that second place. But yeah, correct. So far, without the imports, right? Last season it was Boyat and Marquis, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
Yeah, so both players are very aggressive here. And the aggressiveness, I think it highlights there that Powerful has been a jungler way back, so he dictates the tempo. I love the chemistry between Sayla and Powerful as well. But with this jungler, Vincent joining in, I think in his performance last week, it's not as aggressive compared to Boyet's last time because, of course, Assassin. It is an Assassin meta there, but Boyet's used Hebusas, Soyos, and Lings there.
Boyet was a very aggressive jungler, right?
Yes.
He's very aggressive assassin. He identifies opportunities. Vincent, I would say, if we want to compare, I feel like we're comparing exes right now. It's like, you're comparing your current girlfriend with your ex-girlfriend, that kind of thing. So
when it comes to the playstyle, though, it changes. It changes how Team Evil.
It does.
Yeah.
And then not only just that, one massive change is you also bring in Gear, right? Gear finally reprises his role as an EXP laner, and he has, to be honest, when he first debuted as the first few seasons, he was a kid prodigy, right? He debuted alongside Bray, if you remember, Bray from RSGSG, the jungler, star jungler of RSG last time. Now Yon is kind of following in his footsteps, right? Gear hasn't had the best of seasons at all, and it is a bit troubling for him as well.
In this season, you mean?
No, it's throughout the rest of the season. I think his prime was season 4. His prime was season 3 and 4-ish. Then after that, season 5, he started to have not a lot of good performances anymore, and I think it kind of hurts him a little bit. And I really wish him well because he's a very nice guy off stream as well and off game as well. But I really want to see him grow even bigger.
Yeah, last season I think he also made RSG in the top 4 prior to the playoffs. I think on the first phase of that regular season, RSG was really struggling down.
But he was doing it was a roam.
He was a roam at that time.
That's the problem, right?
Okay,
That's
he
the
was
problem.
a roam at that time.
Correct, because he is a true blue EXP laner. Now imagine if you need to reprise your role, like right now, if you're given a team, like 2 teams, pick one, right? But if you join this team, you're not using your main role. Which team will you pick? The team that offers you your main role, right? But because the inconsistencies coming in for him, he's unable to practice and also, continue on as a main role. Maybe some people are just really good at one thing, right? Jack of all trades, master of none, that sort of concept, right? But like for example, Dr. J, which he's actually going to go face up against with. That's where the storyline kind of bury it just a little bit.
Now that you mentioned it, not only the roles are inconsistent, roster as well, right? You mentioned so Team Evil. This is one of the let's just say challenges they're facing right now, and obstacles. And I do believe along this part of our seeded stage, hopefully they can manage to take this chemistry as early as possible.
Yeah.
Because remember, we're still in the seeded stage, and the last team on the seeded stage will be going down
to the challenger stage,
the
which is not a place where you want to be.
Exactly.
You want to basically lock in to the playoffs immediately. Don't go that extra mile to get there. Don't go through the scenic routes, because if you go through the scenic route, you review yourself even more. You review your cheese threat. Now you start to see the Masha ban. That sort of idea.
And RSGSG on the other side, man, looking pretty good. And we have seen, of course, Dr. J, we mentioned a while ago, one of let's just say one of the best performing roamers right now in the current season. With the rest of the lineup coming in from RSGSG, they're doing pretty good. And Gear on the other side. This is also you mentioned the revenge match. If I am going to face my former team, so I have something to prove as well.
I think so. Definitely. I feel like Gear has a lot of things to prove, right? If you want to, I feel like this. I always say that the redemption arcs, right? Remember the Brave redemption arc that we had.
Yep.
I feel like Gear's redemption arc hasn't ended yet. He hasn't redeemed himself yet. And seasons after seasons, he's trying to do it, and he's unable to find it. I was hoping this season he finally managed to get back his main role in Team Evil. He was able to do so.
Yeah. Do you think right now, so we are now in the second day of the seeded stage, right? Do you have somehow the power rankings?
A little bit.
Yeah, right.
A little bit.
I can really say that RSG here has the advantage over to Team Evil. I mean, when it comes to how they performed on these past 2 days of the seeded stage.
Well, I think in terms of power rankings wise, I think the current what's that called, the power ranking, the rankings on the seat is kind of what you kind of expected, in my opinion, going into the final, unless something weird happens.
Like
Kingdom
team-
Esports going up, going at first position, and then Team Flash going in second.
Yeah.
That's kind of weird. But of
Exactly.
course, ultimately, regular season seating doesn't really matter unless you talk about, how you position yourself, whether you're upper bracket or lower bracket. That's what I'm ready.
Okay. So the only thing, the difference compared to the previous season is this challenger stage. This is last qualifier stage. Like every match that the teams are going to face, they must win it all.
Definitely.
Yeah, they must win it all. This is how important
Sanao.
these matches are.
I'm learning. I'm learning from Sid, from Deadeye. I'm learning from Deadeye.
Sanao.
Sanao. What does it mean again?
I
see you
hope
using it.
everyone.
I see you using
Yeah,
it.
I hope everyone.
Huh?
I hope everyone does like. You won a lottery, right?
Oh,
So I
okay.
just say sana all. I hope everyone wins a lottery like this.
Everybody wins.
Like I hope, or you wish something.
Sanao indeed.
Sana all.
Yeah, I think that's exactly the kind of mindset that we have to. These players need to go as we go into the drafting phase, ladies and gents. RSG going in first, pick Team Evil in the second. Carrot will be the coach for Team Evil. Used to be the roamer for Team Evil. RSG will have Amux.
How do you?
I can't remember. He used to be on the desk and I forgot.
Is he part of Team Evil last season?
No,
right?
He is in and out of MPL Singapore.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Once in a while he goes back to. He went to MPL Malaysia. Once in a while he comes over to
see.
Singapore, and finally could have a bit of a familiar face back to Singapore as well.
Yeah, okay, this is now going to be RSG first priority pick. So we have mentioned, of course, the Moscow being the priority pick in the previous series here. But RSG, looking at this team, usually they go for Jay later on in the second phase. I think Jay's has been pretty good when it comes on his role. So Cleo could probably be first priority pick.
Maybe, but we shall see. But because RSG, I don't think you need to prioritize pick Jay. Jay is always that kind of hero. Hero. Jay is kind of player that
can adapt.
Not only just the fact that adapt, he is best slotted at gears. This position right here, right? This position is his best position because that is where you have your surprise picks. Right, you usually want the last pick Jay because of his flexibility. So I don't think you will want to review what you want to do as of yet. Maybe that's also the mindset. Amos wants to go. I love the Loi band. The Loi band is really strong. Loi is actually really strong because of your global repositioning and your anti-dive as well. So I think good to ban coming out from Amos. But now Coach Carrot takes away the fanny for now.
Yeah, we've seen open as well. Chip. Open here for they're going to ban the assassins this time around, but okay, Vincent. I see we've seen Vincent using the assassins for the side of Team Evil. But those assassins are fighter assassins like Suyo. This one, so they ban out Hayabusa this time around. Okay, but Chip is pretty much open. We've seen an opening here, Matilda as well. Suyo.
Yep, Suyo, Matilda, Chip goes into the banning pool for the side of Team Evil. Lucas is starting to be a little bit concerning right now. Feels like both of these two teams might be trying
I want to see the
away.
Lucas. Yeah, I want to see the Lucas. We haven't seen the Lucas game, right?
Yeah, you guys managed to cast a bit of a Lucas game last week.
Yeah.
And you can the fact is you can burst somebody down while maintaining CC immunity. It's kind of broken, no?
The crowd control as well is there.
Yeah.
This is I think Lucas, if Lucas is open, Valentina can be taken in. We've seen a great Valentina counter as well to the Lucas one.
Yep, there you go. That's going to be the ban onto the Lucas. So Lucas is something that I think is really deserved in the banning pool, right? And usually I would say it's the red side that should be banning the Lucas as well because you don't want to first pick that. And Kimi at the same time.
Matilda open. Yeah.
Kimi and Matilda open. Coach Carrot decides to ban away the Joy to keep these two open. Now, RSG need to make a decision. Do you go for the Matilda first pick or do you go for the Kimi first
pick? That's the
pick?
thing. So if they're not going to prioritize the Jay's hero here, Kimi. Kimi is pretty wonderful. And we've mentioned how OP this hero is. And the first time, oh no, it's Kalea instead.
Okay. It seems like RSG does have something up their sleeves to deal with this Kimi. So RSG first picks the Kalea. Once again, Kalea also flexible.
Yep.
Technically, mostly reserved for Rome, but
Which is,
you
you
can also
mentioned that,
bring into
that
the
this
EXP.
role, right? This role is
Yep,
going to be
yep.
the priority, which
Yep.
is the Clay right there.
Cool.
Okay.
Interesting.
Now,
Really interesting. Like, Kimi completely forgotten by both these two teams. Harry being secured by the side of Team Evil for Ven, and then after that, Powerful goes for Gato Kacha.
there you go. Matilda Kimi.
Matilda Kimi is actually very annoying.
Yeah,
Because, you know, the
Matilda
fact
Kimi.
that Kimi is already very hard to catch, you add the fact that you basically can jump over walls again, as a Kimi is just way too powerful.
Plus, you have a saving grace here, just in case that nuisance of that AOG always. So, okay, there we go.
Yep.
The Kimi is up.
Yeah, I think Amos right now is definitely also like, wow, we're leaking Kimi all the way to the end. Kimi was so
Okay.
prime free real estate for Evil to take, but they're not taking it. That's telling, right? Like, this sends a lot of signals like Team Evil doesn't play the Kimi, maybe. Which is kind of interesting.
Okay. But the crowd control is there already for the side of RSG. Team Evil on their side, they have plenty of sustain and a follow-up here. And we're looking forward for... Okay, this is a flex. Garakacha against Clea on the EXP. For sure, it's gonna be Clea winning that lane.
It's still flexible. I think that it's still very flexible right now. We have to take a look.
Same thing as Garakacha, right? Just in case.
Yeah, you can basically match Kalia with Geto. I think no matter how you bring either one of these heroes, they're gonna definitely meet each other. It's either they're meeting Rome or they're meeting EXP or vice versa. Could be EXP, Kalia, Rome, Gato Kacha, whatever. But I really like what RSG and Evil first pick first. Like something very flexible. Open it up. And right now, you also ask yourself, RSG, is that Kimi going to the mid lane or even to the gold lane? But Roy usually might bring this over to the mid lane.
Yeah, Kimi. Follow up. We've seen the combo as well with Tsunami Slam, right? Tsunami Slam and the burst coming in from the Zuyo is pretty much incredible as well. But my only concern here is how can be able to stop this. Okay, we've seen the game last time that FMM was with the Garakacha. He was the target usually for the Tsunami Slam. Yep. Without the Garakacha, it's gonna be easy for the rest of the team to penetrate through. Could possibly the same strategy they could do here with the side of RSG.
Yeah, definitely, right? Like Team Evo right now, if that's the strategy that they need to look out for, Team Evo needs to draft another secondary initiator or secondary tank. Something like a Hylos, something like a Khalid, or I don't know why I bring back the Khalid. I feel Khalid is really strong in my opinion. And then after that, maybe even the Phobias, right? But then Coach Carrot also takes that away. The Badang was also really wide open. RSG can take it for themselves at the same time. I think you could free prime estate for both of these two teams. RSG right now bans away the Mathilda. Still opening up. Like what I said, Evo can definitely bring the Kato Kacha, the EXP, or Rome.
Okay, no ban on the Moskov here. So no ban on the Moskov. Most likely they can use the Moskov here for the RSG to go up against the just at least they can have this side lane priority as well for the side of RSG. This can be open, never banned. It's always the 1-1 here.
Yeah, but okay, that's going to be a Baxia ban coming out from the side of RSG. But Deadeye, you brought up a very interesting point. The Moskov completely forgotten. If I were Team Evil, I replaced the Phobias with no, I need the Phobias. I replaced the Mon 1 ban with a Moskov because a Moskov and Kimi one-more combo. Man, that's a lot of damage.
Especially with the scaling, right?
It's not just the scaling, it's the pierce. You have two heroes that can pierce. One does magic damage and one does physical damage. This is a game of pierce. And RSG, if they basically use a Tsunami Slam and after that, follow up with a Kimi Ultimate, it's just multiple pierce. And now our Evil cannot fight in a straight line. And usually you fight in a straight line because your frontliners need to be front line, your backliners need to be back line. But if the splash damage hits the back line, you're basically sitting duck. You're dead.
Plus, Team Evil, they need something hard CC as well. So I think, they have a plenty of sustain. Zaman Force, and you have also here the shields coming in from the Zushin and Garakacha for that heavy sustain. But the team of RSG can easily go out as well. They have plenty of mobility here.
You mean for RSG, right?
Yeah.
Same could be said with Team Evo though. The CC as well. You have the mobility, the Harry also you have the mobility to zip zap zoom around while doing damage. CC is also a very interesting choice coming out from Team Evo. Absolutely no one. Are they expecting a high loss coming out from RSG? Maybe that's why Evo went for the CC.
Or we are going to expect another roam here for RSG.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Moskov is there.
Yep, exactly what I feared.
Another roam who can really tank, give space, high-lows.
Badang actually.
Badang.
RG, if they go for the Badang, that's easy wombo combo. You push everybody into that wall. There's no escape right into that. And then after that,
There
you
you
just
go.
pierce them to hell. And that's basically a very sick wombo combo RG will be picking up for themselves. And Team Evil right here, remember we talked about it. Tsunami Slam, who is the target? Do you slam the Kato Kasha or do you try to slam the CC? Right now, this is a very scary composition. RSG could slam anybody. Everybody just... Badang just clicks the ultimate. Everybody basic attack. That's gonna be a dead CC no matter what happens, or a dead Gatokacha.
Yes, I think so. So this is the prime target for me. Prime target here is gonna be the Gatokacha for the side of Team Evil. Without this follow up or this tank coming in from this Team Evil, we've seen it on the previous series how effective it is without the Gatokacha in the team fight.
Okay, that's gonna be a Hanzo coming up from the side of Team Evil. That's
first time.
Yeah, it's one of the few rare times that you see a Hanzo being played, especially after the rework, right? The way that now Hanzo is being changed, that you don't really leave a body right there at the back, and now you basically get free pokes, and it's super annoying to deal with. And that's maybe the strategy from the side of Team Evil. Remember, we talk about this. How you counter a Kimi? You need to jump onto that Kimi and not risk yourself. Hanzo does that, right? It's the same as a Hayabusa, it's the same as a Link, it's the same as a Fanny. Unfortunately, the Fanny and the Joy and even a Hayabusa are banned out. What's the next best way? A Lancelot or a Hanzo?
Wow, I think this is a great pick indeed.
I like this pick.
Yeah, I like this pick. But Hanzo, of course, positioning is the key in this situation, but you know, Gatokacha can be there for the saving grace just in case they're going to pull this one out. Gatokacha can be used defensively, can be used as well to initiate the team fight there.
Yeah, I can also foresee a situation where the Tsunami Slam being landed on the Gatokacha, and the Gatokacha is like, nope, out of here. Superman's out of here.
Yeah,
I'm
but
needed
meanwhile,
elsewhere.
Hanzo is there actually going to do the thing.
And now because you burn away the Tsunami Slam, there's no way for you to peel. And if then do you waste that Tsunami Slam onto the ghost form of Hanzo?
Oh, yeah.
And that is annoying, right? And you can basically trade ultimates and then you re-enter with AOG. So I like the Hanzo pick. Before Hanzo, I'm like, I don't really know what Team Evil is going. Hanzo is the one that perfectly fits into that jigsaw puzzle.
Now I could remember the last time that Team Flash used the Joy to provide the zone control. So I think this is going to be the same role that we are expecting for the for the Hanzo here.
Exactly, and the best part is it's not risky. You don't
Yeah,
follow your
it's
extra
not
body.
risky.
And that's why Hanzo is broken. I hate the hero.
Oh, yeah.
I hate assassins.
And this is going to be the first time we're going to see here in MPL-SG the Hanzo showing up in our seeded matches. It's really interesting though because okay, Suyo can. The thing is, they need to have a vision where the Hanzo is. So they still have the trailing, but I'm pretty sure it's gonna be difficult here for the Suyo to do that thing just to track down the Hanzo on the other side. But there's so many defensive heroes on the side of Team Evil on the side Team Evil.
Yeah, and I personally feel right. Looking at the draft once again, it's kind of interesting how Team Evil. I think the CC is a little bit weird.
You think so?
Yeah, like to be honest, before I saw the Hanzo, I felt the CC was really weird. It's like, okay, what are you going for? What are we thinking right here? What's the game plan right here? We remember we established the fact that you want somebody to absorb the Tsunami Slam. We determined that is gonna be the Gatokacha. We're expecting something more tanky in the XP lane. To a certain extent, even the glue actually works well for this.
Okay,
Absorb the Tsunami Slam, you peel for the rest of the team, and then you bug out of there. But this time around, it feels like, Team Evil believes in their magic, the team fight magic that we always love to see from Team Evil, no matter how they change their roster, right?
Usually I see a CC though being picked if you want to win the lane. CC has been incredible when it comes to lane control, one of the bulliest hero here in MLBB as well. So if he can control the lane, it's going to be easy for the CC to roam as well across the map. So maybe they want to be aggressive here, especially with the Hanzo pick that we have seen here with the side of Team Evil.
Yeah, so likewise, like I said, the Hanzo fits that bill perfectly. But same could be said. I know we talked about we're singing praises on the roster of Team Evil, right? But now let's reshuffle that focus back into RSG. RSG, this roster also can work wonders, right? If it's a good catch by the Badang, the bare moment can happen, like what happened in the previous game. So that's something that Team Evo needs to look out for. But then again, there's so many mobility, so it's really, unless you make a certain misstep, you miss position, and then that's where RG, as a Badang, could easily punish.
Okay, I'm excited on how this one goes. Ladies and gentlemen, this is now going to start our game. Here is going to be Team Evo versus the RSG Game 1. And now we talk about the pick here, the surprise pick of the Hansel Vincent. As you mentioned, of course, a while ago, Jace, this could be a great pick here when it comes to going into the back line, playing it safe. We've got Kacha here just to make the body bag or the bait for the Tsunami slime.
Yep. We talked about the wall cry being selected by the side of Vincent, right? I love the vengeance. And personally, if you are what killed the Kimmy Birds? 2 vengeance. Hold on, Jay.
Oh, Jay! Gonna be flickering out! Almost, but look at Roy here saving him on his way back. But yeah, good, you were saying, Jay?
No, my butthole was clenching. Jay, that was one thought. The edge of the circle was barely touching it, and I was like, Jay, run! But yeah, I was talking about how to deal with the Kimmy. Another way of dealing with Kimmy is to basically pack I think both plate armor and vengeance and hope for the best. That's basically how you deal with it, because of the basic attack, it reflects back to Kimmy, and Kimmy usually is a glass cannon. And that same strategy can also be used for the side of the Moskov, right? It's very susceptible to builds like these.
Speaking of Moskov here, usually, especially on this kind of lane, it's Harith to own this one. We've seen the pokes coming in from the Harith here. Meanwhile, the rest here of RSG now in the turtle pit. Oh, look at the sun coming in from Roy here. No one's coming in. Remember, Parko is still level 3. Of course.
Yeah, super close right there. Van, that's a winning gold lane for the side of the Harith. Right? Moskov usually more passive in the early game. Van can basically out-zone. Oh, that's massive problem for the side of CS. CS is not doing well. Van actually cancels the back. CS needs to get that and if not, he's not going to hit level 4.
Yeah, speaking of which, SLD is pretty much available here, but we haven't seen right now RSG doing the initiation whatsoever. Same thing here for Team Evo and Yon level 5. Remember, Vincent has now pretty much available gear here. On the other side, AOG never hits anyone. In that situation, Jake going to go for the flanking maneuver. Tsunami Slam, where's the follow-up? Nothing's there. And now it's going to be Yon still managed to take this turtle. Mobilize here with the beams coming in from the side of Roy. Powerful still trying to sustain this team fight, but Yon with the burst, and that's going to be the first blood. And the rest here of Team Evo backs away.
Yeah, and right now, if you notice the side of RSG, Team Evo, by the way, yeah, I think there's a little bit of issue with the UI. Will get it fixed shortly on the time. It's not King Vanguard, it's Team Evo. But by the way, Deadeye, I have to just tell you about this, right? The fact that the longer the game goes, the longer the fight goes, the game actually favors RSG because of the DPS, because Team Evo relies on the burst damage.
Correct. Burst damage, magic damage as well, which can be negated with an position. But this Grimace Tsunami Slam here, forces supply, but Powerful too late with an AOG. Vincent going in as well. CS will be the target, takes him down. Vincent once again going for Roy. Another kill here with a double, and Jay backs away. And look at it here, Yon with a flanking maneuver. That's the thing that we are want to see the pick off against Vincent.
Yeah, now, Team Evo earlier just now, yeah, that was a kind of good engage. I feel like they always get a very good angles, but they often get punished, right? Because the longer the team fight goes, RSG is going to win. Now, if Team Evo wants to do this, they need to find Kimmy, they need to burst the Kimmy down. Don't let Roy do any form of free hits, because this is exactly what happens.
Yeah, we've seen the exchange on the bottom side. Once Vincent popping, of course, his ultimate there, he's very vulnerable if that's the time where the side of Yon trying to find him on the back alley there. But meanwhile, I think this is now the job of Powerful as well to protect him, but off come kill. It is going to be Gear falling down.
Yeah, man. Team Evo, not exactly ideal. Like on paper, this roster really works. Yeah, but then again, they're given too much concession over to the side of RSG, right? Leaking out the Kimmy, leaking out the Moskov together. these two heroes is gonna be like your late monster going in, and Team Evo, if they want to get something or anything done, they need to try to scale right now ASAP.
Jay with a double stun here. EOG providing the space, but not enough here. This could be a prolonged team fight once again. And look at the position coming in from Vincent, clearing them up. And RSG trying to find some trade here, but unfortunately they're just too late.
Vincent is finding like a front line, right? It's finding like fighting the front lines, not picking up the target prioritization, allowing Kimi or the Roy to basically free hit, allowing RSG, especially Yon, to basically close the deal. And now you have a snowballing Suyo on your enemy team. You crack open bot lane. Team Evo needs to try to speed spot a little bit, and that's the smart move coming off Team Evo at the very least. Vincent taking up top side.
Yeah, that's going to be a trade between the tarts here, but actually I'm expecting here that it's going to be Moskov who is in the downside against a Harith here, but it's actually now securing the lane better with the help there of closer. Now pressure here in the middle lane as well. Team Evil, they must actually find some openings here. We have seen Vincent though. We have seen Vincent trying to go into the backlines. Yes, they did one time and time again. But actually right now we're seeing RSG just trying to get the resources into CS here. They want Monster to do the top.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay, so did not attack with that purify by the spell, and Roy secured the kill against Van once again. And then having a difficult time here, and now Vincent trying to go for the trade here on his ultimate, but it's just for naught here. Just too much damage coming in from RSG.
Yeah, RSG right here, you're right, like they need to try to start from go over to CS. CS actually goes over to the weaker side of the lane on the top, which is actually kind of interesting, right? And not only does that, Team Evil, you're right, they need to play around Ven right now. Ven is actually should have its power spikes right here, but we're not seeing as of yet. Vincent, unfortunately, as a Hanzo, you're a very selfish player, right? You would just enter E regardless whether you have your teammates or not. And if Vincent is able to get a kill, great. But if Vincent is unable to get a kill, okay, try next.
Yeah. Hopefully they could find some kills here with this turn of takedown right now initiated by RGSG. Lucasila trying to find the division as well, but no success whatsoever. Vincent is just too late, trying to force the team fight once again. But where is the damage? Where is the damage coming in from side of Team Evil? Well, RSGSG, Tsunami Slam here, goes for the combo, but there you go in the middle lane with 7 force. Man takes the kill and pushes through here with Roy and Jay defending.
Yeah, 5 men right there, and now it's going to be here trying to go for the hunt, looking for Yon and the rest of the Team Evo.
Oh,
Dinner bells winning, man. Dinner bells are ringing, man.
4-man commitment, but so many resources being expended there, Jays. But look at CS on the top side. Oh, in the middle lane though. They're also going to go for the kill. Instead of kill, Vincent takes one.
Yeah, that's exactly what Team Evo is doing right now. Yon is taking a lot of it.
What? They were not done yet. I thought it was already done with that marathon, man, and the chase wasn't done yet. It takes down Yon.
Yeah, not only does that, they also bring down the bottom lane turret down a little bit low just now.
Okay.
But I think it's actually a worthy sacrifice because he's throwing his body. But then again, you're giving shutdown go over the side of Team Evo. Number 1. Number 2, Vincent is also starting to scale, and now Vincent looks very scary.
There you go, Vincent once again initiating the fight here. It's gonna be Tsunami Slam there, but no avail with the rest here of Team Evo. Supporting to the back lines, Ben is here. AOG with a follow-up and a cleanup is there for Team Evo. Double here for Gear. Roy and CS trying to hog him down, but Ben pushes him down as well.
Man, this Team Evo, the magic is back, and it starts with Vincent. You thought that, Vincent is a little bit too greedy trying to fight that front line, but now, because of his greed, he's starting to carry the team by accident. Don't say by accident, but as a side effect, right? And especially now, remember, we talked about how Team Evo needs to play around Ven. They're starting to do so, and now Roy is getting in a lot of trouble there, trying to he's constantly getting zoned out, and look at its depth. He's actually not having a great game because of Vincent, and it's actually helping Team Evo as you take a look at the replay right here just now.
Oh yeah, but yeah, we've seen time and time again there, Jace, that it's actually Vincent is providing the zone as expected, like the joy that we have just compared a while ago with Team Flashes, and now here Vincent doing pretty good. If you are on the side of RSG though, it's still gonna be the same play, but the Purify saves here could not make the opening.
Yeah, right now, Jade, the only way to hold on.
Oh, the 2-stun with AOG here with the counter play. Zaman Force barely hit and no, there's gonna be a kill though. And now still Team Evil going for more J targets here. Almost. Man, the damage is just insane.
The damage is starting to rise, right? Vincent picking up these damage, exactly what we need. And now not just that, Ben is already coming up online. You can see how Team Evil is just using her rise as much as possible. Whenever Tsunami Slam is ready, Jay will try to use it, and try to hopefully burn off Team Evil's Purify, because that's the winning factor. But unfortunately, RSGSG is unable to do the combo that we are looking for. Like the closer Roy and Jay wobble combo, it looks, the CS wobble combo, it looks so good on paper. But Team Evil, Vincent is the one that shreds that paper.
Now this is going to be the first time we're going to see that CS is actually within the team right now formation. Usually now he's going to go for the split pushes. We have witness on the bot side.
Yeah, you can't Deadeye because like you got a Moskov, right? Now imagine you have Vincent that could literally start hunting you down. Nowhere is safe for the Moskov.
Look at the positioning coming in. It's just very, very safe here. We have seen one skirmish play that it was Yon trying to find him there. It was successful, but on the succeeding skirmishes, it's really difficult to find Vincent now. Now pushing through here in the bottom side as well.
RSGSG is still looking for opportunity to scale, but hold on.
Oh, look at this one. Double stun, AOG, follow up, kills up their kills here. The Tsunami Slam trying to go for the defense. But still, Team Evil, very healthy. Out of position gear here. He has the mortality though. Look at the space being given here, sacrificing himself for that inhibitor target, and he successfully did so. With Summon Force right now being laid out as well with damage. A cleanup coming in from Ben. The revenge of the Harris. It is going to be closer than the rest here. Oh, yes! CS, he managed to take down everyone here coming in from the side of Team Evil. And now Powerful will be the target. The DPS damage is there. Powerful, gone.
Man, it's really hard, especially when Gata is so low.
Yeah.
And you're a squishy like CS and you don't really have the farm. You don't do the damage against the Gata. Actually, I'm surprised that CS actually tries to take that fight. And now with Metric Gun in tow, maybe he's able to do some serious damage. But Vincent is a threat from the side of RG. If you take a look at his replay, how this team fight actually started, it's all started because of the AOG and Vincent as well. It's so non-committal. It's so safe for Vincent to do everything.
Yeah.
And now the decision coming aside from RSG to basically wait for Gear to come out just so they can kill, whereas the rest of Team Evil is actually managed to crack open. So that's a very good sacrifice play coming out from Gear.
That is exactly a big win here coming in from Team Evil. Now opening up the bottom lane here in their favor. Now RSGSG. Remember, of course, we've seen some comeback plays here in the series. RSGSG with CS and Roy just also scaling up in this game. You have mentioned a while ago, of course, right, Jays, when it comes to the scaling here, you have now the pierce damage coming in from CS, coming in from the side of Roy as well.
Yeah, that's not going to happen because Vincent is always threatening RSGSG's death ball, right? And it's really doing wonders. And now you got a bottom lane that's cracked open. That's going to be a strong lane for Team Evil. And it's also leaning towards the Lord Pit as well. So RSGSG need to buckle up in terms of the bottom lane defense. Trying to get there as much as possible. CS, on the other hand, has to try to wave clear, has to try to do the splits. If not, it will be too late.
Yeah, I think he needs to be very fast on that top side here. And the ultimate coming in from Roy has been committed. That's going to be Sayla pinning down here. SOD hits, but Tsunami Slam here trying to isolate again the gear in this situation. Here comes the follow-up coming in from the side of Team Evil. Summon Force been laid down. CS will be the target. Will he be able to escape it? He managed to take down Sayla in that situation as well. And RSG still no casualties into their team.
Yeah, RSG is back in the game right here. Remember we were talking about Team Evil earlier just now. It was their time to shine. They should hit their power spikes even earlier. They hit it, but now they're kind of delayed just a little bit. RSG is already picking it up.
Also made it already to the inside of Roy, and that's it. It's gonna be a free lord there coming in from RSGSG.
Yeah, and literally, but then again, at the very least, RSGSG has some fighting chance as well. Roy right here and CS probably pick up the necessary items already. In fact, remember what I'm talking about, the Benefit Gun should do well against Powerful. Powerful right here, Team Evil right here needs to identify their priorities. They're starting to lose a little bit of prio, and now the fact that they lost that Lord earlier just now, they don't have any Lord pushes, is going to be harder for Team Evil to basically close this game out.
And this is going to be now the perfect time. It opens up the map here in favor of the side of RSGSG. Look at here Yon on the top side, pushing through mid as well. And this is now the pressure against Team Evil we're seeing right now. And now with the kind of defense, right, it's going to be still Vincent. We're looking out for Vincent to at least peel anyone onto the back.
Yeah, now the time for Vincent is starting to close down. The transition is not here.
Oh, Zayla. Popping, of course. It's a beacon. No ultimate there, but still they managed to defend. In the side of RSG though, no other cards already here. For the side of Team Evil, that's now going to be Tsunami Slam and OG for the counter attack once again. But look at Zayla going to go for the burst damage. And Powerful is down, Closer is down as well. 1-for-1 trade.
The 1-for-1 trade, but then again, you saw the damage that, you know, CS and Kimi can output right here. Vincent is gonna get melted even before he can reach it, but Vincent's still on the chase though.
Oh, cannot chase him, of course, and Roy is there. And we've seen how Vincent will try to pick off Roy there. He's his target in that situation. But then again, look at how RSG just managed to equalize this game.
Equalizing is actually what RSG wanted to do. Don't forget, it is Team Evil's game to try to push as hard as possible at the start of the game. They're unable to do so. Ven is starting to lose priority. Vincent is starting to struggle in terms of priority as well. Where are your damage coming up from the side of Team Evil? I only foresee from Sayla and probably perhaps even Gear, right? Because Gear is actually doing reflective damage, builds the blade armor, has a vengeance, and has some survivability. Hopefully, he can melt Roy and make Roy hurt himself.
Yeah, with this magic, the damage reduction items has been committed already for the side of RSG. I'm not sure if Van will be the major point here when it comes to the damage output. But Vincent alone, in the early to mid, yes, but now in the later stages of the game, even his shadows there can be easily be bursted down.
Yeah. Right now it's a bit of a stalemate that
Yep.
RSG and Team Evil. We're looking at the very least, RSG does have more turrets to work with, but these are standing gold, right? Team Evil, technically speaking, they're still in the woods. They're still inside the woods, right?
I agree. It's not yet over for Team Evil for sure. It's way too long here. Anyone can take this game here. And we've seen so many skirmishes played. The Powerful is there. AOG to disrupt the combo coming in from the Tsunami Slam. We haven't seen yet Powerful initiate the team fight. They're waiting for that ultimate coming in from Jay.
Yeah, but it's very hard to initiate that part of the combo, right? Because it's always broken by either Sayla or Vincent, especially Vincent. It's super annoying to basically coordinate if somebody constantly does that. Now SOD will miss, goes wide just a little bit, and now there will be an attack.
Oh no, that's a blitz coming in from RSG. They must going to go back now. AOG committed here. Blinker coming inside of Closer. And this is a big win for RSG. Split push here on the side as well for CS.
Yeah, especially the fact that, you know, CS doesn't even need to join the fight. And Team Evil is already visibly getting pushed back. And that's where, you know, we talk about hero priorities. RSG is in prior right now.
Yeah. Oh. The combo, the strategies we have seen effectively coming in from Team Evil in the early to mid now. So far being not able to do the same execution, or I mean the same results here in the later stage of the game. That blitz coming from RSG on that Lord takedown was really incredible. I'm surprised Team Evil haven't committed on that contest.
Yeah, they should have taken that gamble. At least the gamble could probably end with something good.
Oh,
right?
no.
But now they have to force a defend. They don't really have. They do have decent wave clear, with the Juicing and also to a certain extent Vincent. Now, what is the defense against RSG?
Oh no, look at this one. Vincent has been fended off here by the side of Roy once again. Now there's gonna be Tsunami Slam committed, and here popping up the Vengeance Battle Spell. Powerful is there to fight the zone as well, but no follow-up whatsoever. RSG trying to clean up here. Ben, too late with the Salmon Force. The damage coming from the CS just hurts so much. SOD committed as well, but look at Vincent with the defense, but CS is here jumping out of nowhere. The damage! Oh, inhibitor turret almost been taken down in the mid as well.
CS, you mad lad! You literally take the SOD all the way back into the enemy's line, especially when your whole team is basically trying to retreat. Absolute mad lad. But now Vincent at least managed to get the main target, Roy. Roy is the main target for the side of Team Evil. If they really want to stay in this game, Roy needs to go down first. Vincent needs to keep him busy. And with that help, let's take a look at the replay, how it actually broke it down. While Vincent was able to clear off the Lord almost immediately, Powerful literally threw himself in the middle of the ring, basically throw himself there, offer himself to be basically food for the side of Team Evil as they try to defend with their dear life. Yes, I agree. Van's Zaman Force came in a little bit too late. Had he gone in a little bit earlier, it would be a lot more better because we talk about burst, right? You need to end the game or basically end the fight as quickly as possible, abusing Vincent's burst.
And I've seen also the positioning coming from CS is really immaculate there. No one's hitting him, and CS with that Malefic gun been secured as well. Oh man, the range is just absurd. And CS right now, without the threat that we have seen coming in from Vincent, right now it's actually Roy. It's Roy there who is harassing Vincent. Unlike in the early to mid, Vincent harassing the back lines.
Yeah, and because you know how Roy works, right? I think Vincent needs to do a little bit of switch in terms of the target prioritization. Yes. Right now, you've been trying to target Roy, you're trying to push him away, but he feels like you need to face. Maybe he needs to start to switch, but hold on.
Oh,
this is a base race coming up from
This
Team
is
Evil.
a base race indeed, but unfortunately here, Evil could not do the evil magic this time around. They instead go for the conceal, and this going to go for the blitz here. Flanking maneuver coming in on the back rise here. Team Evil just turning the battle around with a call in that decision, and they have managed to take down 3 members from RSG.
Amazing flanks coming off of Team Evil. This is exactly what they're looking for. 3 members down, getting caught off guard. They thought they don't have the information, and now you know Team Evil will take that win, and then after that start to hard push it down. They even have the Lord in tow.
Oh no, this is gonna be powerful here, being hit with a DPS damage coming in from outside of CS. CS managed to go back away with the save coming in from closer on the Biz Crack. AOG committed here. 4 man, now make it 5 man, and CS alone. There's gonna be a base, gonna be the target here, and it is gonna be Team Evil securing game 1.
Team Evil sprung out from the ashes, and they managed to secure 1 game against one of the nemesis, RSG. RSG had the game in the pocket for quite a long time, right? You thought they had the prior, they had the late game, but then again, you know, that one flanking maneuver by the side of Powerful and also the rest of the Team Evil, then that secured the deal because boom, Harry comes in with the Zaman Force with the Chrono Fisher. Everybody goes low and just zip it, zap it, zoom. Everybody is dead, and then RSG just caught off guard.
Man, Jace, this day 2 of our seeded stage it's a match of miracles. I mean,
miracles?
How to say? Of one play that can really turn the battle.
Exactly. I mean, this is.
What's the best word for it? A day of
upsets.
Upsets. I'm looking for a positive word, man. But remember,
I'm the kind of guy that sees the glass half empty. If the glass is half empty, I will say the glass is empty.
I see the glass half full.
No, I see the glass empty.
Half empty. Okay.
I want more.
I just, you know, the memories coming back with Bears, like incredible play that turned the battle around. Same thing with that call, with that conceal play, with that flanking maneuver, changes everything. That was insane.
Yeah, that's why, you know, MLBB is a very fast-paced game. Anything and everything happen. You thought you're winning, but no, all of a sudden, one punch and you're dead. Basically, it's a very high-stakes game. You make one small move, it could just potentially goes into, you know, the a lot of like, what's it called, a lot of downward spirals, right? You take a look at the stats right here. It was actually RSG's game, right? Basically, they already had everything they needed in terms of the itemization. They also had the damage to deal with Vincent already, and then all of a sudden, because Vincent, you know, even though he's been peeling, that wonderful call by Powerful together with Ven, like what you mentioned, Ven still has, even though yes, he doesn't have prior anymore, but he still has his items. He can still do the burst, and he managed to execute it off.
Yeah, as you can see, the itemization as well. There's so many magic damage reduction here. Oracle here coming in from the side of Closer. We have seen the Radiant Armor as well coming in from the side of Jay. And I thought Van couldn't be able to really to dish out a lot of damage there. But I was wrong. It was a completely disaster here for the side of RSG when that team fight has just begun.
Yeah.
And this is also incredible here in how Team Evil managed to go for the comeback of their own. Because RSG first, it was Team Evil who secured the bottom turret. Now RSG equalized this one with their split push coming in from side of from the side on the bottom rather of CS on that inhibitor turret as well. And how Team Evil managed to go for the comeback after the comeback coming from RSG. Comeback after the comeback.
Isn't that a roundabout?
Roundabout.
They just did a 360. If a comeback is 180, you do another 180. That's 360.
Comeback.
Math.
Roundabout.
We've gone full circle, ladies and gents. We've gone full circle. But there you have it, ladies and gents.
Yeah.
Team Evil right there. Amazing. Like this is what this is why Team Evil games are fun to watch.
Yeah.
You don't know what can happen. You don't know what kind of magic tricks they can pull out. 1 week they can be absolute very funny. I would say absolute trash. Then the second day they suddenly become gods. It's wonderful to watch this kind of thing.
I'm just curious on what's the communication there for. I think it was powerful
go.
then, right? They have the wave on the bottom side.
Yeah.
So what's it called? Are we going in? Because they have the AOG though. They've seen CS there, just trying to defend. They can go full commitment there, but instead they go for the concealed play. That was incredible, actually, on the spot decision there.
Not only just that, I think that play, that positioning right there for them in that map, they could go both ways, right? And I love it. It's option one, you do this. Option two, you do this. And feels like they picked the right option, right? Yes, they can immediately go and base rush, try to burst down CS, and then after that take the base. Or they can go and try to contest the Lord. Because don't forget, I'm actually option one is kind of a gamble in my opinion. Because option one, if you go for that
CS?
commitment to fight onto the Lord pit area, CS can easily join with as SOD.
Yes, that's the thing. So I think it's much more, if I say, because CS positioning there on the bottom side is much nearer compared to their positioning there, compared to going all through there, all throughout to the Lord pit there. Do you think luck again is on their side there?
No, I don't
you
think
mentioned
so.
the luck?
Nope, I don't think so. I feel like that's a calculated play by Powerful.
Very nice.
Very good call coming up from Team Evil. So, yeah, we definitely feel like Team Evil need to see all of this. Another factor you also have to consider, RSG has started. We started with RSG, so which means that RSG, the players of RSG, is actually on site since the morning.
Oh yeah,
that's also the fatigue that might be kicking in as well. Team Evil, like this is exactly what happened last week. They're fresh off the boat, right? Let's take a look at the MVP of that game, ladies and gents. I'll give it to Powerful. Do we agree?
Call.
Oh no, actually, no. Okay, no. Yeah, sorry. Yes, sorry. This is the problem. Is me, Hanzo from Vincent.
Okay, Hanzo from Vincent. I think on the early stage of game, we've seen him somehow. I cannot say struggled. He
struggled mid game.
He's very vulnerable at the moment in time. But on the later stage, and I thought he's not really doing a lot, especially during the later of the stage. But with that combo that I have just witnessed, the chase, the damage, is dealing enough here to clean up actually against the side here of Team RSG.
Yeah, and I think reason why I would say I agree with production for MVP of game given to Hanzo, because he's the one that dictated the pace in the early game. Yes, albeit in mid game he struggled just a little bit, but after that Team Evil adapted on the spot. I think that's where it gets very interesting. Once you find a good angle, you just flank, and everything's Bob's your uncle, literally.
Yeah, first time now we're going to see a Hanzo in game, and first time also in the game. Let's just say Hanzo could be a threat as well with the Kimi pick on the draft. So I think that was the priority target coming in from the side of Vincent. It's always going to be Roy. And remember last minutes of the game, it was actually Roy harassing Vincent in that kind of positioning. Wow, that's. But then again, of course, Vincent haven't been killed. Yeah, after one kill coming.
You know when you said that the Roy is actually harassing Vincent, whereas earlier on is Vincent harassing Roy, is when the hunter becomes the hunted. Yeah. It's like suddenly you're hunting for the rabbit, and as the rabbit start growing fangs, buff rabbit chasing after you.
Vorpal. Huh? Okay, that's anime reference.
I did not know that. We had a bit of a cultural exchange off cam. We had a bit of a cultural exchange. He's aware of what Orochimaru does now. No, he doesn't.
No, I didn't do anything.
He doesn't do it.
I didn't do anything. I just.
You're a bad student, punk. Oh my god.
Never mind.
I have no idea what you're. I don't know where we're going with this one.
But RSG though. Right? I'm hyping up RSG. Actually, I'm hyping up RSG. That they're going to be
little fanboy.
Yeah, they're going to take this series because of the power rankings mentioned a while ago, right? But Team Evil, okay. The evil magic rising up here.
Yeah, it's great because right now, week 1 they didn't really do really well, right? The performance, not really that, but I'm really glad to see that the 5 days of training, perhaps, they probably grinded so much.
Yeah.
To the point that they are able to deliver this result, and I'm happy for them.
Yeah. Of course, you mentioned as well when it comes to fatigue, right? So actually, this is one of the overlooked factors when it comes to the esports scene as well. Yeah, you mentioned, right? RSG has been there since the first match. Now they took a rest, and now going back against a fresh new team here from the side of Team Evil. Yeah, I think it's a factor as well. So, but this is again, they're pro players, man.
Yeah.
So these are a seeded team. They get used to it. So this is how we see how rather RSG going to recover from this series in this match.
Yeah. So, yeah, apart from recovering from the rest in the first match, they also need to recover for this particular game. I think in terms of draft, it makes sense until Vincent happened. I had a bit of doubts on the Hanzo just a little bit, I admit, but when I start to see and witness the power of the Hanzo basically just screwing up every single combo that RSG wants to do, I'm like, oh, that's what Hanzo can do. Yeah, I'm learning.
Feels like Hanzo. Okay, what's great about the Hanzo of all the assassins you have mentioned, of course, is very safe on a spot there. He can dive while being safe.
Yeah.
Unlike other assassins like Hayabusa, he can still. He has the shadows. Yes, he can truly escape, but still his body is there, right? So I think the play style that we are seeing here is the same as Hayabusa's one, Ling's one, just trying to go for the dive here, but. I don't think there's going to be a respect ban we're going to see coming in from RSG.
I don't think so. I think Hanzo is just very... It's a one-off. It's something like what a Masha does.
Yeah.
But another thing about Hanzo's, in my personal opinion, is he's more greedy than other assassins, right?
Okay. I understand. Yep.
He's so greedy. He's hoarding up so much gold because it's so easy to... It's very easy for him to get kills. But if you get kills, you're actually taking resources away from your mid laner who needs the resources to build up the items. You're taking resources away from your gold laner, especially gold laners. We are greedy gold laners. You should give me all your kills. If not, why you're trolling, right? Your roams shouldn't be. I shouldn't be ranting to you. Roams that take my kills. You know, I actually had a 24 assist game.
As a
Leslie.
Because you couldn't last hit.
Am I supposed to last hit heroes?
You're a goal leader. You shouldn't have the last
hit heroes. No, but the fact is, I hit. I had God of Assist. You know, like the ranking thing. That after that, you say, "Oh, Reaper." You know, I got God of Assist on Leslie. I'm like, how does this even happen? I got
how many? You get see, you're blaming the roamers. You're blaming
the only thing I could think of, the reason why is I get cast hard.
Roamers doesn't have.
The problem is you, not me.
Okay. All right. Let's see. Let's see though. If decided here.
I'm never playing MLBB with him ever.
Hey, we played. We win always because you have a great.
Huh?
We played and we win always because you have a great.
I don't get it. Well, great what?
Tank.
Oh.
Rome.
Oh, but you pointed at me, so it's
right. That's how important chemistry is, guys. So that's the thing. So far, Team Evil, we've seen right now their chemistry is going there. But yeah, that's the thing. So I think Team Evil right now. I'm looking forward on how they be able to seal the series, though.
Yeah, I think it's great to go into game number 2. Not only
Yep.
just the fact both of us get to go home early and play MLBB. The fact is, you get more points.
Yeah. If you get a sweep, that's automatically 3 points, especially on the seeded stage, right?
Yeah, and especially when
great point.
when
Yeah.
Team Evo is actually at the bottom of the seeding right now, they're on the verge of literally dropping down to the challenger stage. That's not where you want to be.
Yeah, great point there, Jace, that you highlighted. So points is very important as well, especially
And
here
allowing us to
in-
go home earlier.
and seeded stage. But with these matches they've seen, right? Incredible highlights. I think this day 2 was last week.
Technically
There's-
speaking, for the seeded stage, this is day 2.
Yes, correct.
Yep.
Compared to the seeded stage, this day 2
You see, I love production cleaning up this backside so that we can start pinning things and then we can start like drawing things.
like adults.
Tomorrow you start see like red lines and photos all over this board thing as I try to explain the conspiracy theories of MPL Singapore.
But then again, that's just the thing. I mean, Team Evil right now, if they win the series 2-0, they can climb up the ladder here and avoid going down into the challenger stage.
I think definitely, right, because now they need as much points as possible.
Yes.
But the best part is being able to beat RSG SG, basically the nemesis, technically speaking, because of the last season as well. So yeah, I think it's definitely it gives them a better feel-good factor.
If I'm not mistaken, in the seeded stage, Team Evil faced Flash. First match with you guys casted, right?
Yep.
And then this is the second game they have on the seeded stage. So this is also a big series they want to win here. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen, the game 2 of our series, match point game in favor here on the side of Team Evil. This time around, they have the first player to pick.
Right now, it's just all about first picks, right? We talk about first picks a lot. We talk about the second picks a lot, right? Second picks usually my favorite because I love to react because you know those kind of people where you ask them to guess and they couldn't give you an answer because their answers need to be built based on facts and logic. I'm that kind of person.
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
Okay.
there's two kind of people in the world: the people who are logical and the people who
Assume.
no creatives.
Creative.
Ah.
See? You're seeing the glass half full.
No, I hate creatives.
It's a different thing.
All the designers out there is gonna burn me alive on a stake. But I love you guys. I love designers. Okay, I'm sorry. Without designers, you wouldn't have UIs.
Speaking of design, we have now the hero photos here, which is great. So now there's gonna be a Fanny band still. It's gonna be prioritized here. On the other side, Chip. It's gonna be the same, right? So the only pocket pick we have seen so far is the Hanzo.
Definitely. Right now, let's take a look about this one. Right, it's still a respect ban from the side of Carrot onto Yon on the Fanny. Now maybe we're looking at red side bans. We talked about red side bans before. Kimi bans must go in. The Lucas ban also must go in, right?
Yep.
You gotta have to ban these two away.
Are they going to open up the Lucas though? So we haven't seen. I just looking forward for that Lucas here. Just one game. With Lucas here. Team Evil, especially for Vincent. Vincent has been... Okay, I haven't really seen Vincent played historically on MPL SG stage. So is he first here in the MPL? Okay, Vincent. So, okay, he does know how to play assassins.
Yeah,
so,
definitely.
Heroes here. But the Lucas also, I wanted to see him. But Phobius is here. Okay, never mind. Never talk about the Lucas anymore.
I mean, Vincent was from Geek Fam, right? So I mean, he is also a MPL ID player. Went through Rebellion, Zion as well. But I mean, like his first debut in Singapore.
I see.
So yeah, welcome to Singapore.
Okay. So on the other side though, Kalea. Okay, Kalea has been banned. So Kimi is still pretty much open at this moment as well.
I think Amongst ban we'll reserve the last slot for Kimi because Kimi is so broken right now. Right now you also have to deal with the juice. There's also the juicing. There's also the joy. There's also the heroes that you don't want to deal with. Mathilda is also on the table to be banned as well. So it's also up to Team Evil right here. Amongst need to react to what Carrot bans here.
If Team Evil, so okay, preferably
Oh, yes,
no Hanzo.
No,
This time around, because
I don't
if
think
they're
so.
going to pick the Kimi here, no need for an Hanzo. If if I'm not mistaken, here for the side of Team Evil.
Yeah, you don't really need a Hanzo. I think the Hanzo is a great answer to the Kimi in the early game.
Yeah. On the other side, RSGSG though, on that game one, I can say it's not a one-sided game. We have seen
It's a seesaw.
back and forth,
It's a roller coaster
for this one, right? Exactly. So RSGSG, I think this is really exhausting matches for them in here today too.
Amos
but
decides to open it up.
They want to have something here that they can end early. I assume they want to have a composition that could end the game early.
Snowballs, right?
Snowballs.
So you want Snowball, you want Joy, you want even...
Okay.
And Joy gets snap picked by Team Evil.
Team Evil is on the other side. Kimi, open, ladies and gents.
Yeah, but Kimi is also vulnerable to Joy's, right?
True.
Joy could literally just run down the Kimi, nobody's business, and you can just run in circles. You can avoid her shots.
You can go for the Gatakacha here to go for your own counter.
Yep.
We've seen that one, like Joy providing the zone control, Gatakacha doing the same here, and Hayabusa actually is going to be chosen here on the side of RSGSG. So there you go, Gatakacha, okay.
Yep, matching assassin with assassins this time round. So normal fighter jungles. Jungles was already settled. Now you also got the Gatakacha being snap picked by the side of RSG, Gatakacha, but surprisingly no Kimi. So right now I feel like RSG shouldn't go for a Kimi as well, because it seems like if RSG picks a Kimi, Evil will always respond to Hanzo. But which means that Team Evil may secure a Kimi for themselves.
Yep. And they need a secondary follow-up there when it comes to a crowd control. Badang can be one. We've seen that one, of course, Moskov.
Don't forget, Kimi is also open, but nope, they're not going to go for that one. It's a little bit too greedy. Unfortunately, it did not work out for RSG game number 1. Evil took the hint, not going to try it for themselves. But then they picked the Badang for gear.
Yeah. Surprisingly, no Kimi first priority pick in the first phase of the drives.
Yeah, I'm actually very surprised. Right? Usually Kimi was so prior in the past few series, but then again, this time around, in game number 2 of Team Evil going up against RSG, completely forgotten.
Wow. There are plenty of AoE damage here coming in from Team Evil. But with the Gatakacha alone, I believe here RSG can really fend off that combo. Sustain is there. Zushin is banned, is it not? Zushin is pretty much open as well.
Yeah, Farsa, one of Roy's comfort picks will be selected as well. Farsa also received a buff. And yeah, since that's the case, RSG can start locking down even more mages. Like, for example, your Jusins can get banned away. Even Vexana to a certain extent can get banned away. Or sorry, Valentina I think Valentina first, and then after that you can cut away the Jusin.
I can see right now, yes, you do have the Joy here, but RSG has plenty of mobility at this moment in time. So, okay, Cho has been banned here for the side of RSG.
Good pick. Good ban, because Cho will disrupt the far side. Right now, I think Amux needs to try to ban away any form of disruption for the airstrike. The key victory right here, the winning key for the side of RSG is maintaining the feather airstrike, making sure it hits.
Is anyone using Jawhead?
Oh, Jawhead, yeah.
For the team. Powerful Jawhead, right?
Sorry?
Powerful did manage to use a Jawhead.
Yep, he did it before.
Or the
Kadita, if you want to go there. But Kadita is not exactly Sayla's hero. It's more for Roy's hero. So yeah.
Kadita, oh yeah, okay.
It's Kadita, Roy on Kadita, one
you
of the
think
signatures.
Tigreal can be. I miss Tigreal of Powerful. I remember Abstract. I remember Abstract highlighted that it was actually Cho is one of the best of Powerful's picks, but on season 8. Is Tigreal as okay? Never mind. Tigreal has been bad. Tigreal is one of the best. For me.
Wow. Amux is literally telling all of us, say, hey, I'm gonna disrespect your Valentina. I'm gonna start locking down Powerful. Powerful is the problem, and he's start locking down, taking away not only just the fact that Tigreal, like what I mentioned, is also something that Powerful has been playing. In fact, he's also been playing a lot of Cho for a period of time.
Yeah. Jawhead. You think Jawhead is a pretty good pick here?
Definitely, Jorah is
Yeah.
very easy, very good pick for side of powerful. It's very easy. It also fulfills what we were talking about earlier just now to basically lock down that far side, make sure she doesn't go into further airstrike.
I think for Hayabusa as well, right?
Yep.
I think you can chase the Hayabusa as well. So yeah,
You can't chase him in the shadow, but like yeah.
Yeah.
Imagine if he goes in shadow kill and then Jorah just follows him into the shadow. Kimi will be selected by the side of RSG. That's going to
Okay.
be a lot of magic damage. So you're expecting more of a fighter EXP laner. Immediately, I was thinking maybe go for a Badang, maybe go for a, to a certain extent, CC as well. Maybe even a Khalid if you want to go back a little bit and blast on the pass. But CC got banned already by Team Evil.
But do you think RSG's Kimi here is a flex?
Nope. Farsa is going to be mid.
Yeah.
So it's
okay.
clear cut that CS will
Sorry
be
about
on
that.
that. Don't worry,
Yeah,
I got you, bro.
it's gold.
Yeah.
Okay. So,
What are we thinking right here, Deadeye?
I think there are plenty of crowd control here because mobility-wise, RSG still have this in their kit. So you have the combo. I can see the combo
the
here coming in from the side of Team Evil, but can they really catch these players here for the side of RSG? You can just run back first if they see the beats. Okay, there you go. It changes everything with this Louis or that version because I'm highlighting about the catch. So if ever, of course, it's really hard for the side of Team Evil with these high mobile heroes. Why not the surprise attack? And there you go. That's the Louis.
Yeah, not only just that, imagine the Louis repositioning to basically match the global of Gatokacha, albeit the Farsa as well. The glue, remember you talk about catch, the glue can catch as well. That's going to go into the hands of Gear. Badang will be the selection for, that's going to be a Badang roam by Powerful, which also fulfills, the catch potential, right? Basically, you can still use him as a roam. And now there you go. That's the Khalid I was talking about, right? They need more physical damage, especially early game. The Khalid fulfills that, but later parts of the game, they'll go into mostly magic damage. So technically speaking, it's very easy to itemize against RSG. But RSG's main prime is at level 4. They need to win convincingly in level 4 in order to win this particular game. However, Team Evil can also do the same. The power spikes come in at level 4, except for Moskov.
Yeah, level 4, and plus they have the Joy. Joy has been one of the fastest heroes to can clear, of course, the jungle area as well. The advantage of this one is the Hayabusa is the split pushing strategy.
5 seconds till the enemy reaches the
this is now going to
battlefield.
be game 2
Smash them.
of our last series
All
here
troops
in
deployed.
the week 2 of our seeded stage.
Yep.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Immediately, you see where Jay is going. Hold on a second, it's not even an EXP. Curly, it's going to be a EXP. Gatakacha, Jay on and that's where you know what we're talking about, right? Dr. J being very flexible on his hero mix.
Okay, with the mobility coming in from this Khalid as well. Well, I can see now that they want to go for a roam Khalid here. I think the aggressiveness is one thing of the victory conditions coming in from RCSG, controlling the early stages of the game.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of weird to see Kimi on the Starfield. Like, it doesn't make sense anymore. Back then it used to make sense, now it's like...
With the rapid beams.
The laser beams, right?
Laser
They're
beams.
never accurate. They're only accurate for plot.
I was about to say, but this time it hits.
This one hits. This one definitely
This
hits.
one
right?
hits.
Yep. So we talk about early game, right? Right now, I don't think they can do anything except for the fact that maybe they can roll with somebody, but here on that group, you don't gang that lane, right? I think Khalid, Jay should actually focus more on the top side to kind of bully, give a bit of edge to CS, but there it is.
Damage here from the beats. Jay still managed to survive with that Desert Time Guard. And I've just seen that sweet exchange. I've seen the glue using the split, right? But the Desert Tornado just eliminates the mini glues.
So, okay, I'm not going to say what I have in mind. I'll tell you later after the card. Just remind me about that. But yeah, all the mini glues immediately get slashed down by Jay. And I think that's the power of the Khalid, right? But I actually wanted to see more aggression coming off of Jay in the early game, especially when he goes for his Khalid.
There you go, level 4 already for the side laners here, and the turtle is pretty much available right now. Sayla has the diversion as well. And speaking of gank, it is going to be Roy here, top side of the better airstrike band. Going sidestep there, but the SOD, CS will be the target. Sail out of nowhere with a diversion play takes the first blood.
Massive global play coming out from this side of Team Evil. Sayla going up to top to basically help, but that was an outplay coming out from Ven. But they're going to sacrifice the position around the turtle. RSG, they should have been securing the turtle for themselves. I mean, so I'm kind of surprised they kind of forfeit that position play.
Wow, having the first blood plus the turtle buff as well in the early stages. I think this is a big win for Team Evil here. Okay, now we have seen now the Gear trying to go for this poke against a closer. No commitment whatsoever, and I thought RSG will be the one who's going to win the team fight in the early stage of the game with the Raging Sandstorm, but they split this one. I don't know if there's going to be miscommunication between the two. The target is there, but Jay will be falling down here, but Yon secure the kill against Van. Still 1-4-1 trade, and look at Powerful here once some more. Gets the double.
Wow, Powerful right here, still around, but he's still ongoing just a little bit. Vincent chases.
Oh, look at the bits here. Now CS will be the target, trying to go away, and still it is going to be a chase. Vincent under the turret with a root outplayed coming in from CS.
Oh man, Sayla couldn't wait. He's actually careful all the way to the back there, trying to catch CS walking away, but Jay will be there to secure the kill onto Sayla.
Oh, this is just really an exchange of chaotic team fights. Roy here with a feathered airstrike. Jay with a sandstorm as well, hitting them down with a wall. Roy flickers back. Another kill here. Action after action we're seeing here, Jay.
What is this then? I mean, am I watching a brawl?
Brawl indeed.
Feels like a brawl game right here, bro. It's like, why are we fighting here, right? Like, yes, there's no objectives here. Right now, it's just Team Evil just trying to handshake every single team fight that RSG is throwing at them. Same from said, RSG shouldn't be team fighting, but okay. At the very least, you can start to see the aggression. They're using that right now. The fact that they have Jay coming online slightly, but Badang, Powerful, is actually picking up the kills.
Wow.
That's the Roma that I was talking about.
That good last hit. But now Powerful 3-1 already. And the rest here of Team Evil is trying to go for the diversion here instead. In the middle, cutting off Jay with a Raging Sandstorm escape here. Roy, great positioning with his feathered airstrike. And on the back lines though, it is going to be Gear and the rest here of the team. The choke point, and CS free hitting on the back lines as well. Vincent with the beats, but no damage now for the rest of Team Evil. But look at Yon, he's been targeted by Vincent. He still managed to escape with the save coming up the side of Jay there. And Gear on the other side, we're on a split map here. Still the battle continues, Powerful, and 3 versus 2 situation. Closer is here, Roy joining the fray as well. And it's going to be Gear left alone on the glue. Will it be able to survive the feathered airstrike? And I believe he can. That was a long team fight, but no one died. Wow. No one died.
It's just team. There's no fight. It's just team.
What was that? It's just team. There's no fight.
But you gotta admit, another wise man once told me that if there's a team fight and there's nobody dying, that's actually a good team fight, because now we talk about training blows. We talk about everybody knowing what they need to do and also knowing the limits.
Jay again, really having a vision here, is pinned down here by Powerful. But RGSG waiting for the right moment to go for this turtle contest.
Yeah. Roy does have like wing by wing right here. Sayla's diversion is actually making it so hard for RGSG to predict.
Oh, that's gonna be Vincent securing the turtle buff once again. Raging Sandstorm here, but no one hits in that situation. Oh, the combo coming in from Fist Crack there at the wall. And now CS is there, very aggressive. That's the Starship Trooper that we are talking about here. And that's gonna be a kill for the side of RSG.
Yeah, RSG is snowballing out of control. CS confident about this, actually even went for the Sky Piercer for himself.
Oh, Jay, man, the aggressive lead. Meanwhile, the split push is coming in from the side of Van. Oh, they're still staying here. Gear having the split. And now the rest here of RSG looking forward to go for the siege here in the middle lane. But Van is here. man. No commitment whatsoever for now.
No, I don't think you want to commit for that one. Even though the shadow does land on top of Ven can always use the second skill to try to push. But then again, RSG, we talked about how it was, and also Team Evo, we talked about how messy this team fight is.
Yeah.
The messiness comes from the fact that, you know, Sailor can also always use his diversion, and they can come up with various weird angles, and RSG just needs to go with the flow.
Yeah, they cannot catch Jays at this moment here, but both mid-tars are still standing. And I'm actually expecting here, Jays, that the Sailor is going to go for the sneaky diversion plays, but so far it's more of a coordinated team fight, no surprises attacks.
Yeah, right now. Oop, hold on.
Okay, there's gonna be Ven right now with a shadow kill. That's Yon securing the pickoff, and Vincent is too late in that one.
Yeah, it's surprising the fact that, you know, even though RSG does have more kills, they're not actually gaining in terms of map control and also the goal.
But there's right here, Raging Sandstorm, flicker back, avoiding that combo here while CS maintaining that zone.
Yeah, I was talking about the gold lead, right? Even though RSG does have some more kills, you can see the gold lead, it's almost the same, and it feels like we're always fighting along the river. There's no clean the line of sand is drawn in the middle, and now it's just, you know, Team Evo trying to play a disruption game. Don't forget, we're already starting to step into the later parts of the game. RSG, SG, the main damage dealers are mostly Magic. Don't forget, it's a lot easier to build against Magic. Jay will start to fall into a little bit in terms of priority right now as a Khalid.
There's an advantage here actually for the side of Team Evil with the split push coming in from Ven, and I do believe RSG knows about this one. Goes for the traction pulls, and Gear will be the target with that split. Still trying to escape in here this situation. Will he be able to survive? And he will not. And CS secures that kill, and now RSG goes for more. Ven destroyed, of course, Dart on top side here, but the rest of RSG secures the mid as well as this Lord Control.
As a trait right now, right? Ven, that's the best play that I think that he can do. Basically just play base trade, right? Pull RSG
what?
back.
Ven out of nowhere with the SOD and Vincent! Oh the Lord, are you kidding me? And now RSG here scrambles. They want to go for the trade, and it is gonna be Jay here being pinned down instead.
Man, it's kind of crazy right now. Don't forget the fact that, you know, the last scene for Ven is actually up top, right? That's why RSG decides to go for the kill, decides to go for the fight right now. All of a sudden, Ven is down in the Lord Pit together, and then Team Evo executed that fight, and that's a power of Moscow to be everywhere at once, as long as you land the SOD.
Yeah, man. What hurts so much is the steal of Vincent on the objective takedown as well. That was really surprising for me with that call coming in from the side of Team Evo.
Yeah, but good call to show the in-game equipment right here. I want to see what kind of resistances that the enemy from the side of Team Evo is building. It's mostly, yeah, they're starting to respect a lot more in terms of the magic damage. You start to see some Athenas, you start to see some magic resist being built. RGSG, on the other hand, this means that Yon would do a lot of damage as long as he plays his cards properly.
Yeah. Oh, another time as well with the goal. The inversion play. Surprise, surprise. Team Evo is there with the EOG with the counter play. CS is there free heating onto Mach lines. RSG managed to defend, but another damage coming inside of Ven as well. One more hit. Yon survives. Are you kidding me? This is going to be CS though. Outplayed by Ven. OMG Team Evo. Inhibitor turret gone.
Man, Ven is a mad lad, absolute mad lad in terms of his SOD landings, his understanding of the extent that he could push this hero. He basically could just squeeze even more extra kilometers on an empty gas tank on this Moscow.
Who is this guy, Jace?
I don't know, you asked me. But let's take a look at the replay, alright? Let's see how it kind of breaks down. The problem about the side of RSG is that they like to close to the gaps together, they like to fight as 5. And that's where Sailor truly shines. You can see when the Loi drops down the damage like that, everything bling blam blong, everybody just spreads the damage all throughout. But then again, Team Evo always forgot about Roy. Roy does a lot of damage in the back line. CS on that Kiwi that does a lot of damage in the back line. If they don't deal with CS, it's gonna be a little bit of a haphazard for the side of Team Evo.
Oh man, what a sweet exchange once again between Team Evo and RSG. Twice we've seen Van pulled off incredible plays on his own. That SOD on the Lord Dance, and now on that outplayed highlight on the top Siege as well. RSGSG. It's not yet over for them. Look at the goal difference at this moment. It's still not much of a disparity here.
Yep.
They can still go for a brawl for that Lord takedown. But remember, Sayla has the diversion, that surprises attack that I have been mentioning.
Yep.
It was very effective on the top Siege.
Yeah, it's very hard for RSGSG to also split push. You take a look at the bottom lane. RSGSG still has that first tier turret against. Team Evo does have first tier turrets against RSG. So what's the game plan right here coming up from RSG? Yeah.
RSG.
Hunker down. Wait for what?
I don't think so, man. They
Wait for next game.
this this composition is an aggressive one.
Yeah.
I mean, they must dictate the tempo.
Definitely, right? Because Jay with the Raging Sandstorm and also the Feather Airstrike, they do have the kit to basically dictate the fight and then basically play against Team Evo. However, Team Evo, they're handshaking on the team fight, and that's where the Team Evo magic is truly shining right now.
Look at the Blitz. Oh no, they stopped actually. This is Lord Dance right now. With this push on the top side, this is the opening they are waiting for. Oh, diversion fake actually, but this is now going to be the J, the target here. Raging Sandstorm out, SOD hits, but Gear providing the space. No one's taking down. That's going to be Instruction Pulls there, been committed, as well as the Shadow Kill. No one died there, but the Lord has been secured already.
Gear made so much space as well. Same what was said with Van. Van basically throw the SOD right there, hinting that he might actually take that fight any time at the same time. But then again, Team Evo create so much space for themselves to work for the Lord for themselves. So Sayla using the diversion, even though it's a fake one, but it does reveal a lot of information. It shows that RSGSG is not there, they're everywhere else.
And now, I think RSGSG must hunker down this time around. They must hunker down with the Lord pushing through here the top side. There's no risky play right now. Is really could pay off in this situation, but we have seen miracle defenses. Are we able to see one right now with Closer very low right now? Vincent is going to be the target against Closer with now the combo, the stun, the follow-up, but RSG still managed to defend and save themselves here. Van goes for that attack and Lord still pushing through. RSG still fended them off.
You know, when you ask the question, I was about to say yes, because number one, they've got their artillery strike in Roy, because just wave clear very quickly. Number two, they've got Yon. Yon, of course, you know, you can even use the shadow kill to basically just wave clear very quickly. Apart from that, you also got Jade to wave clear. So there's a lot of wave clear tools coming from RSGSG. So I'm kind of not surprised that you know, they're able to defend this one.
Yeah, they're actually doing it now defensively. Especially, you mentioned, of course, right? They do have the kits at this moment, but another Lord takedown, I don't think is gonna be enough for them to do this all day long.
Yep. Right now, hold on a second. Oh yeah, this is an instant replay, right? So apart from that, you can see how, you know, it's so easy to defend because CS is still doing a lot of splash damage, and same as well for Roy, right, with the further airstrike.
Yeah, a minute for this another Lord spawnage here in this game. RSGSG with a single inhibitor turret now standing to their base. Will they do some risky play? Because with this pressure in the lanes, it's gonna be easy for Sayla to just call diversion to end the game anytime here.
Oh yeah, true. Imagine if RSGSG doesn't guard their house at all, right?
Yeah.
Basically try to attack. Team Evo could bait a team fight around the Lord pit. And then imagine that Loi sends diversion all the way. That could be very funny.
Oh man, this is one of the threats indeed that RSGSG should look out for. But as you can see right now, itemization wise, you have plenty of damage here for RSGSG. But the question is, they need to find, when are they be able to find the opening here that they want to control this game back once more. But look at Vincent here, look at the damage mentioned here, and Jay will pop his defense, but it's not too long for now, but there's gonna be now RSG closer will be the next target, and he'll be pinned down as well. AOG for this game, but there is Vincent waiting for him. And look at Ben, very aggressive, and Yon trying to go for a counter play here. Will he be able to do so? The Crips is still there.
Yeah, good play coming off from Ben right there. Actually doing a gamble using the SOD to basically get close all the way towards Yon. And now they're going to try to end this one.
And they will end indeed. And Vance secures this crystal. And a sweep win from Team Evil.
Yeah, definitely well-deserved points, right? The 3 points definitely going to go into their pockets. They're going to escalate in terms of the leaderboard. And it is great to see Team Evil back on form.
Yeah, they are really back on form. And I do love how Van's performance in that situation, his Moskov is well on point. The highlight plays, man, just changes everything and how they executed it at the right moment. But without that inhibitor charge, it's really difficult there for the team to defend with a diversion anytime just popping out of nowhere.
Yeah, and I think when you go towards the early parts of the game, Sayla's using the diversion is actually really unpredictable, right? He's constantly catching RSGs off guard, and they definitely took off guard. Got caught off guard because there's so many sequences and team fights where they just don't know what everybody's doing. Everybody's doing what they are supposed to do, basically. Not say what they're supposed to do, but like they're just doing
so many points in mind, and
there's too many things there's too many things to basically to figure out. Just the possibility of Sayla being anywhere, and somebody it may not be even Sayla. It could be somebody else in that bush because Sayla can send anybody, and that's basically causing a lot of disruption. And apart from the disruption of the diversion, the duality proc hurts a lot.
Indeed, the magic damage burst, and that's why I'm surprised that Louis has been really the priority picks, just because of course there's so many mage that could be picked as well when it comes to the damage, like the Kimi, we've seen the Farsa as well, but it has the same ability of the chip as well when it comes to those sneaky plays, and it is really effective at this moment coming in from the side of Team Evil.
Yeah, but one could also argue that RSG, right? You know, I think they're doubling down a little bit too much in terms of the magic damage. In the early game, yes, you can see RSG winning because of Jay on the Khalid, and of course Yon, you know, popping off at the very least in terms of assassins. But Team Evil is like, okay, guys, we're just not gonna build armor at all. Well, minimal armor, but we're going to go on investing more magic damage, magic resist, because CS will scale to late game. Roy could scale to late game, and well, Roy is always painful in every single space of the game because he is a Farsa.
And this is, if I'm not mistaken, when it comes to Kimi's performance on that lane, it is a gold lane Kimi is a loss. So usually it has a higher win rate when it comes to a mid Kimi. You think it is a factor as well when it comes to how Kimi is being played all throughout the series?
I mean, interesting build coming up from CS though. Like the fact that they actually go for the Sky Piercer. I understand why the Sky Piercer is really attractive for Kimi. I'm the kind of Kimi that goes for the Feather Heavens, right?
First item.
First item Feather Heavens, because I really enjoy. I feel the exhilaration when I see numbers flying everywhere, because every basic attack I basically do some additional attack. So that's basically something that I love to see, and also does a lot of damage.
This is also the factor where Team Evil's draft come into fruition with their global presence. You have the Moscow right on that SOD at any time can join into the team fight, and Ven did it very good in this game. And Sayla also with that diversion play. It's really difficult indeed for RSG to control the map overall.
Yeah, pretty interesting, right? So look at Powerful, right? Powerful actually does more damage than Sayla. Sayla is just basically the delivery mechanism for the rest of Team Evil to basically quickly enter the team fights and also supplement in terms of the duality proc.
Wow, RSG SG defeated here by Team Evil. And look at the highlight that we've seen so far. Look at Van. Personally, this guy has so many highlights here in this game.
Yeah, it's just wonderful, right? He's always down low. He, like what I mentioned, he is the kind of guy that can literally squeeze the last remaining kilometers out of an empty gas tank, and Moskov is that car. He can just squeeze out everything. It's just kind of crazy how he takes these SOD fights, right? So it's just his mastery. Now we start to see that, MPL Singapore, we love our Moscovs, right?
Yes.
We love this part of the hero because of the map control that you can offer, the mobility that you can offer, and of course, you just do a lot of damage. And you can self-peel.
And in the early stage of game as well, don't get me wrong, RSG has been very aggressive here, especially Jay. Jay is on the Khalid, did a lot of opportunities here for the side of RSG to actually brawl it all out against Team Evil. And look at CS as well, his positioning is well off point at this moment. But then again, they cannot just really burst anyone. This is the longest team fight that we have seen, but no one died.
Yeah, well, not this one, not this sequence. There are some people dying, but then I remember you're literally gassing out because of how Team Evo and RSG is literally going in like a brawl mode. It's constantly fighting, even though like there's no point to fight. Boys, there's nothing to fight over here. There's no tower. I was about to say girls. There's no tower. There's no like objectives to fight over, but they just love to brawl.
Yeah. Okay, Sayla actually using the diversion also for the vision that you mentioned, right? He's not really full commitment here. But always the pin down coming from Powerful on how he sets the game is also to be noted for.
Yeah, and another thing that I would like to also point out, especially after watching these replays, I feel like Roy's better airstrike positioning is really kind of shallow, if you ask me. He's actually being too safe on that feather airstrike, but with concern. Powerful can easily jump onto him, that's why he's afraid. Vincent can easily jump onto him, and also Gear on this blue as well can easily just jump onto him. So that's something that, the side of RSG is just too conscious and too concerned about Powerful Sailor. To a certain extent, Sailor as well.
Yeah, this is one of the games that has been the turning point of throughout. The steal on the Lord plus Van's SOD just surprises RSG in this moment. And this is one of the highlights as well that I have to mention, the Van positioning here. The AOG is beautiful here, to be honest, coming in from the side of Closer, but unfortunately they cannot easily finish them. Van in this right moment. I thought it was going to be RSG to win here, but at this moment, Van goes Super Saiyan.
Yeah, I think it's about coin. If you want to say, I think this game number 2 is kind of like a coin flip, right? It can go badly for either of these two teams. Number 1, both of these two teams actually share more or less the same keys to victory and also power spikes, right? They share the same time, so it's all about a skill matchup already. But if you want to talk about skill matchup, RSG does have a bit of an early game advantage due to the fact that they have a Khalid. Powerful in the early game as a Badang doesn't really have that much damage, but you start to see, when Powerful goes towards the later parts of the game, he's just a monster to deal with.
The setups, his Badang's initiations there, just on point indeed. And this is where the RSG really crumbles here. They were to fire out on the base, and it is Team Evil just finishing the play. And they have taken this opportunity indeed to seal the deal, secures a 2-2-0 against RSG.
Yeah, and wow. Trust me, I feel like we're just basically selling snake oil here, but guys, it's not because we're trying to scam you or anything for views, but we are literally as surprised as you, because till this day, every day feels like a banger. You got the first day of MPL Singapore Season 9 with a Team Flash lost. Today as well. Yeah. On last Sunday, you also have Absolute Zero, who actually took 1 score from Team Flash. And today, you start to see Team Evil doing a resurgence against RSG. Haha, see what I did there?
Which only you mentioned, right? The competition is rising here. Season 9 is looking bright. And speaking of competition, that's what I'm going to look out tomorrow.
Definitely.
Another challenger team to look out for. So we've seen, you mentioned, right, Absolute Zero on that last challenger team. And now on tomorrow, another 2 challenger teams later on. But we are going to show you who's the MVP on that game. None other than that is going to be Powerful on that Badang.
Yeah, this one I agree with the production.
Yeah.
Man. I usually have, I always throw fist fights with the production all the time because we always disagree who should be the MVP. But I agree with this one, man. He's the one that's dictating the tempo, the pacing, and allowing his team to shine, allowing Ven to have an easier time to basically do what he needs to do damage.
Yeah, speaking of damage, that's a Thunderbelt there, so that's gonna be early secure there for Powerful. And as far as how he sets the game, coming in from his hero Badang, it's actually enough, right? The fist crack combo is enough for the rest of the team to actually clean up that one.
Yeah, and the fact that if you notice, he doesn't really need much items at all, and that's how cheap you build a Badang, right? Just a Thunderbelt, Oracle follow-up, and then after Dom Ice, that's basically it. And you do almost as much damage as almost like a carry. If you notice, just now in the damage chart, he does more damage than Sayla, which is kind of surprising, mind you, because Luo Yi does a lot of AoE damage.
Yes.
Usually, if you have AoE damage, you do more damage.
Have you seen Powerful on the Badang way back? I think this is the first time.
Not last season, but this season he does appear with Badang.
Last game?
Last week.
Oh, really?
There's some games that he plays last week with Badang.
I see. Yeah, this is the first time I'm seeing him actually on the Badang. It did it pretty good. So the adaptability coming in from this guy as well is pretty incredible. And looking bright for Team Evil. So I'm surprised. Actually, with the performance last week, I didn't expect Team Evil could really, go down as much. But now, this is the recovery that they want. And they did, with a sweep.
Okay, I think a bit of history lesson. I remembered all of a sudden when you mentioned about, the Team Evil's performance, right? Team Evil always have this playbook, right?
Okay.
And it's not about the book of Powerful, of course, that's a separate topic. Team Evil always have always go in a regular season being one of the few last teams in the seed. Because I don't know why. It's just their curse, right?
Okay.
They're always at the last. Only last season, they broke MO. Last season, only last season, it feels like they're really strong in the regular season. And then after that, when they go to the playoffs, they got even stronger. That's basically their MO. This season, unfortunately, Team Evil is going back to the same old Team Evil that we used to know. And then they started off very weak in the regular season.
I see.
And then you see week 2, day 1, boom, I'm a different Team Evil now.
And I'm really looking forward for this because on last season I was more of a biased Team Evil. I love Team Evil on that kind of roster. But now
you loved
with
them, but you didn't know their history.
Yeah.
Boom. Burn.
I still love them though, the Team Evil magic. But yeah, especially Powerful and Sayla. I do believe you had an interview of Powerful way back on regarding and how their roster changes. But I think for me, I think the Powerful and Sayla get used to this changes, right?
Yeah, I think. Yeah, Powerful and Sayla, I think they're a really good duo because Powerful is a very loud player. Sayla is a very
really Powerful is a loud player.
Powerful is very loud.
Okay.
No, you just couldn't see him because every time
yes, exactly.
You see
exactly.
It's like
exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, continue, Jay.
Exactly. So they really complement each other, right? And Sayla hopefully learns from Powerful because there are certain call out as a mid laner that you have to do and provide some information over to each other.
Correct. I think their chemistry is on point. I've seen them last season. Wait, before season 8, they have been together already. Is it? But I love this chemistry, man.
Yeah, the chemistry I think formed quite recently. Actually, it's not something that's quite long ago. There's a period of time Sayla went to RSG as well. So yeah, this one I would say it's kind of new. I would also suggest that I can't exactly remember which season, but Sayla and Powerful joined together. I think as a roam. Sorry, I think Sayla joined when Powerful first became a roam.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I think that was last season, if I'm not mistaken.
Speaking of new though, new challenger qualifiers once again going to witness tomorrow, Jay. So this is going to be the challenger teams once again brawling it all out against MPL teams. So again, tomorrow is going to be best of 1 series. So remember, when it comes to best of 1,
cheese.
No, it's gonna be all out there. We haven't seen any cheese.
Blue cheese.
Except for the Baksha and Estes pick.
Yeah, Baksha Estes pick. I mean, we've already seen cheese today in the form of
Masha
and the Hanzo.
And the Hanzo.
Technically speaking, I would maybe argue with you that Hanzo is a bit of a cheese.
Yeah. Actually, it's one of the meta. I mean, PH uses that one.
Yeah, definitely. But it's a good counter against Kimi. You gotta admit.
True. And I love how they draft right now. They know how to counter some kind of meta heroes as well. So tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, so many games we're going to witness there, Jace.
Yeah, especially the fact that we are able to see who the community teams, right? Because don't forget, right? At the end of the day, there's also a community tournament that's also happening on site. If you guys are on Westgate, hi. Hi, I said hi. No, and immediately the link into my brain. No, don't do it, don't do it.
Hi, Nani Dusky. Oh, you started it, man. Jace-chan. Jace-chan. Oh man, okay. Tomorrow. Okay, go back. Tomorrow is gonna be a challenger team here again. Day 2. 2 new challenger teams going to witness. But of course, this challenger teams you are going to know maybe later on.
Yeah,
right?
maybe later on the day we'll make an announcement on Instagram. So of course, do follow us on Instagram to basically find out more all the information out there. Don't forget, we're also doing a lot of roving around Singapore as well. We're visiting well, technically speaking, only 3 places. But of course, last week we were at Bukit Panjang Plaza. Went there on site. It was lovely to meet you guys as well, meet the fans, meet the KOLs as well. There's also some restreamers online. Hopefully, you say hi to Sammy as well, hi to Youngin if they're restreaming us, and also, if you guys are at Westgate, also hi as well. And if you tomorrow, if you guys want to go and meet these players or meet the community teams as well, you can also head down to Westgate.
Yeah, of course. And I do believe our host Far Latios is there as well, so he's been entertaining everyone on the sites. So I haven't been on the site still, Jay. So Bukit Panjang, I haven't been there because I casted and this week as well. Hopefully on the next venue I'll be there and meet Far Latios and everyone.
Okay, yeah. Then of course, you know what? Apart from that, on next week we'll be actually going to Lot 1 as well. So at least we're trying to make it more accessible for you guys as well. Because I know sometimes gamers don't like to leave the house, right? We don't touch grass.
Guilty.
Yes, you're very guilty.
Yeah. Unless it's MPL.
Oh.
To meet my loddies.
Okay.
I'm off.
Okay, just for you, I understand. He stays very far.
Geography, ladies and gents.
No, that's doxing.
Okay.
That's doxing. I know you say very far, and to travel here is actually on the other side of the island. So, yeah.
Just to see Lottie Jays, it's okay. It's worth it. And to see those games, worth it.
I think it's more of the latter, not the former.
Yeah. Okay. Move forward.
Yeah, but of course, it's very fun today. I think we've seen a lot of things. We start to see a little bit more power rankings being messed up a little bit, and you also start to see Team Evo coming online, basically starting to become the Team Evo that we really know. Team Flash, on the other hand, kind of struggling just a little bit. Hopefully, they basically can go back, fix some of these things, and also start to learn how other teams operate. Right, Kingdom Esports, on the other hand, I kind of hyped them up a lot when I saw the roster review because I follow Bear, I follow FMM because I have high hopes for these 2 players.
And speaking of high hopes, though, Team Flash still I can recover. Forgive me, Jays, because on the first week, I'm really looking forward. It's gonna be a
stop.
Yeah, exactly. Here in day 2, maybe you mentioned this one. First time is gonna be what? Fluke, right? Second one is
I
gonna
was
be...
there watching you guys when you talked about it. I was like,
you introduced
that's my line.
You introduced that one exactly, which is no. Second time it's a pattern.
I need
now.
to trademark my lines, man.
Now
I need to go to the patent office.
Now.
No, I'm not gonna do it.
It's the 3rd time already.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's a third time. So that's a pattern.
No, the 2nd time is a pattern, and 3rd is confirmation. There's something.
No.
Yeah, exactly.
No, I refuse.
Exactly.
I'm delusional. I refuse to believe it's a confirmation right now. Team Flash is supposed to be the superpower team of Singapore.
That's the thing. On the first week, which is really, really surprising, guys. So anyway, tomorrow, let's see if another challenger team will be able to topple down not only Team Flash, or maybe the rest of the FLSG teams as well, which is, I highlighted, right? I'm partly sad that, because I'm biased also Team Flash, but partly happy as well because MPLSG competitiveness is growing.
That bittersweet, that politically
Bittersweet.
correct
Yes,
answer.
that's the correct term. Bittersweet.
But apart from that, I think I also want to add on that this format is pretty interesting right now.
Yeah.
We get to see I actually could not emphasize this even better. Without this kind of format, you won't see the likes of Nan and Buji coming back. Rapid
Rapid
as well.
as well, yeah.
And you
Surprise.
also start to see some of the older players trying their hand again, trying to get into MPL, and you never know, they might
Yeah.
actually end up in the playoffs.
Correct. Interesting IGNs as well. Pogi ako 1 2 3.
What does it mean?
I'm handsome 1 2 3.
I don't know whether he's making this up.
No.
I actually don't know
True.
whether he's making up. Let me
You search it. It's a Pinoy slang. Pogi means handsome.
Ah,
Yeah, that's the thing. That's why I told Abstract, Pogi ako. Oh, this guy's Filipino for sure.
takes
Yeah.
one to know one.
Yeah, that's the thing. So that's your IGN. So I'm looking forward for our challenger teams as well tomorrow if we are going to see
Wait, Pagi is
Pagi is
Stingray.
Filipino Pogi
is
is handsome. Yeah, just one letter difference.
Wow, I can foresee
Yeah.
the typos coming out. It's supposed to be handsome, but then you type Stingray instead.
See?
Yeah. But we are actually talking about this, but it's really interesting. I think it's been interesting today. Let's do a quick summary recap about the team standings as of the boom! Team
There
Flash!
you go.
Oh my goodness! They dropped 3!
And look at RSGSG rising into the rankings with 7 points into their name here. And we have seen how they perform. If, of course, a Team Evil haven't been taking them down, they could be reaching more total points here. But then
Wow.
again, this is how competitive our standing is.
I was never expecting Team Flash to drop all the way to 3. I was expecting 2, but now they're in the danger zone, right? They're at the danger zone.
Definitely.
If you think 4 is the danger zone, think again. Because don't forget, number 5, which means that you drop down to Challenger C, the
Yes.
Challenger
Yeah.
category,
Yes.
but then that's not the category you want to go.
Exactly.
And this is really exciting to see. Kingdom Esports rising up in the standing as well. RSG as well, risen all the way up to top, replacing Team Flash SG.
Wow. Look at this one. Remember, Flash SG, they have 5 games already into their series. So same thing with Kingdom Esports and RSGSG.
Oh yeah, there's no way for them to gain more points.
Exactly. I
So
mean,
they're at the mercy of next week's matches. Ish.
Last seeded stage will be next week, right? So yeah, this is really alarming here for the side of Flash SG. But Team Evil now rising here with their sweep. This is how important, guys, that the sweep is a 2-0 in the seeded stage. It will gain you 3 points and could give you points here to reach the top 4.
Yeah, actually, correction. There are actually ways to gain points, and that will rely on tomorrow's matches, right?
Yes, but those are only 1 point each.
Yeah, so which
win,
means
but
that-
they still need to win.
Yeah, but they still need to win.
Yes.
Team Flash has shown a lot of signs of weaknesses.
Oof.
Now, the max points they can get is around 8 points. You can say the same over the Kingdom Esports and RSGSG in an ideal world, so you're +2 on the end. You're still at third place, and there's no way for you to regain any more points.
Yeah. Oh man. So challenger teams here will be able to see another absolute 0, just another dark horse showing up tomorrow. That's gonna be a threat to the MPL SG teams.
I love it.
Looking forward to it, man. I'm really looking forward for it, especially with the players as well. Is there any imports? Is there any players that we are going to look out for? Is there any IGNs, interesting IGNs like Pogiako 123?
Yeah. Yeah, so let's take a look at tomorrow's schedule, ladies and gents. Just to do a quick recap, just in case you're not really too familiar. Don't forget, if you forget all of this, you can go over to our Instagram. All the things that you need about MPL Singapore, all the information you need are there. But here are tomorrow's schedule. It was going to be Kings Vanguard first, going up against the 2 community teams. We do not know who they are yet. I believe they're still competing all the way at Westgate. And there's also Kingdom Esports going up second, Team Flash, Team Evil, and RSG as the last.
Wow,
team.
10 games tomorrow, Jays. So all of these games are going to be a best of one, and this is going to be important not only for the MPL SG teams but also for our challenger teams as well.
Yep.
So one game. This is the difference between a best of three, right? Best of three, you can still come go for a comeback here, but best of one, it's do or die in that kind of situation.
Yeah, you just cheese. You pull out the Marshalls, you pull out your Benedettas and everything. This
Yeah.
one, I think Team Flash definitely has to put their best foot forward this time round because man, they cannot afford to lose any points.
True.
At this rate.
If I'm not mistaken, of course, MPLSG's format here is one of the formats that can really had an opportunity for the community teams to rise up or to be discovered in such a way. This is what I like about this kind of format.
Yep. It's like what we Singaporeans we Singaporeans like to call hidden gems.
Hidden gems, yeah, I like that one. Hidden gems, and we've seen, of course, new players like Pogiako 123. Okay.
Anyways, ladies and gents, that will be all for today. Thank you very much for joining us. If you joined us so far, a banger of a day, banger of a series. But tomorrow, I guarantee you, it will be heated. MPL Singapore team, seeded teams will be trying to fight for as much points as possible. Whereas community teams, this is their time to shine. There's no way back but forward. And ladies and gentlemen, don't forget this MPL Singapore Season 9 is powered by Moontan Pulse Nova Entertainment, partner in esports, Head and Shoulders, and Singapore Esports Association official venue partner. Thank you very much to Capital Land Malls. My name is Jace. This is Dead Eye. We'll see you tomorrow.